Chapter 596. For a moment the entire hall was filled with steaming demonic chi. The demonic might emitted by more than 100 demonic spirits at the same time was too powerful. Each demonic spirit was shining brightly, exuding a horrifying aura. These are demonic souls, the demonic souls of devils. Heavens, how can there be so many of them? This is too shocking. The lowest rank of these demonic souls is at the Devil King realm. There are more than 100 of them. These are priceless existences. Look at that one, it's at the 8th grade Devil King realm. How can Xianxia have so many demonic souls? In the past, when the devil race invaded the mainland, they were chased into the devil realm by the experts of the Pure Land and the Buddhist sect. The devil realm is a neighbor of the western region and is suppressed by the Great Thunder Tune Temple of the western region. It is said that many of the major powers of the western region would come to the devil realm to train, kill devils, obtain demonic souls, and sell them to the devil sects of the major regions. However, only the major powers like the Moyin cult are qualified to trade with them. Our heavenly demon palace is not qualified to do business with them. I didn't expect Xianxia to have so many demonic souls. Each demonic soul contains the essence of a devil. To our devil sect cultivators, it is incomparably precious. If we can refine it, it will bring us endless benefits. This Xianxia is too generous. He actually took out so many demonic souls. Those who could stand in the hall were all high-ranking members of the heavenly demon palace. Even Dark Minzi was shocked when he saw so many demonic souls. He didn't expect Xianxia to have so many demonic souls in his possession. There were even demonic souls of the 8th grade Devil King realm. Brother Jiang, how can there be so many demonic souls? Dark Minzi was shocked. I once entered the devil world and killed some demons. I originally intended to trade these devil souls, but since we are friends I will gift them to the heavenly devil palace. Palace Lord, you won't mind the small number, right? Xianxia said with a smile. He waved his hand and kept all the demonic souls into a spatial ring. The spatial ring flew to Dark Minzi. He had a lot of demonic souls in his possession. When he was in the devil realm, not only did he kill many devils, he also plundered many treasures. 100 demonic souls was nothing to him. As for the heaven elixir, he didn't lack it. He got 20 million elixir from Invincible Nia and Shadowless Taoist. He had spent 1 million to advance to the 8th grade Combat King realm. Now he had 28 million, which was shocking. He wouldn't have to worry about the heaven elixir. Too little? What a joke. If 100 Devil King's demonic souls were too little, Dark Minzi wanted to slap his own face. This was a huge amount of wealth. The problem wasn't just the wealth. These demonic souls were very useful to the heavenly demon palace. No one knew how many geniuses could be nurtured by them. Brother Jiang, Heavenly Demon Palace is very grateful for such a big gift. I know you are interested in the heaven elixir. Here are 3 million elixir. Please don't think it's too little. Dark Minzi took out a spatial ring which was filled with 3 million elixir. He handed it to Xianxia. Obviously, these 3 million elixir were prepared by Dark Minzi in advance. Even if Xianxia didn't take out the demonic souls, he would still give it to Xianxia as a gift. Alright, if that's the case, I won't be too polite. Xianxia didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with Dark Minzi. He immediately kept the 3 million elixir. Heaven elixir was a type of energy pill. To him, the more the better. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Once he broke through to the minor saint realm, the heaven elixir wouldn't be of much use. He was afraid that he would need a large amount of saint elixir to support his cultivation. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Such a huge consumption would give Xianxia a headache. Brother Xianxia, please come in. Today I will be the host. Dark Minzi said with a smile. He addressed himself as an elder brother and treated Xianxia as an equal. This showed how much he valued Xianxia. In fact, even if Xianxia didn't have the relationship of the young master of the Moyin cult, his strength alone was enough to treat Dark Minzi as an equal. Moreover, he had reached the 8th grade Combat King, which made him much stronger than he was 2 days ago. If they were to fight, Dark Minzi wouldn't be a match for him. Hong Long. At this moment, a deep rumbling sound was heard. The sound came from a faraway place. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the source of the rumbling sound. They saw a bright sword light flashing in a faraway place. There was a fluctuation of combat strength. It seemed like someone was having a fierce battle. What a strong movement. Seems like someone is fighting. That's a very far place. It's beyond the boundary of Liang province. Even though it's so far away, we could still feel the faint pressure from it. The person who did it must be a supreme expert of at least minor saint realm. It's really hard to imagine how powerful that expert is. I don't know who is fighting. They have opened up an extraterrestrial battlefield. It's too scary. Everyone in the palace sighed. A battle between minor saints was something they couldn't even imagine. Tyrant knew how scary a minor saint was. His master was a 9th grade minor saint. His incarnation could kill a 9th grade combat king with a single glance. That kind of power wasn't something they could comprehend. Long. The dazzling sword beams were the result of a battle between two peerless warriors. It was so frightening that it could frighten anyone's soul. Xianxia stared at the dazzling sword beam that shot out from the boundless void. In an instant, an excited look emerged in his eyes, because he could actually sense a familiar aura from the sword beam. That's right, it was the aura of the Heavenly Saint sword. Someone had found his broken Heavenly Saint sword and used it to forge a new combat weapon. Master, do you know who is fighting? Xianxia asked. Such terrifying power, the one fighting must be at least a minor saint. In Xuanyu, only the 5 major powers have such a powerful expert. The sword light was so sharp that even the battlefield in the boundless sky couldn't cover its radiance. I guess the one fighting is the master of the Nebula sect. It is said that the master of the Nebula sect has a peerless sword. Some people said that the master of the Nebula sect was lucky enough to obtain a broken piece of the peerless saint weapon left behind by the greatest saint. It took him a few years to integrate the broken piece of the peerless saint weapon into his own combat weapon. Of course, this is just my guess. There are many experts in the 5 major powers who use swords. Of course, this is just my guess. There are many sword users in the 5 major powers. This person might not be the master of the Nebula sect. Dark Minzi said. Although he didn't know if the one fighting in the outer space was the master of the Nebula sect, there was one thing that Xianxia wanted to know the most. The master of the Nebula sect had the broken piece of his Heavenly Saint sword. Rumble. After another collision in the outer space, the waves disappeared as if the battle had ended. However, Xianxia's heart couldn't calm down. The 4th broken sword had finally appeared. Seems like I know my next target. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He didn't have a real target at first, but now his goal was clear. He would go to Xuanyu and find a way to join the Nebula sect. No matter who it was, he would take back what belonged to him, even if it was the master of the Nebula sect. Early the next morning, Xianxia bade farewell to Dark Minzi and started his journey to the center of Xuanyu. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? De Huang Dog asked. All the way to the center of Xuanyu. I'm going to join the Nebula sect. Xianxia said. Why do you want to join the Nebula sect? Tyrant was stunned. He didn't know what Xianxia was up to this time. Of course, I have my reasons. Let's go to the center of Xuanyu first. It's not easy to join the Nebula sect. We need to find an opportunity. Xianxia said. He knew that a big sect like the Nebula sect wouldn't recruit disciples during normal times. They would recruit disciples at a specific time every year. If one couldn't make it to the recruitment time, it would be almost impossible to join the Nebula sect unless they had some connections. Tyrant and De Huang Dog didn't know why Xianxia suddenly decided to join the Nebula sect. However, going to the center of Xuanyu wasn't a bad idea. It would be fun if it was a competitive place. The journey from Liang province to the center of Xuanyu was extremely long. During the journey they had to cross more than a dozen provinces. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He constantly admired the scenery of the various provinces along the way. For 3 consecutive days, Tyrant didn't speak a single word. It was as if he was in a special state, especially when he was walking in the forest. Tyrant would often be entranced by something and he would stare at it for 2 hours at a time. What's wrong with Tyrant? It's so quiet all of a sudden. Even I can't get used to it. De Huang Dog asked doubtfully. Buddhism pays particular attention to enlightenment. There are eminent monks in Buddhism who meditate for more than 10 years, hoping for a moment of enlightenment. Tyrant has found the opportunity to achieve enlightenment. He is completely immersed in his own world. Every flower and every tree belongs to nature. Tyrant wants to integrate himself into nature and find that sense of transcendence. Such an opportunity is extremely rare. We must not disturb him. Try your best to slow down and follow him. Xianxia could tell that Tyrant had just experienced a sudden epiphany. This epiphany was extremely important to anyone, and it was something that could only be discovered by luck. As the saying goes, a single moment of enlightenment will be earth-shattering. It wasn't an exaggeration, especially for a genius like Tyrant who was able to achieve enlightenment at such a young age. Once he succeeded, he would be able to break through to the 8th grade combat king or even the 9th grade combat king. The benefits that an epiphany could bring to a person were immeasurable. Tyrant originally had a Sarira in his body, and with the help of the 9 solar lightning dragon pill, his foundation could be said to be extremely strong. The stronger the foundation, the greater the benefits after an epiphany. This guy is also a freak. He can advance to the next level just by comprehending it. De Huang Dog said enviously. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes after hearing what De Huang Dog said. What do you mean by comprehending it casually? Do you have the ability to comprehend it? Besides, if there was a person who made people vomit blood when they advanced to the next level, it would be this dog who advanced by sleeping. Chapter 597. 3 men and a dog walked and stopped from time to time. They encountered many troubles along the way. There were demons and ghosts that blocked their way, but they were all killed by Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog in the first place, creating a good environment for Tyrant to gain enlightenment. If they were really in a hurry, they could use the spatial force to perform the great spatial shift, and they would be able to cross all the provinces and reach the central region of Xuanyu in no time. However, Tyrant suddenly had an epiphany. Everything had to be decided by Tyrant. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were following Tyrant's footsteps. Wherever Tyrant went, they would follow, acting as his bodyguards. 3 days later, when they were about to walk out of a foggy forest, Tyrant suddenly moved. His body was covered with a layer of golden light. It was the pure Buddha light. The light was getting brighter and brighter. Tyrant sat down with his legs crossed, chanting in a low voice. Lines of golden Sanskrit came out from his mouth. It was very mystical. Jiang Chen could tell that Tyrant was chanting the lotus scripture. This scripture was indeed very profound. It was obvious that Tyrant's epiphany had something to do with the lotus scripture. Gradually, the Sanskrit started to dance around Tyrant's body, like butterflies dancing in the air. It was a beautiful scene. The Buddha light rushed to a very far place and turned into an incomparably pure golden light pillar that shot up to the sky. Tyrant's body automatically floated in the sky. There seemed to be a lotus throne floating under his body. At this moment, Tyrant looked like a living Buddha. It was very mystical. The cultivation of Buddha sect is broad and profound. Although this monk doesn't abstain from alcohol and women, he is a man with Buddha in his heart. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to have such an epiphany. De Huang Dog said. That's right. He has mastered the lotus scripture and the lotus throne has appeared. Seems like this epiphany has a great impact on him. It's more powerful than I thought. After the epiphany, I'm afraid that the 8th grade combat king won't be enough for him. He will be able to reach the 9th grade combat king. Jiang Chen sighed. With his eyesight, he could naturally see what kind of transformation Tyrant was going through. After the epiphany, what Tyrant got wasn't just the advancement of his cultivation level, but also the improvement of his mental state. He would experience a great sublimation from the inside out, which would have a great impact on his future. It would give him the potential to become a great Buddha, and his future achievements would definitely not be any weaker than Great Master Ranfeng. He is currently in a very special state. I'm afraid this state will last for some time. We have to be careful and not let anything disturb him. Big Yellow set up a big formation around here. If any demonic beasts come near, kill them on the spot. If any beasts come near, kill them on the spot. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Tyrant was at the most crucial moment, he mustn't be disturbed. Once the epiphany was interrupted, all his efforts would be in vain. It would be hard for him to start all over again. Thousands of miles away there was a temple. It wasn't a big temple. There were only a few dozen people in it. At this moment an old monk was meditating under a big bell. He was holding a string of golden Buddhist beads in his hand. The old monk suddenly opened his eyes and looked far away. With his strength he could see the Buddha light that was thousands of miles away. Plus, he was sensitive to the Buddha light, so it was normal for him to see it. Such a pure Buddha light. The old monk was shocked. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the old monk at lightning speed. He was about the same age as the old monk, around 60 years old. He saw the Buddha light as well. Abbot, there is a Buddha light floating in the distance. It seems like an eminent monk of Buddha sect has appeared. The old monk said. The Buddha light is so pure and strong. I can't even compare to it. It seems like a real eminent monk of Buddha sect has arrived in Yu province. We have to welcome him. The abbot said and turned into a golden light flying toward the Buddha light. The other old monk followed closely behind. In the lush forest, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were extremely vigilant. Suddenly they saw two figures appearing in the sky. They were two old monks in Xianxia. One of them was an 8th grade combat king while the other was a 9th grade combat king. They were very powerful. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were alerted. However, when the two old monks appeared, they stayed far away and didn't come any closer. There is an eminent monk who is in an epiphany. We shouldn't disturb him. He is a real Buddhist, we should respect him. The abbot said. The two old monks saw Tyrant who was in an epiphany. They put their palms together and stood far away in the sky. They didn't come any closer. It seems like they don't mean any harm. Jiang Qin smiled. His senses were very sharp. He heard the abbot's words clearly. He knew that the two old monks didn't mean any harm. They were just attracted by Tyrant's Buddha light. This should be the territory of Xuanyu's Yu province. Why would there be a monk in Xuanyu? The Huang dog was shocked and puzzled. What do you know? The disciples of Buddha sect are everywhere. It isn't only in the Western region. The Western region is just an important place for Buddha sect. There are some temples of Buddha sect in every corner of the divine continent, and a small number of Buddha sect's disciples exist there. However, these Buddha sect's disciples are wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha. Their 6 senses are pure and they rarely come out. That's why we rarely meet them, but they do exist. These two old monks should be from one of the temples in Yu province. When they meet a real eminent monk like Tyrant, they will naturally show their utmost respect. It's reasonable for them to come out and meet him. Jiang Qin said. The Huang dog was enlightened. Now he knew why he couldn't see Tyrant during normal days, but two old monks appeared today. It turned out that Buddha sect didn't only exist in the Western region. When people mentioned the Western region, they would think of the Buddha sect and the Great Layin Temple. However, it didn't mean that there were only Buddha sect in the Western region. There were many other powers in the Western region. The Tianyi Gate was one of them. Tyrant's chi was getting stronger and stronger. The Buddha light was getting stronger and stronger. The shadow of the lotus throne under his body was getting clearer. This situation lasted for half an hour. Tyrant's chi suddenly rose to another level, breaking through to the 8th grade combat king. After reaching the 8th grade combat king, Tyrant's chi didn't stop. It continued to rush towards the 9th grade combat king with irresistible force. This bald donkey is too powerful. Seems like he is going to break through to the 9th grade combat king. The Huang dog's eyes brightened. Not only is he going to break through to the 9th grade combat king, this epiphany will also lay a solid foundation for him to advance to the combat emperor realm. This will allow him to reach the combat emperor realm without any bottlenecks. In other words, after this breakthrough he can advance to the combat emperor realm at any time. Jiang Qin said with a smile. An epiphany can shake the heavens and earth. After half an hour, Tyrant's situation was just as Jiang Qin had predicted. He broke through to the 9th grade combat king and stopped after reaching the 9th grade combat king. His current cultivation wasn't the same as a newly advanced 9th grade combat king, but a 9th grade combat king with a certain foundation. Zhoosh. The Buddha light returned to Tyrant's body. He opened his eyes and slowly descended from the sky. He took a deep breath, feeling the benefits he had gained this time. He grinned and laughed. Laka, what the fuck? Amit ba. Tyrant ran to Jiang Qin and a Huang dog wanting to show off. Suddenly he saw the two old monks flying towards him. His face changed and he pretended to be an eminent monk. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog almost coughed out blood. This bastard was too good at acting. They didn't know why, but when they saw Tyrant pretending to be an eminent monk, the more they wanted to laugh, the more they wanted to save Tyrant's face. They had been suppressing their laughter because they wanted to save Tyrant's face, but it was still very uncomfortable. I have an urge to kick his face. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. I want to fart on his face. De Huang dog said. Tyrant heard their conversation, especially De Huang dog's words. He shivered and couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this time the two eminent monks descended from the sky and came to Tyrant. They put their palms together and said to Tyrant with great sincerity, "I didn't know you were coming. I'm Yuan Ming, the abbot of Ranfeng Monastery in Yu Province. This is my junior brother Yuan Tong." Yuan Ming immediately revealed his identity. "I'm Tyrant. Did you just say that you are from Ranfeng Monastery?" Tyrant didn't care about their Dharma names, but he heard the name Ranfeng clearly. This name was very important to him. A monastery in a big province in Xuanyu actually used his master's name as the name of the monastery. Was this just a coincidence? That's right, it's Ranfeng Monastery. Since Great Master Tyrant is here, why don't you come to our monastery? Yuan Ming invited Tyrant. All right, I've been traveling around and will visit any monastery I see. Tyrant immediately agreed. Their destination was the central region of Xuanyu. Although Yu Province wasn't far from the central region of Xuanyu, it was still quite a distance. He shouldn't be wasting time, but since Ranfeng Monastery used his master's name as the name of the monastery, he had to pay it a visit. If they dared to disrespect his master, they wouldn't be forgiven. If that's the case, that's great. Abbot Yuan Ming's face was filled with joy. It was their honor to be able to invite an eminent monk like Tyrant. Who are these two? Yuan Ming looked at Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. They are my friends. Tyrant said. Soon after, under the guidance of the two old monks, the group flew towards Ranfeng Monastery. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog didn't have any objection to the change of route to Ranfeng Monastery. They knew how important Ranfeng was to Tyrant. Otherwise, Tyrant wouldn't have agreed to it so easily. Along the way, Tyrant didn't talk or laugh, acting like an eminent monk. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were about to suffer from internal injuries from holding back. Master Dog, I'd like to see how long this monk can keep up his act. Chapter 598. With their speed, the distance of a few thousand miles from the forest to Ranfeng Monastery was nothing. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. Even though they were still far away, Jiang Qin and the rest could see a monastery built on the peak of a mountain. It was just a small monastery. The monastery was surrounded by mountains and the environment was elegant. It was a good place for meditation. Places of Buddhism always gave people a sense of peace and tranquility. Great Master Tyrant Ranfeng Monastery is right in front. Abbot Yuan Ming extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Although Tyrant was very young, Abbot Yuan Ming did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. He immediately addressed Tyrant as Great Master. After personally witnessing the purity of Tyrant's Buddhist light, Yuan Ming was incomparably shocked. There are a total of 30 monks in Ranfeng Monastery. They stay away from worldly affairs and meditate here. Abbot Yuan Ming introduced. Although the monastery was not big, it could at least accommodate a few hundred monks. However, there were only 30 of them, which was a little too little. However, the Buddhist sects were considered a minority in the various regions, so this was very normal. Compared to the Great Thunderclap Temple in the western region, this place was simply too weak. Tyrant nodded. They descended from the sky and arrived outside the monastery. On the bronze door of the monastery, there were 3 golden words, Ranfeng Monastery. Seeing his master's name, Tyrant immediately put his palms together and bowed. He then asked, Abbot, I don't know why this monastery is called Ranfeng Monastery. I came from the western regions where there is a Buddha whose Dharma name is Ranfeng. I wonder what is the relationship between this monastery and Great Master Ranfeng? Hearing that Tyrant came from the western regions and knew about Great Master Ranfeng, the 2 old monks were overjoyed. They looked at Tyrant in a different light. No wonder Great Master has such pure Dharma and cultivation at such a young age. So you are an eminent monk from the western regions. That's right, the reason why this monastery is called Ranfeng Monastery is indeed related to Great Master Ranfeng. Great Master Tyrant, please come in. I will explain everything in detail. Abbot Yuan Ming said. Hearing that the name of the monastery was related to his master, the Tyrant naturally wanted to find out more about it. Jiang Qin looked around, but he couldn't see anything special about this temple. He couldn't think of any relationship between this temple and Great Master Ranfeng. However, since Abbot Yuan Ming said so, it must be related to Great Master Ranfeng. Jiang Qin was interested in the relationship. Although the monastery was small, it had a majestic main hall. Inside the main hall, everyone sat facing each other and a monk served tea. My name is Zhou Xian. I am from the Zhou family in Yuanyang City. This Ranfeng monastery didn't exist, but a few decades ago my father was in trouble when he was out. At the critical moment, an eminent monk from the western regions came to his rescue. That eminent monk was Great Master Ranfeng. After he returned, my father ordered the construction of this monastery and even made a statue of Great Master Ranfeng to be enshrined in this monastery. Coincidentally, I have long wanted to become a monk, so I came here to take care of this monastery. For the past few decades, even though my father has passed away, the Zhou family would still come to Ranfeng Monastery to pay their respects. Abbot Yuan Ming said and told them about the origin of Ranfeng Monastery. This was not a secret in Yuanyang City, so there was nothing to hide. I see. Tyrant and Xianxia finally understood the origin of Ranfeng Monastery. It turned out that Great Master Ranfeng had done a good deed in the past and was rewarded with this. A few decades ago I didn't exist yet. However, my master often traveled around the world and saved the head of the Zhou family. That's normal. Tyrant thought to himself. He was an abandoned baby that Great Master Ranfeng picked up during his travels. If it wasn't for Great Master Ranfeng, he wouldn't be who he was today. Now that he was in his master's monastery in Xuanyu, Tyrant felt extremely proud of himself. Abbot, you mentioned that there is a statue of Great Master Ranfeng in this monastery. Can you bring me there? Tyrant asked. If there was a statue of his master here, it would be inappropriate if he didn't kowtow a few times. Great Master, this way please. Abbot Yuan Ming stood up and walked towards the exit of the main hall. Behind the main hall there was another hall. On the surface, it didn't seem to be inferior to the one in front. There was nothing in this hall except for a statue of Great Master Ranfeng. After Xianxia and Tyrant entered the palace, they immediately saw a huge statue standing in front of them. The statue was over 3 meters tall, and it was wearing an ancient yellow robe. One of its hands was placed in front of its chest, and a white beard could be seen on its face. The statue looked lifelike and it looked exactly like Great Master Ranfeng. Master! Tyrant subconsciously cried out. He strode towards the statue and knelt down with a thud. He slowly kowtowed 3 times before standing up. He suddenly had a good impression of the Zhou family. The fact that they had made his master's statue so exquisitely showed that the Zhou family treated this matter very seriously. Master? Yuan Ming and Yuan Tong were stunned when they heard Tyrant call Great Master Ranfeng Master. Their expressions changed. They weren't fools. Judging from Tyrant's respect towards the statue, could it be that this little monk was Great Master Ranfeng's disciple? Tyrant turned to Yuan Ming and said, Abbot, you're right. I am indeed Great Master Ranfeng's disciple. I didn't expect Great Master Ranfeng's disciple to be here. I couldn't see Great Master Ranfeng's face in my lifetime, but now I can see Great Master Ranfeng's disciple. I have no regrets. Abbot Yuan Ming was extremely excited. He didn't expect that a little monk he met would be the disciple of his benefactor. He didn't doubt Tyrant's words at all. In his opinion, only an expert like Great Master Ranfeng could cultivate such an outstanding disciple. Alright, I've kowtowed to my master. I'll visit more often in the future. However, we still have important matters to attend to, so I won't be staying here any longer. Tyrant said. He was relieved after knowing the origin of Ranfeng Monastery. Abbot Yuan Ming's expression changed when he saw the monk was about to leave. He quickly said, Great Master, you've come at the right time. Tomorrow is the day our Zhou family comes to pay our respects to Great Master Ranfeng. Why don't you stay for a day and leave after the ceremony? Our Zhou family can be a good host. Tyrant turned his head and looked at Xianxia. How could Xianxia not understand what Tyrant meant? He knew the relationship between Tyrant and Great Master Ranfeng too well. Immediately he said, We don't have to wait for today. It won't be too late for us to leave after the Zhou family's kneeling ceremony ends tomorrow. This benefactor is right. I still don't know benefactor's name, the young man said with a smile. Grandmaster Yuan Ming looked at Xianxia with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could already tell that Tyrant had to wait for Xianxia's permission to stay. This showed that this youth was the absolute leader of the group. Hence he didn't dare to show any neglect to Tyrant. I'm Xianxia. Xianxia said. Anyone else would be shocked to hear the name Xianxia. What happened in Liang province had spread throughout Xuanyu. Even in Yu province many people knew about Xianxia. Only people like Abbot Yuanming, who didn't care about worldly affairs, knew nothing about Jiangchen. Benefactor Jiangchen, Master Tyrant, the Zhou family has sent a message. Since the master is in seclusion, Miss will be coming tomorrow. Both of you can rest in this monastery today. Abbot Yuanming said. That night, under Abbot Yuanming's special arrangement, Jiangchen and Tyrant were given a quiet and secluded courtyard. The courtyard was filled with flowers and plants. The environment was beautiful. The sun, moon, and stars could be seen when one looked up, and a cool breeze blew gently. I didn't expect to see my master's statue here. The Zhou family is grateful to have worshipped my master. Tyrant said. He was quite satisfied with what the Zhou family had done. Damn monk, you've been pretending to be an eminent monk all day. Aren't you tired? De Huang Dog approached Tyrant. Get lost. I am an eminent monk, okay? Didn't you hear the abbot call me master? You damn dog, how dare you disrespect master? Before Tyrant could finish his words, De Huang Dog bit his butt. Damn dog, let go. How dare you bite an eminent monk? You must be tired of living. Tyrant continued to threaten, but Big Yellow refused to let go. Seeing this, Jiangchen walked to the side to look at the stars. There would be no end to these two's entanglement. Sure enough, Tyrant and De Huang Dog had been fighting for half an hour. Tyrant stared at De Huang Dog angrily and said, Damn dog, if this isn't a monastery, I will teach you a lesson. I am a 9th grade combat king now. De Huang Dog didn't care about Tyrant's threat. He climbed onto a big green rock and went to sleep. Not far away, Jiangchen, who was looking at the starry sky, suddenly frowned. He used the Great Soul Derivation technique and released his soul power. His eyes revealed 2 rays of cold light. There is a murderous aura. Jiangchen said coldly. Tyrant's facial expression changed. De Huang Dog, who was sleeping, crawled up from the big green rock. Little Chinzi, what did you say? Tyrant asked. I can feel a murderous aura around this monastery. Although it's well hidden, it can't escape my senses. Jiangchen said. Tyrant's senses weren't as good as Jiangchen's. He didn't sense it before, but after listening to Jiangchen's words, he used the Lotus Sutra and sensed it carefully. He also felt a faint murderous aura. This murderous aura doesn't seem to be directed at us. Tyrant judged. If it's not directed at us, then it must be directed at the monastery. De Huang Dog said. Not necessarily. The monastery has existed for dozens of years. If someone wanted to deal with the monastery, he would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until now? There's no need to hide. Jiangchen's eyes sparkled. His wisdom was always the strongest. Chapter 599. The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense. The hidden murderous intent made Jiangchen and the others feel very uncomfortable, although the murderous intent wasn't directed at them. If I'm not wrong, the murderous intent should be directed at tomorrow's kneeling ceremony. Jiangchen guessed. The murderous intent was obviously an ambush. It was obvious what the person in the dark was waiting for. Abbot Yuanming didn't seem to notice it. Should we tell him? Tyrant said. Don't act rashly and alert the enemy. Let's just wait and see. It might be the enemy of the Zhou family. However, the fact that the Zhou family could build a temple here shows that they have a great influence in Yuanyang City. Tomorrow's kneeling ceremony is such an important day, the Zhou family wouldn't be unprepared. Jiangchen waved his hand, telling Tyrant not to alert the enemy. It was a peaceful night. The hidden killing intent didn't leak out at all. It was hidden very well. Jiangchen could basically confirm that this killing intent was directed at the main hall. If it was targeted at them or the temple, it would have attacked long ago. It wouldn't have waited quietly for a whole night. Dang dang dang. The bell rang loudly, signaling the dawn. The morning sun shone gently on the ground, covering the entire temple with a layer of light. The temple bell rang every day, but today was the longest because it was a special day. It was the annual kneeling ceremony of the Zhou family, and it was held today. Yuan Tong personally came to the courtyard to invite Jiangchen and the rest. The 3 of them followed Yuan Tong to the front of the temple and stood together with the monks, waiting for the arrival of the Zhou family. Not long after, an auspicious cloud appeared in the sky. There were 7 or 8 people standing on the auspicious cloud. All of them were dressed in embroidered robes, and their auras were unparalleled. Their bodies carried a noble aura. The person in the lead was a little girl who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. She was dressed in clean clothes and her hair was tied into 2 ponytails. Her hair was pink and tender as if it was carved out of white jade. She was extremely exquisite, and one look was enough to tell that she was a beautiful ruffian. When she grew up, she would also be a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. The thing that attracted people wasn't the little girl's face, but her cultivation. A 12-year-old girl was already a 9th-grade combat king. This was too monstrous. Motherfucker, this kid is a 9th-grade combat king? Am I hallucinating? Tyrant widened his eyes. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. A 12 or 13-year-old 9th-grade combat king. How monstrous was he? He might have started cultivating when he was still in his mother's womb. This is the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Ling heir. She is only 12 years old, but she has already reached the 9th-grade combat king. She is known as the #1 genius in Yuanyang City. Abbot Yuan Ming introduced. His words were filled with pride and arrogance. The Zhou family had such a dazzling genius, it was something to be proud of. As a matter of fact, a 12-year-old 9th-grade combat king wasn't just the #1 genius in Yuanyang City, he would be considered as one of the top geniuses in the entire mysterious domain. The Zhou family is fortunate to have such a genius. Jiang Chen said. Zhou Linger descended from the sky, surrounded by the Zhou family members. The Zhou family members did not descend directly into the temple, but landed outside the temple and walked into the temple. This was the Zhou family's custom of kneeling ceremony, to show their respect for Great Master Ran Feng. The Zhou family's master and combat emperor elders were in seclusion. This year's ceremony was replaced by the Zhou family's genius. Zhou Ling heir was the pride of the Zhou family. She was chosen to represent the Zhou family. It showed how much the Zhou family valued Great Master Ran Feng. Zhou Ling heir was a 9th-grade combat king. Among the 7 people she brought, there were 3 9th-grade combat kings and 4 8th-grade combat kings. Such a group was considered very powerful in Yuanyang City. Yu province was much bigger than Liang province. There were more major powers and combat emperors. However, the Shura temple of Liang province couldn't be compared to a small city like Yuanyang City. After Zhou Linger entered the temple, she immediately skipped over to Abbot Yuan Ming and hugged his arm. Uncle Linger missed you so much. She might look weak, but she was really strong. With just a few shakes, Abbot Yuan Ming couldn't stand still. Little girl, don't mess around. This is the temple. Abbot Yuan Ming glared at Zhou Ling heir. His eyes were filled with kindness and love. Even though he had been a monk for a long time, he couldn't help but love Zhou Ling heir. Huh. Why are there outsiders here today? Zhou Ling heir saw Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. She was surprised. As for Tyrant, she didn't pay much attention to him. After all, this was a temple. In her mind, any monk must be a monk of Ran Feng Temple. However, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were not monks. She had never seen them before. They must be outsiders. These are our distinguished guests. Ling heir, kneel to Great Master Ran Feng first. I will introduce them to you later. I believe you will be interested. Abbot Yuan Ming said. All right. Zhou Ling stopped joking around and walked into the hall. She was only 12 years old, but she was much more mature than the average child. Otherwise, the Zhou family would not have sent her to such an important event and to represent the Zhou family. Rumble. Just as Zhou Ling heir took 2 steps forward, a loud rumble came from outside the temple. The rumble was like a sudden clap of thunder, shaking the mountain. They finally made their move. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. The hidden murderous intent was indeed coming for the Zhou family, or rather for Zhou Ling heir. If it was yesterday, Jiang Qin wouldn't have been able to guess their real intention. However, after seeing Zhou Ling heir today, it went without saying. Zhou Ling heir was a peerless genius. The enemy of the Zhou family would naturally want to get rid of her to prevent future troubles. Who is it? Abbot Yuan Ming's expression changed and shouted. Swoosh swoosh. Just as Abbot Yuan Ming's voice faded, a group of powerful figures flew out from different directions of the temple. There were more than 20 of them. Their cultivation was very strong. The weakest among them was an 8th-grade combat king, and half of them were 9th-grade combat kings. Haha, today will be the last day of the Zhou family's kneeling ceremony. A man laughed. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He had a strong body and was wearing a black robe. What made people afraid was his cultivation, a 1st-grade combat emperor. A 1st-grade combat emperor, a dozen 9th-grade combat kings and a dozen 8th-grade combat kings. Such a strong group could only be described as terrifying, especially to the Zhou family which didn't have a combat emperor. It was a devastating disaster. Kang Yan, what do you mean by this? An elder of the Zhou family shouted, his face darkened. What do I mean? Do you think I'm here to chat with the Zhou family? Today I have set up an inescapable net. The spatial zone has been completely sealed. All of you will die here. Kang Yan said loudly, not hiding his intention. There were two major powers in Yuanyang City, the Zhou family and the Kang family. As the saying goes, a mountain can't contain two tigers. The two families had been fighting each other, but the Kang family had never thought of attacking Ranfeng Monastery. This was also the reason why the Zhou family allowed Zhuoling heir to come here. They didn't expect that the Kang family would make a move this time and send a combat emperor. As for those combat kings, only a few of them were from the Kang family, the rest were hired by the Kang family. Humph. Old fart, it seems like you have been waiting here for a long time just to deal with me. Zhuoling heir pointed at Kang Yan and said loudly. This little girl was also a powerful person, a woman who was not inferior to a man. Jia, the little monster of the Zhou family, you are growing too fast. Even our Kang family feels threatened. Besides, the Nebula sect is recruiting inner disciples these days. There are only 2 quotas in Yuanyang City. As long as you die, our Kang family will not only get rid of the potential threat, but also get the 2 quotas. Kang Yan smiled sinisterly. It could be seen that the Kang family had been preparing for today's event for some time. Before this, they had even found out that the combat emperor of the Zhou family was in seclusion. Therefore they had set their sights on Ranfeng Monastery and laid out an inescapable net in order to eliminate Zhuoling heir. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard that the Nebula sect was recruiting inner disciples. It seemed like his chance had arrived. Despicable. Great Master Yuan Ming's eyes were filled with anger. Your Kang family is too despicable. How could you do such a dirty thing? This is the holy land of Buddhism, how dare you tarnish it? What holy land of Buddhism? I will raze this place to the ground today. As long as the Nebula sect has 2 quotas, it won't take long for the whole Yuanyang City to belong to our Kang family. The Kang family's power will soon be on par with the major powers in Yu province. Kang Yan was extremely arrogant. In his eyes, everyone here was going to die today. He had set up an inescapable net. He would not let anyone escape. Let's do it. Let's demolish this monastery. Kang Yan shouted again. All the combat kings unleashed their qi. One of them, a 9th grade combat king of the Kang family, struck out, destroying the palace from the back. He stomped on the head of Great Master Ranfeng's statue. Great Master Ranfeng. Ah, your Zhou family is worshipping an old monk. How boring. The man laughed. A sea of anger burst out from Tyrant's body. Both of his eyes turned red. He stared at the man from the Kang family. How dare he step on his master's head? This had crossed the line of Tyrant's bottom line. He couldn't accept this no matter what. Get down from the statue now. I will let you die without pain. Tyrant said coldly. His words carried a murderous aura that could make one's soul shiver. Chapter 600. No one would have thought that a young monk would jump out at this moment. Everyone's gaze fell on Tyrant, including Zhuoling heir and the rest of the Zhou family, Kang Yan and the others. Especially the 9th grade combat king who was still stepping on the head of Great Master Ranfeng's statue. The Kang family's attention was on the Zhou family and Abbot Yuan Ming. They didn't put the other monks in their eyes. In their eyes, these monks were waiting to be slaughtered. Today someone wanted to destroy the statue of Great Master Ranfeng, so the angriest ones should be Abbot Yuan Ming and the Zhou family. However, they didn't expect a young monk to have such a strong reaction. What was even more shocking was the monk's cultivation. The qi that was released from his body had reached the 9th grade combat king. Great. I didn't expect such a genius to be hiding in such a small temple. He has reached the 9th grade combat king at such a young age. Seems like the Zhou family has a strong foundation. Unfortunately, all of you are going to die today. Yuanyang City is destined to belong to the Kang family. Kang Yan said with a cold smile. Tyrant didn't even look at Kang Yan. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the bastard who was stepping on his master's statue. He swore that he would make this bastard die a horrible death. Haha, little monk, it's just a statue. Why are you so agitated? I can crush the head of this statue with just a kick. The 9th grade combat king laughed. He started to rub his feet, causing the statue to make a cracking sound. It seemed like it was going to shatter at any time. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog shook their heads helplessly. They felt pity for the 9th grade combat king. This guy was finished. No one in this world could save him. Courting death. Tyrant was enraged. He had never felt this way before. He turned into a golden light and dashed forward. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of the 9th grade combat king. An illusory Buddha's palm was struck. The 9th grade combat king's facial expression changed drastically. He didn't expect his opponent to be so fast and powerful. He felt that even if he used all his strength, this palm was enough to turn him into a meat patty. But Tyrant didn't kill him with a single slap. His illusory hand grabbed the neck of the 9th grade combat king and pulled him down from the statue. Tyrant was like a mad ancient beast. Both of his hands clasped the man's shoulders tightly. You dare to blaspheme my master? Die. Both of Tyrant's hands had the strength of 10,000 jin. With a chi-la sound, everyone saw a bloody scene. The 9th grade combat king couldn't resist Tyrant's attack at all. His body was torn into 2 halves by Tyrant. Blood gushed out and his internal organs were scattered on the floor of the palace. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Yuan Ming and Yuan Tong had their eyes wide open. This little monk was truly too ferocious. When he killed, he didn't have the bearing of a senior monk. He was even more savage than a fiend, tearing people in half. This kind of murderous nature was truly horrifying. Yuan Ming couldn't believe that the little monk who looked like a senior monk yesterday would be so brutal and overbearing when he attacked. However, he and Yuan Tong understood why Tyrant was so angry. It was because the man under his feet was Great Master Ranfeng, his respected master. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? However, they didn't expect Tyrant's combat strength to be so strong. He was a 9th grade combat king and his opponent was also a 9th grade combat king. Both of them were 9th grade combat kings, but the gap between them wasn't small. The people of the Zhou family had their mouths wide open. They were very familiar with Ranfeng Temple, but they didn't know when such a heaven-defying little monk came to this place. Judging from the way he attacked, even the number 1 genius of the Zhou family, Zhuoling heir, wouldn't be a match for this little monk. Bastard! Raise this place to the ground and break that statue. Kong Yan was furious. The little monk's attack was too fast. He didn't even have the chance to rescue his master. The one who was killed was a 9th grade combat king of the Kong family. He was ordered to ambush the enemy, but before he could kill the enemy, he had already lost a 9th grade combat king. How could he not be angry? Break the statue? You have blasphemed my master's prestige. Today none of you will leave. Use your lives as an apology to my master. Tyrant's voice was incomparably cold. His whole body was filled with murderous intent. He was completely enraged today. Tyrant would kill without blinking an eye. Now that his master's prestige had been damaged, he couldn't accept it. He would never allow the temple to be destroyed, and he wouldn't allow anyone to touch his master's statue. I will kill you first, little monk. Kong Yan was the first to rage. He dashed towards Tyrant. His movement was fast, but someone else's was faster. A white-clothed youth appeared in front of Kong Yan like a ghost. If you want to kill him, you will have to get past me first. The white-clothed youth was none other than Jiang Qin. He was 19 years old now and had grown from a teenager to a young man. His heroic spirit was bursting. Courting death. Kong Yan didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. He had no reason to care about an 8th grade combat king. He casually struck out a palm. A strong wind tore through the void, slapping towards Jiang Qin. In the face of such a powerful attack, Jiang Qin punched out casually, colliding with Kong Yan's attack. With a loud bang, a deep crack was formed in the void. Jiang Qin stood still at his original spot, while Kong Yan was forced to take 3 steps back before he could regain his balance. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. What? Kong Yan exclaimed. His eyes widened as he stared at the white-clothed youth as if he was looking at a ghost. Both parties who were prepared for a fierce battle turned to look at them in horror. None of them could believe their own eyes. Who is this guy? He is merely an 8th grade combat king, but he is able to force a 1st grade combat emperor back with a single punch. Who is he? Why is he here in the temple? The people of the Zhou family were shocked. The appearance of the terrifying little monk had already made them lose their calm. They didn't expect that an unknown youth would be more terrifying than the monk. He is so powerful. Zhuoling Heir's mouth was slightly opened. She saw Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog the moment she entered the temple, but she didn't pay much attention to them. She thought that they were just ordinary guests, but she didn't expect them to be so powerful. The ones who were shocked the most were Yuan Ming and Yuan Tong. They were focused on Tyrant yesterday, completely ignoring Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. They didn't know that Jiang Qin was the scariest among them. No wonder Tyrant had to wait for Jiang Qin's signal yesterday. It turned out that this young man was the strongest among the three of them. Jiang Qin had killed a first-grade combat emperor when he was still a 7th-grade combat king. Now that he was an 8th-grade combat king, killing a first-grade combat king was a piece of cake for him. As a matter of fact, although Tyrant wasn't as monstrous and terrifying as Jiang Qin, he was still strong enough to deal with a first-grade combat emperor. However, today the opponents were very aggressive and their formation was very strong. Jiang Qin didn't want to waste any more time and decisively took action to stop the first-grade combat emperor. As for the rest of them, with Tyrant and Zhuoling Heir here, no matter how many 9th-grade combat kings there were, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. Besides, De Huang Dog wasn't someone who could be easily provoked. Young master, this is a battle between the Kong family and the Zhou family. I hope you won't interfere. Kong Yan looked at Jiang Qin and said, I don't care about the battle between the Zhou family and the Kong family. I have no interest in it, but I can't do that in this temple. If you dare to touch even a single flower or grass here, I will take your life. Jiang Qin said. The dragon scales on his palm flickered. He grabbed forward and struck the true dragon palm at Kong Yan. Rock-shattering palm. Kong Yan shouted and struck out a sharp palm strike. His eyes were filled with anger. He didn't believe that he, a first-grade combat emperor, couldn't defeat an 8th-grade combat king. Hong Long, unfortunately, after the collision between the true dragon palm and Kong Yan's rock-shattering palm, Kong Yan's eyes were filled with fear. The combat skill that he was so proud of couldn't even withstand a single strike from his opponent. It was easily destroyed. The aftershock of his opponent's dragon claw was like a huge mountain. Kong Yan was sent flying more than 30 meters away before he could stabilize his body. Kong Yan felt that his blood and qi were tumbling inside his body. It was indescribably uncomfortable. Kill them all. Don't let any of them escape. At this time, Zhuoling Heir suddenly shouted. Her petite body was the first to attack one of the 9th-grade combat kings. Kill. The people of the Zhou family shouted in unison. They were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Of course they had to be excited. They thought that they were doomed today. The Kong family's camp was too strong. There was also a combat emperor who had set up an inescapable net, sealing the entire area. If there were no accidents, Zhuoling Heir would die, the temple would be destroyed, and all of them would die. However, they didn't expect that 2 monstrous geniuses would appear out of nowhere. One of them could even force a combat emperor to retreat. Hong Long, a fierce battle broke out in an instant. The combat kings from both sides unleashed their skills to kill each other. De Huang Dog and Tyrant had set up a layer of seal, sealing the statue of Great Master Ran Feng. As for the temple, it was afraid that it would be completely destroyed. With so many experts fighting, even if there were 10 temples, they would be completely destroyed. Arg! Along with a shrill scream, a 9th-grade combat king died in the hands of Zhuoling Heir. Zhuoling Heir's fist had smashed the opponent's skull. She was as brutal and overbearing as Tyrant. This girl seemed to have an endless amount of brute force. She had a rare special physique that made her as strong as a mountain. It was hard for her to find an opponent who was at the same level as her. Not even a 9th-grade combat king was her opponent. Chapter 601. Arg. As the battle became more and more intense, the screams became louder and louder. Tyrant and Zhuoling Heir were 2 ferocious madmen. Even a 9th-grade combat king couldn't withstand a single strike from them. De Huang Dog was also terrifying. He shuttled back and forth on the battlefield like a stick-stirring shit. Wherever he went, people would be thrown off their feet. Those 8th-grade combat kings couldn't even withstand a single hit from him. They were smashed into pieces on the spot. The battlefield was tragic. All the buildings in the monastery were destroyed. Blood mist lingered in the sky. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Powerful combat kings were falling one after another. The peaceful monastery had turned into an azura hell. However, no one could feel the shockwaves from the battle. The Kong family had sealed off this part of the spatial zone. Even if the sky was broken, no one would be able to feel anything. In such a fierce battle, both sides suffered casualties. However, compared to the casualties suffered by the Kong family, the casualties suffered by the Zhou family were insignificant. The battle had just started, but more than half of the Kong family's men had died. The rest of them were terrified and had lost their fighting spirit. On the other hand, the Zhou family was full of fighting spirit. This was the way of battle. Once the fighting spirit was raised, it would be as ferocious as being injected with chicken blood. On the other side, Kong Yan and Jiang Chen were fighting. He was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. One of his arms was torn off by Jiang Chen. His whole body was covered with blood. His condition was extremely miserable. He raised his head and saw Jiang Chen's relaxed face. He suddenly felt that Jiang Chen was playing with him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Jiang Chen just now. Motherfucker, what bad luck. I can't believe I've met such an abnormal monster today. Kong Yan spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was not only because of his injuries but also because of his anger. A first-grade combat emperor was beaten by an 8th-grade combat king. Anyone would be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. Master Kong quickly opened the seal. We can't fight anymore. Someone shouted at Kong Yan while running for his life. Before they came, they had sealed this place in order to prevent the other party from escaping. Now it seemed that they had set up a cage for them. Now even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. The seal was very powerful. Among them, only Kong Yan could break it. Even if he didn't remind them, Kong Yan couldn't stand it anymore. He took out a talisman and threw it into the sky. With a loud bang, the restrictive spell in the sky disappeared. Then Kong Yan was the first to fly into the sky. Brat, the mountains will never change and the rivers will always flow. Our Kong family will remember today's matter, and in the future we will definitely pay you back in double. Kong Yan left behind a ruthless sentence and chose to escape. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen would not give him the chance. If you had chosen to escape from the very beginning, I really wouldn't have been able to stop you. However, in your current state, you're dreaming if you think you can escape from me. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The moment he made his move, he had already sentenced Kong Yan to death. Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of any enemy that could threaten him. Letting a combat emperor go would only bring trouble to him in the future. King the Heavenly Saint Sword let out a sharp whistling sound. It was slashed by Jiang Chen. The long sword turned into a long rainbow, cutting through the void and fell on Kong Yan's body. No. Kong Yan felt the threat of death. The sword was too fast and incomparably powerful. The qi that was released from the body of the sword had completely enveloped him. He didn't even have the chance to dodge. Pu Qi, a powerful first-grade combat emperor, couldn't withstand a single blow from the Heavenly Saint Sword. He was slashed into half on the spot, blood splashed across the sky. This was Jiang Chen's current strength. After advancing to the 8th-grade combat king, he could easily kill a first-grade combat emperor. Even a 2nd-grade combat emperor wouldn't be a problem. What? Kong Yan is dead, we have to run. This man is very powerful. The plan has failed. Running for our lives is more important. Kong Yan's death was a fatal blow to the people of the Kong family. They had already lost their will to fight. They immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Kill them, don't let them escape. Zhou Xian shouted. She swung her fist and chased after one of them with lightning speed, smashing his head. However, the opponents were 8th or 9th grade combat kings. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they were good at escaping. Even though Zhou Xian, Tyrant, and the people of the Zhou family were slaughtering them crazily, a few of them still managed to escape. However, such a result was already very impressive for the Zhou family. Today the Zhou family was supposed to be the prey, but the enemy had suffered a great loss. Losing a combat emperor was a great pain to the Kong family. The battle had ended, but the crowd couldn't remain calm. Looking at the destroyed monastery, many of the monks couldn't help but sigh, but most of them were looking at Jiang Chen. This handsome young man in white was undoubtedly their great benefactor. They could imagine how dangerous their situation would be if it wasn't for Jiang Chen. Although Zhou Xian had a monstrous physique that could sweep away all the combat kings, the gap between the combat king realm and the combat emperor realm was too big. There was a gap that couldn't be crossed. Big brother, what's your name? Zhou Xian came to Jiang Chen's side. Her big watery eyes looked at Jiang Chen. It was hard to imagine that such a cute little girl could fight like a ferocious lion. My name is Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled and pinched Zhou Ling'er's cheek. She was such a cute little girl and she called him big brother so sweetly. Of course Zhang Chen was happy. It's all thanks to benefactor Zhang Chen's help today. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Abbot Yuan Ming also came forward. His words were filled with gratitude towards Zhang Chen. At the same time, he was glad that he had invited the two people and the dog to the monastery as guests and made them stay. Otherwise, the Zhou family would have suffered a great loss today. This showed how lucky the Zhou family was. Zhang Chen. This name sounds familiar. When an elder of the Zhou family heard Zhang Chen's name, he felt like he had heard it somewhere before. You're the Zhang Chen who turned the Liang province upside down. When the other man recalled Zhang Chen's identity, he immediately cried out in shock, because he saw a big yellow dog and a frightening little monk standing next to Zhang Chen. Only now did he realize that this little monk wasn't a monk from the temple, but the monk who was with Zhang Chen. According to the rumors, Zhang Chen had killed a combat emperor warrior of the Azura Palace with just a combat king cultivation base. A genius like this was extremely rare, and the young man in front of him who had a dog and a monk by his side, as well as the ability to kill a combat emperor warrior, must be Zhang Chen. Seems like I'm quite famous. Even the people in the Yu province know about me. Zhang Chen smiled and admitted his identity. Wow. So that Zhang Chen is you, big brother. I've heard about what you've done in the Liang province. You're so awesome. Zhou Ling'er cheered. Her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Zhang Chen. So it's brother Zhang Chen. No wonder you have the strength to kill a combat emperor. If it wasn't for brother Zhang Chen's help, our Zhou family would have suffered a great loss. Please accept our gratitude. A 9th grade combat king elder of the Zhou family said solemnly. The others also bowed to Zhang Chen to express their gratitude. Today's situation was extremely dangerous. If Zhang Chen didn't kill Kong Yen, the consequences they would have to bear would be unimaginable. If something bad happened to Zhou Ling'er, it would be an unbearable loss for the Zhou family. Don't be so polite. Big brother will be one of us from now on. Zhou Ling'er acted like a close friend. Although it was her first time meeting Zhang Chen, she didn't treat him as an outsider. She was very forthright. Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh. This little girl's personality was really irresistible. Don't you know how to thank me? Tyrant couldn't stand it any longer. No matter what, he had contributed quite a lot. Now everyone was focusing on Zhang Chen and had completely ignored his existence. By the way, miss, this is Great Master Tyrant, an eminent monk from the Western Domain. He is the disciple of Great Master Ran Feng. Yuan Ming quickly introduced Tyrant's identity. As the disciple of Great Master Ran Feng, the Zhou family couldn't neglect him. What? Great Master Ran Feng's disciple? Everyone, including Zhou Ling'er, threw their gazes onto Tyrant. At first they all thought that this little monk was from the temple, but when they saw how powerful he was, they realized that he was with Zhang Chen. However, they didn't expect him to be Great Master Ran Feng's disciple. Everyone in the Zhou family worshipped Great Master Ran Feng, and as Great Master Ran Feng's disciple, Tyrant was the real distinguished guest. The Zhou family was in awe. After some small talk, Zhou Ling'er insisted on inviting Zhang Chen and his friends to Yuanyang City as guests. Miss, we should return to Yuanyang City as soon as possible. I'm afraid that the news of the fierce battle here has already reached Yuanyang City. I'm afraid that the Kong family will take action again. An elder of the Zhou family reminded. Big brother, you and I are like old friends. You must go to the Zhou family as a guest. My father will definitely thank you when he learns about what happened today. Also, brother monk, you are the disciple of Great Master Ran Feng. If I don't invite you back, my father will definitely scold me to death. Zhou Ling'er was a weird girl. It was hard to refuse her invitation. More importantly, Zhang Chen was very concerned about the Nebula sect. Therefore, even if Zhou Ling'er didn't invite him, he would still go to Yuanyang City. If there was a chance to join the Nebula sect, Zhang Chen wouldn't miss it. Alright, since the little girl has said so, if I don't go, wouldn't it be disrespectful? Zhang Chen said with a smile. He was very clear that once he entered Yuanyang City, he would definitely be involved in the battle between the Kong family and the Zhou family. However, Zhang Chen had killed the combat emperor of the Kong family. The Kong family wouldn't let it go easily. Even if he wanted to stay out of the battle, he wouldn't be able to. Chapter 602. Before Zhuo Xian and the others left, they looked at the ruined temple with a gloomy face, especially Tyrant. This was the temple that worshipped his master. It was destroyed just like that. How could he feel good about it? Fortunately, the statue was still intact. Swoosh swoosh at this moment 3 incomparably powerful silhouettes came from afar. These 3 silhouettes were incomparably powerful and carried endless anger. They were all combat emperors. The leading one was a dignified middle-aged man who had already reached the 2nd-grade combat emperor realm. The other 2 old men were 1st-grade combat emperors. The 3 of them saw the scene in the temple from afar. Their faces changed dramatically. Who did this? The middle-aged man's voice was as loud as thunder. His anger soared to the sky. When he arrived at the temple, everyone bowed to him. Master. That's right. This was the master of the Zhou family, Zhou Xian, a 2nd-grade combat emperor. When the barrier outside the monastery was broken, he was in seclusion when he sensed the chi of the battle. He immediately rushed over and saw the scene. Every year he would personally attend the kneeling ceremony, and there had never been any mistakes. No one had ever dared to cause trouble in Ranfeng Monastery. Today such a big incident had happened before he even arrived. The monastery was destroyed. In Yuanyang City, anyone who dared to touch the foundation of the Zhou family, he didn't need to use his toes to know who it was. Father, it was done by the Kong family. Zhuo Xian came to Zhou Yang's side and said. She then told him everything that had happened, including the scene where Jiangchen killed Kong Yan and the defeat of the Kong family. Most of the people were killed and only a few escaped. Zhuo Xian didn't forget to introduce Tyrant's identity. Although Zhuo Xian was young, her wisdom wasn't weak. She knew that Great Master Ranfeng occupied a position in her father's heart. Tyrant's identity would definitely be valued by her father. After listening to Zhuo Xian, Zhou Xian and the other 2 elders of the Zhou family became angrier. They never thought that the Kong family would do such a thing just for the 2 quotas of the Nebula sect. They ambushed outside the temple and set up a trap to eliminate Zhuo Xian on the day of the kneeling ceremony. This was a very sinister move. Fortunately, Zhuo Xian was fine. Otherwise, the Zhou family would be in chaos. Thinking about it made them feel a little scared, but at the same time they felt lucky. Their eyes fell on Tyrant and Jiangchen, full of gratitude. Fortunately, these 2 were here as guests. Otherwise, the Zhou family would have suffered a great loss. After Zhou Xian calmed himself, he slowly walked to Tyrant and held his fists at him. I didn't expect the Ranfeng's disciple to come. Zhou family is very fortunate. Ran saved my father, and today his disciple saved my daughter. Zhou family. We are unable to repay. The Zhou family had an inexplicable good impression of Tyrant. Moreover, he was the disciple of Great Master Ranfeng. Plus, Tyrant had saved their daughter. Their gratitude came from the bottom of their hearts. Patriarch Zhou is too polite. We were just passing by. These people wanted to destroy my master's statue. How could I just stand by and watch? Besides, the one who killed Kong Yan was my good brother, Jiangchen. Tyrant said. The Zhou family had treated his master in such a way. Naturally, his impression of the Zhou family was very good. From Zhou Yang's anger when the temple was destroyed, Tyrant could feel that his master's position in the Zhou family was supreme. Zhou Yang and the other 2 elders looked at Jiangchen at the same time. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and shock. They knew how strong Kong Yan was. As their enemy for so many years, no one knew better than them how strong Kong Yan was. However, Kong Yan was slashed into half by this young man who was only an 8th-grade combat king. What kind of monstrous genius was this? If it wasn't from Zhuo Xian's mouth and Kong Yan's corpse at the scene, they wouldn't believe it. Moreover, the 3 of them felt that the name Jiangchen sounded familiar. Obviously, they had heard about what Jiangchen had done in Liang Province. After all, Liang Province was a big province in Xuanyu. The news of such a big incident would naturally spread out. Moreover, since a monstrous genius who could trigger heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm appeared in Liang Province, Jiangchen's name had spread across all the provinces in Xuanyu. Dad, Big Brother is the devil incarnate of Liang Province. That's not right, he is the terrifying genius. After Zhuo Xian finished her words, she looked at Jiangchen and stuck out her tongue. Jiangchen was speechless. It seemed like his reputation wasn't that good. Even a little girl knew that he was a devil incarnate. What? You are the Jiangchen who triggered heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm and killed a combat emperor? Zhou Yang's eyes widened. The way he looked at Jiang Chen changed once again. The other two elders did the same. After all, there were too many rumors about Jiang Chen. He was a peerless genius who would have limitless achievements in the future. Greetings, Patriarch Zhou. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Zhou Yang. Brother Jiang Chen is a young genius. It is my honor to be able to meet Brother Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Brother Jiang Chen's help today, I'm afraid that my daughter would be in danger. Such a great favor, the Zhou family will never be able to repay it. Zhou Yang's tone was very solemn. He didn't have the arrogance of a patriarch. He even treated himself and Jiang Chen as equals. Although he was a second-grade combat emperor, he didn't dare to look down on Jiang Chen. In his eyes, Jiang Chen wasn't just a puny 8th-grade combat king. Killing Kong Yan with ease indicated that Jiang Chen might have the combat strength of a second-grade combat emperor. In terms of strength, Jiang Chen had gained Zhou Yang's respect. Dad, big brother and I are like old friends. We have already become sworn brothers. Now that you call big brother brother, do I have to call you big brother too? Isn't this messing up the seniority? Zhou Ling said in a serious tone. Jiang Chen staggered after hearing what she said. Everyone present rolled their eyes. This little girl was weird, it really made people speechless. The most speechless one was Jiang Chen. It seemed like he didn't become sworn brothers with this little girl in front of everyone. Now he had gotten a girl for free. Bang! Zhou Yang knocked on the little girl's head. The adults are talking, go play at the side. Then Zhou Yang smiled at Jiang Chen. This little girl has been spoiled by me. She has no respect for her elders. Sorry for making Jiang brother laugh at her. Don't mention it. Ling and I are like old friends. Since she called me big brother, I will recognize her as my sister. Jiang Chen smiled. He couldn't help but like this quirky little girl. Ah, good. It is my daughter's honor to have a big brother like you. Zhou Yang laughed. He was not a fool. He could tell that Jiang Chen was a dragon among men. Although Zhou Ling was gifted, there was still a gap between her and this young man in front of him. A person like Jiang Chen would sooner or later soar into the sky. If the Zhou family could make friends with him, it would definitely not be a bad thing. Patriarch, the temple has been destroyed. We need to rebuild it as soon as possible. A battle emperor elder of the Zhou family said. Zhou Yang looked around and his face became very serious. He strode to the statue of Great Master Ranfeng and knelt on the ground. Then everyone in the Zhou family knelt on the ground. Even the monks did the same. Tyrant was no exception. He would never kneel to the heavens or the earth, only to his master. Only Jiang Chen and a Huang dog did not kneel. Jiang Chen could not kneel because he was afraid that Great Master Ranfeng would not be able to bear it. In this world, no one could make Jiang Chen kneel except for Jiang Zhenhai. As for De Huang dog, he was a heartless guy. It was impossible to make him kneel. The dragon horse bloodline was very arrogant. Although the temple has been destroyed, the statue of Great Master Ranfeng is still here. The ceremony begins now. Zhou Yang's tone was very solemn and sincere. He took the lead and knelt down. The people of the Zhou family followed suit. After a few minutes, the ceremony ended. Everyone stood up. The people of the Zhou family did not think that there was anything wrong with Jiang Chen not kneeling. After all, Jiang Chen was not a member of the Zhou family. He did not need to follow the rules of the Zhou family. Immediately restore the temple to its original appearance and rebuild the statue of Great Master Ranfeng. I will give you 1 day. I want to see the Ranfeng temple intact. Zhou Yang ordered. Yes, Patriarch. A 9th-grade combat king of the Zhou family said hastily. To the Zhou family, restoring a temple to its original appearance was an easy task. Patriarch, we have lost a temple today, but the Kong family has suffered a great loss. They have lost a combat emperor. Kong Yang will not let this matter go. The elder of the Zhou family said with a frown. That's right. First, they want to eliminate Ling. Second, they want the 2 spots of the Nebula sect. Since they have failed, Kong Yang will not let this matter go. I am afraid that he will launch an attack soon. Another elder spoke up. Humph. The Zhou family is not afraid of him. Let's go back first. Let's see what kind of tricks Kong Yang has up his sleeves. Zhou Yang harumphed coldly, but Jiang Chen could hear a trace of fear from his tone towards Kong Yang. It seemed like Kong Yang wasn't as simple as he seemed. Big brother, we have agreed just now. You will follow me back to the Zhou family. Zhou Ling grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, afraid that Jiang Chen would go back on his words. Don't worry. Big brother has promised you he will go. Jiang Chen smiled and patted Zhou Ling'er's head. After that, the group left the Ranfeng Temple and flew towards Yuanyang City. Kid, you have agreed to go to the Zhou family. It should be because of the 2 spots of the Nebula sect. On the way, De Huang Dog whispered to Jiang Chen. He knew Jiang Chen too well. This guy wanted to go to the Nebula sect. How could he let go of this opportunity? Chapter 603. Let's act according to the circumstances. Even if we have to fight for a spot, it should be for the Kong family. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. In any case, he had already fallen out with the Kong clan to an irreconcilable state. It would be a waste if he didn't take the Kong clan's quota. However, he would have to act according to the circumstances. Yuanyang City Kong family. As one of the 2 giants of Yuanyang City, the Kong family wasn't an ordinary power that could be compared to them. At least, it wasn't something that the Liang Province Invincibility School or the Peerless Sword faction could compare to. Yuanyang City was considered as a big city in the Yu Province. Although the Kong family wasn't as powerful as the major powers in the Yu Province, they still had a second-grade combat emperor. It wouldn't be a problem for them to dominate Yuanyang City. The Kong family was located in the north of Yuanyang City, with an area of tens of miles in circumference. Every single building in the Kong family had a noble atmosphere. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Kong family's meeting hall was oppressive. A middle-aged man dressed in fiery red was sitting upright in the seat of honor. He had sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes and an extraordinary aura. He was incomparably majestic, and his crimson hair flickered with a faint fiery light, making him look extremely dazzling. Due to his anger, the middle-aged man's body was emitting a faint fiery light, causing the temperature of the hall to rise. There were a dozen people sitting on both sides of the hall. On the left side of the middle-aged man, there was an old man who was a first-grade combat emperor. The red-haired middle-aged man was none other than the patriarch of the Kong family, Kong Yang. It was obvious that he had cultivated an extremely powerful fire attribute cultivation method and combat skill, which was why he could have such a strong aura. The atmosphere in the main hall was gloomy. Everyone was looking at Kong Yang, not daring to say a word. The plan had failed. The people who escaped had brought back the news. Kong Yang couldn't help but feel angry. Fortunately, most of the people who escaped were hired. The Kong family only lost a first-grade combat emperor and a few combat kings. However, even 100 combat kings couldn't be exchanged for a combat emperor. For a power, a combat emperor was the true support and the most important. Kong Yan's loss was a huge blow to the Kong family. Damn it. The plan was supposed to be foolproof and the little monster from the Zhou family would die for sure. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to appear out of nowhere. The Kong family's battle emperor elder slammed his palm on the table, shattering it. This man has turned the Liang province upside down. Now he has come to the Yu province. No matter where he goes, there will be no peace. He has killed our combat emperors. We can't let this matter go. That's right, if it wasn't for him, our plan wouldn't have failed and we wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. However, this brat is a rare genius. I heard that when he was in the War King realm, he had already attracted the attention of geniuses. And now he can even kill war emperors. I'm afraid he will be very difficult to deal with. What's there to be afraid of? He might be able to kill a first-grade combat emperor, but he is still a combat king after all. He can't possibly defeat a second-grade combat emperor. Patriarch's heavenly fire art has obtained the origin flame of the scarlet fiery python. Now it has reached a terrifying level and his cultivation has reached the peak of second-grade combat emperor. With the terrifying power of the heavenly fire art, even a third-grade combat emperor would find it hard to defeat Patriarch. Killing Jiang Chen is just a piece of cake. Each and every one of the Kong family was filled with righteous indignation. They couldn't wait to kill Jiang Chen right now. Jiang Chen must be killed, Kong Yan's death must be avenged, but the most important thing now is the quota of the Nebula sect. Our Yuanyang city has been allocated 2 quotas, and they must be selected within 10 days. At that time, the envoy of the Nebula sect will personally come to pick them up. This is a great opportunity for our Kong family. We must get these 2 quotas. If the little monster of the Zhou family gets them, our Kong family won't have a good time in the future. Kong Yang was a very calm person. He didn't let his anger get to his head. He knew what was more important. He knew Zhou Ling'er's innate talent very well. If Zhou Ling'er went to the Nebula sect with her innate talent, She would be nurtured by the Nebula sect with inexhaustible resources. Once Zhou Ling heir matured, the Kong family would be finished. Kong Yong would never allow such a thing to happen. Hence he must get these 2 quotas. That's right, Kong Yan is dead. If we can't get these 2 quotas, our loss will be too great. That Xianxia must be killed, but the most important thing now is the quota. The Combat Emperor Elder said. If we follow the normal procedure, each family will get 1 quota. If we want to fight for it, we will let the young geniuses of both families fight each other. However, Zhou Ling heir has a special physique. She is already a 9th grade combat king. I'm afraid that no one in the young generation of the Kong family can match her. Hence, if we have to fight for the quota, I'm afraid that we won't get a single quota. Someone said with a frown. Zhou Ling heir was only 12 years old. She was a rare genius. A 12-year-old 9th grade combat king, plus her special physique. It was hard to find someone in the young generation of the Kong family who could fight against her. If they didn't fight, the Kong family could still get a quota, but if they chose to fight, they would lose a quota. I know that, but I have my own means. I will send a letter of challenge to the Zhou family later. This time I will do it myself. As long as someone from the Zhou family can defeat me, the 2 quotas will be theirs. If no one can defeat me, the quota will be ours. Kong Yong revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. This is a good idea. Patriarch is now a peak 2nd grade combat emperor. Although Zhou Yong is also a peak 2nd grade combat emperor, Patriarch has cultivated the heavenly fire art. He has obtained the origin flame of the scarlet flaming fierce python, which is extremely powerful. He is the strongest in Yuanyang City. Zhou Yong is definitely not his opponent. Someone said. They didn't have confidence in the young generation, but they had full confidence in Kong Yong. But Zhou Yong isn't an idiot. He knows that he isn't your opponent. I'm afraid he won't accept the challenge. The Combat Emperor Elder said. Humph. This time it's not up to him. If he doesn't accept the challenge, I will start a war with the Zhou family and drive them out of Yuanyang City. Kong Yong clenched his fist. The joints of his fingers made a ka-ka sound. 2 sharp flames shot out from his eyes. Everyone was shocked. If they really fought, the final result would be a lose-lose situation. Even if Kong Yong could defeat Zhou Yong wasn't an easy opponent. It would be very difficult to kill him. The overall strength of both parties was almost the same. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rule Yuanyang City together. In other words, if the 2 families started a war, even if the Kong family could eliminate the Zhou family, the Kong family's strength would be greatly damaged. This was the reason why the 2 families didn't have a life-and-death battle for so many years, because no one could bear the consequences. Fight if he doesn't accept the challenge. Kong Yan can't die in vain. We can't swallow this anger. Someone said. If they really fought, the Zhou family should be the one who would be afraid. After all, Kong Yong was the strongest in Yuanyang City. At this moment, Yuanyang City was in an uproar. The news of Ranfeng Temple being destroyed had spread all over Yuanyang City, including Kong Yan's death. Everyone in the city was boiling with excitement. They felt that something big was going to happen. Although the 2 families had been fighting for a long time, there had never been such a big loss. Everyone knew how important Ranfeng Temple was to the Zhou family. Have you heard? The one who killed Kong Yan was Jiang Chen from Liang Province. That's right. I also heard about it. I didn't expect that devil to come to you province and kill a combat emperor of the Kong family. He's indeed a devil. No matter where he goes, he can't be calm. Let's see. Such a big thing has happened. The Kong family won't let it go easily. This time it's related to the quota of the Nebula sect's disciples. Both sides will definitely fight. I heard that Jiang Chen had triggered the heavenly tribulation. He's a monster among monsters. He could kill a combat emperor when he was only a combat king. He won't be easy to deal with. The master of the Kong family is the strongest in Yuanyang City. I'm afraid that Zhou Yong will be suppressed by him. Although Jiang Chen could kill a first-grade combat emperor, he's still a combat king. He won't be a match for Kong Yong. There were discussions everywhere. Jiang Chen would become the center of attention no matter where he went. The most important thing was that he couldn't avoid being the center of attention even if he didn't want to. The Zhou family. It was located in the south of Yuanyang City, which was the opposite of the Kong family's location. Zhou Yong and Jiang Chen had just returned from Ranfeng Temple. They were chatting in the main hall when a member of the Zhou family ran in with a golden talisman in his hand. "Why are you panicking?" Zhou Yong frowned. "Master, this is the letter of challenge sent by the Kong family." The man didn't dare to neglect it and quickly passed the talisman to Zhou Yong. Everyone in the main hall couldn't help but feel nervous when they heard the word, letter of challenge. They stared at the talisman without blinking. Zhou Yong sent out his divine sense. The talisman suddenly turned into a golden light and disappeared. Zhou Yang's face turned ugly. "Father, what's wrong?" Zhou Ling Air asked. "Kong Yang wants to challenge the Zhou family personally. 3 days later we will fight on the battle platform in the central square of Yuanyang City. He will fight for the quota of the Nebula sect." Zhou Yang said. "What? How shameless. Even if there is a battle, it should be between the younger generation. Kong Yang wants to fight personally. I heard that he has obtained the origin of the scarlet flaming python not long ago. Now that he has mastered the heavenly fire art, he is extremely powerful. It won't be easy to deal with him." A combat emperor elder said. "That's right. Although my cultivation level is similar to Kong Yang's, I'm afraid that I won't be his opponent if we fight. At that time the 2 quotas will be taken by the Kong family." Zhou Yang's face turned ugly. He knew his opponent too well. Kong Yang was determined to get the quota of the Nebula sect. "We can choose not to accept the challenge," someone said. Kong Yang said that if we don't accept the challenge, the Kong family will start a war with us. They will drive us out of Yuanyang City to avenge Kong Yen. Chapter 604. What? The hall was filled with exclamations. This time Kong Yang was determined to go against the Zhou family. Moreover, the contents of this letter of challenge have been spread throughout the entire Yuanyang City by the Kong family. If we don't accept the challenge, we will lose all face and become a laughingstock in Yuanyang City. This old man is really good at scheming. For the Nebula sect's quota, he really put in a lot of effort." Zhou Yong frowned. He was now in a dilemma. If he accepted the challenge, there was an 80% chance that he would lose. At that time, the 2 quotas would be taken by the Kong family. Once the Kong family climbed up the big tree known as the Nebula sect, within a few years, the Kong family would leave the Zhou family in the dust. But if he didn't accept the challenge, the Zhou family would become a laughingstock and the Kong family would probably go to war with the Zhou family. Zhou Yong didn't want to joke about the lives of so many people in the Zhou family. For a moment the hall fell into silence. The present situation was very clear to them. They understood that the Zhou family must accept the challenge. Even if they lost the 2 quotas of the Nebula sect and put the Zhou family in a disadvantageous situation, it was still better than going to war with the Kong family. Now that the news of the challenge had spread throughout Yuanyang City, if the Zhou family didn't accept the challenge, they would be looked down upon. Once the Liang family went to war, many people would stand on the Kong family's side and the Zhou family would fall into eternal damnation. This was something that no one wanted to see. "Is that Kong Yang very powerful? What's so special about him?" A voice suddenly broke the silence in the hall. The one who spoke was no one else but Jiang Chen. For him, his opportunity had come. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen. After knowing Jiang Chen's identity, no one dared to slight him. Not to mention he was now the savior of the Zhou family. "Jiang brother, although Kong Yang and I have been rivals for so many years, but I have to say that this person is very powerful. He cultivates the heavenly fire technique, which is the purest fire attribute technique and is incomparably fierce. Not long ago he obtained the essence of the scarlet flame python. If I were to fight with him, I would most likely lose." Zhou Yong shook his head and smiled bitterly. He wasn't trying to use others' morale to diminish his own prestige. It could be seen that Zhou Yong was a very honest person. What's more, this matter concerned the life and death of the Zhou family, so Zhou Yong didn't dare to joke around. A pure fire attribute cultivation technique? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. If that was the case, wouldn't he have fallen right into his trap? "Kaka, look at all of you frowning. The letter of challenge didn't say that the Zhou family must fight, and it didn't mention you, Zhou Yong. You can just ask Jiang Chen to fight on behalf of the Zhou family." De Huang Dog suddenly burst into laughter. He knew Jiang Chen's strength too well. With his current 8th grade combat king strength, he could fight against an ordinary 2nd grade combat emperor. Of course, it would be difficult for him to fight against an expert like Kong Yang, But unfortunately, Kong Yang cultivated a pure fire attribute cultivation technique. After Jiang Chen obtained the heavenly earth pure water, the water dragon seal would be able to restrain his heavenly fire technique, just like how his flames could restrain the devil. What? Everyone was stunned. They looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, then shook their heads. Jiang Chen was indeed a peerless genius who could kill a first-grade combat emperor, but Kong Yang wasn't an ordinary man. Even Zhui Yang wasn't a match for him, let alone Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen fought on behalf of the Zhou family, it would be the same as taking the Zhou family's life and death as a joke. That's right, Dad. Anyway, you are definitely not Kong Yang's match. Big Brother is a peerless genius. If he fights on behalf of the Zhou family, he will definitely beat Kong Yang to a pulp. Zhuoling said excitedly. She was very confident in her big brother whom she had just met, especially after witnessing the scene of Jiang Chen killing Kong Yan. She felt that her big brother was invincible and extremely handsome. Ling, don't be ridiculous. Zhui Yang glared at Zhuoling. This is the Zhou family's matter. It's not good for an outsider like me to stay here. Let's go and have a rest first. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Zhui Yang, then turned around and walked out of the hall. De Huang Dog followed closely behind him, and the last one was Tyrant. As soon as Tyrant walked out of the hall, he turned around and looked at Zhui Yang. Patriarch Zhou, let me give you a piece of advice. If the Zhou family wants to survive this crisis, it has to be Jiang Chen. A monk doesn't lie. Since Jiang Chen has walked out of the hall, you can only beg him to come back. After Tyrant finished speaking, he turned around and left. His advice was true. With the Zhou family's current situation, only Jiang Chen could deal with Kong Yang. Zhui Yang frowned again. Tyrant was the disciple of great master Ran Feng. His words wouldn't harm the Zhou family. Dad, you are all doubting Big Brother. Big Brother must be angry. Zhuoling pouted. Big Miss, this is a matter of life and death for the Zhou family. How can we hand this matter over to an outsider? That's right. Besides, although this Jiang Chen is a genius, he is only an 8th grade combat king. How can he deal with the terrifying Kong Yang? That's right. Young people are all arrogant and overbearing. They don't know how terrifying Kong Yang is. Recklessly participating in the battle will only cause us to lose the quota to enter the Nebula sect. With Ling Er's potential, as long as she is nurtured by the Nebula sect, she will definitely grow up quickly. Everyone voiced their opinions. They didn't agree with Jiang Chen representing the Zhou family. Although Jiang Chen had saved Zhuoling Er's life, it was a completely different matter now. After saying so much, can you find someone who can deal with Kong Yang? Even my dad can't do it. When the time comes and we fail, we won't be able to get the quota. Zhuoling Er's words made everyone speechless. He was right. Not to mention whether Jiang Chen could do it or not, the Zhou family certainly couldn't find someone who could deal with Kong Yang. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to get the quota and the result would be the same. Zhuoling angrily left the hall and went to find Jiang Chen. The Zhou family had prepared a courtyard for Jiang Chen in advance. After Jiang Chen left the hall, he went straight to the courtyard to find Jiang Chen. The atmosphere in the hall was still gloomy. Everyone was at a loss of what to do. Why don't we let Jiang Chen try? One of the combat emperor elders said. Although some of the other side, they didn't say anything. It seems like there is no other way. That young master is the disciple of great master Ran Feng. He said that we can only rely on Jiang Chen to help the Zhou family overcome this difficult situation. He certainly won't harm us. Besides, even if Jiang Chen loses, the result will be the same. Another elder of the War Emperor realm said. Now was not the time to be indecisive. But we are the dignified Zhou family. How can we send a combat king expert to fight? Moreover, he is an outsider. Won't we become a laughing stock? If we win, of course everyone will be happy. But if we lose, the Zhou family will never be able to raise our heads again. That's right. Besides, can an 8th grade combat king really deal with Kong Yang? Someone objected, thinking that it was too unreliable to send an 8th grade combat king. Patriarch, what do you think? Someone looked at Zhui Yang. When Jiang Chen left just now, his face was full of confidence. This means that he is confident that he can deal with Kong Yang. Otherwise, he should have declined after De Huang Dog said those words, because Jiang Chen is not a fool. He has just killed Kong Yan. What do you think will happen if he faces Kong Yang? Zhui Yang said. Kong Yang will want to eat him alive. If they face each other, Kong Yang will definitely kill him. Someone said. That's right. How can Jiang Chen not understand this? He won't play around with his life. Besides, this man is a rare monstrous genius. Perhaps he has some powerful means. I think we should let Jiang Chen represent the Zhou family. No matter the result, we should give it a try. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and said. He had made up his mind to let Jiang Chen fight. This was the only way because the Zhou family couldn't find anyone who could fight against Kong Yang. For the sake of the nebula sex quota, the Zhou family had to give it a try. The others didn't say anything. Although they were reluctant, they knew that what Zhou Yang said was the truth. They had no other choice but to give it a try. In a quiet courtyard of the Zhou family, Jiang Chen, Tyrant and De Huang Dog were sitting opposite each other. There was good wine on the table. 2 men and a dog were drinking to their heart's content. Zhou Linger, who had just arrived, was standing beside them. Big brother, can you really defeat Kong Yang? Zhou Linger looked at Jiang Chen with her big watery eyes without blinking. Little girl, your big brother can beat Kong Yang into a dead dog. A dead pig. De Huang Dog said. Big brother, can you fight for our Zhou family? The little girl squatted down, pulled Jiang Chen's sleeve and began to act like a spoiled child. Little girl, you don't have to worry about this. Jiang Chen said with a smile. How can I not worry? This is related to the life and death of the Zhou family. Zhou Linger suddenly became anxious. Go ask your father and those elders to come and beg Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen may be happy and agree. Tyrant said. Okay, I'll ask my father and the others to come. I believe big brother can defeat Kong Yang. Zhou Linger didn't know where her confidence in Jiang Chen came from. She only felt that Tyrant's words were true. If the Zhou family wanted to get through this crisis, only Jiang Chen could help them. Everyone was still in the meeting hall. Zhou Linger rushed in again and said, Father, big brother said that he has the means to defeat Kong Yang. Tyrant also said that we have to rely on Jiang Chen to get through this crisis. We have decided to let Jiang Chen fight. Go and ask Jiang Chen to come here. Zhou Yang said. Why didn't you stop big brother when he left? Tyrant said that if you want Jiang Chen to fight, you have to go and beg him. Chapter 605. What? Asking us to beg him personally? Isn't that too arrogant? Someone was extremely dissatisfied. They already felt that it was shameful to ask an outsider to represent the Zhou family. Now they had to ask him personally, which made them feel even more ashamed. That's enough. We are here to ask for help anyway. Zhou Yang stood up from his seat. The other 2 combat emperors also stood up and walked out of the hall. They weren't unhappy that they had to ask for help from Jiang Chen. On the contrary, the more arrogant Jiang Chen was, the happier they were because it meant that Jiang Chen was really confident in defeating Kong Yang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put on such an arrogant front. Geniuses were all arrogant, not to mention a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen. The Zhou family had offended him just now, so naturally they had to ask him personally. The Zhou family couldn't find anyone who could defeat Kong Yang, so they had to give it a try. All of their hopes were now placed on Jiang Chen. Although the other elders weren't satisfied, they still followed them to Jiang Chen's courtyard. Even the 3 combat emperors had gone, so what reason did they have to not follow? At the moment, in the courtyard, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Tyrant were still drinking to their heart's content. Little Chenzi, do you think they will come to you and ask for help? Tyrant asked. Do you think they will have any other choice other than to come to me? Jiang Chen smiled. His face was always full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. It was as if there was nothing that couldn't be solved in front of him. He always had a kind of magical power that attracted people around him. Don't worry, Zhou Yang is not a fool. Even if he doesn't believe that little Chenzi can defeat Kong Yang, he still has to give it a try, because the Zhou family can't find anyone who can defeat Kong Yang. De Huang Dog casually said while drinking. Big brother. Just as De Huang Dog's voice fell, the little girl's voice came from outside the courtyard. The little girl's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived at the courtyard. From the excited expression on her face, it was not difficult to see that the Zhou family had come to beg Jiang Chen. Not long after the little girl appeared, a large group of people from the Zhou family followed behind her. The 3 combat emperors were leading the group. The appearance of all these people was enough to show the sincerity of the Zhou family. Brother Jiang, the Zhou family offended you just now. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Jiang. When Zhou Yang saw Jiang Chen from afar, he cupped his fists and said with an ashamed look on his face. What are you talking about, Patriarch Zhou? Why would I care? It's just that it's not appropriate for an outsider like me to get involved in your family matters. Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. They didn't know why, but when they saw his expression, Tyrant and a Huang dog suddenly felt that Jiang Chen was more shameless than them. This guy was obviously scheming in his heart, but he was still able to keep his composure on the surface. Brother Jiang, you already know about the Zhou family's current predicament, so I won't beat around the bush. I hope that Brother Jiang can represent our family in this battle. No matter what the result is, the Zhou family will definitely give Brother Jiang some benefits. Zhou Yang said without beating around the bush. He knew that Jiang Chen was a smart man, so it was best for him to get straight to the point. I'm just an 8th grade combat king. Although I can kill a 1st grade combat emperor, I don't have much confidence in defeating an expert like Kong Yang. Jiang Chen shook his head and pretended to be in a difficult situation. Tyrant and a Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. They wanted to rush forward and leave a shoe print on this guy's face. He was too shameless. Big brother, if you don't want to fight, then my father will have to fight. If my father is defeated by Kong Yang, the status of our family in Yuanyang City will be lowered. Moreover, the 2 quotas will be taken away by the Kong family. At that time, the Kong family will have the support of the Nebula sect and our family will be finished. Big brother. Zhuo pulled Jiang Chen's arm and shook it. She was acting like a spoiled child in front of him. I know that Brother Jiang must have a way to deal with Kong Yang. As long as Brother Jiang is willing to fight, we can do whatever you want. Zhou Yang said. He could only place all of his bets on Jiang Chen's ability. Alright little girl, stop shaking my arm. You're going to make me fall apart. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and stood up from his seat. Big brother, you agreed? Zhuo jumped up high. Patriarch Zhou, I can fight for your Zhou family and I can guarantee that I will defeat Kong Yang. Jiang Chen never boast. Although that Kong Yang is strong, he will be finished if he encounters me. At that time I will kill Kong Yang and Yuanyang City will belong to your Zhou family. Jiang Chen said with a serious face. What? Kill Kong Yang? The elders of the Zhou family exclaimed. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost, including Zhou Yang. They were expecting Jiang Chen to defeat Kong Yang, which was already an extravagant hope. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to say that he would kill Kong Yang. Not to mention killing Kong Yang. As long as Brother Jiang can defeat Kong Yang, it will be a great favor to my Zhou family. Zhou Yang hastily clasped his fists and said. As a matter of fact, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could kill Kong Yang, but he felt that Jiang Chen wasn't a person who liked to boast. He must have some means to deal with Kong Yang. But I have a condition. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang, please say it. Zhou Yang said. This matter was related to the life and death of the Zhou family. Even if Jiang Chen put forward a big condition, he would definitely agree. After I kill Kong Yang, I want a quota to go to the Nebula sect. Jiang Chen said. This was his real purpose in coming to Yuanyang City. As for the battle with Kong Yang, Jiang Chen would definitely do his best to kill him, not just defeat him. Because he had killed Kong Yen before, Kong Yang hated him to the bone. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen would definitely eliminate the root of the problem, leaving no future troubles. This had always been his way of doing things. Zhou Yang was stunned. Even the others were stunned. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen would put forward such a condition. This condition was not a loss to the Zhou family at all. First of all, if Jiang Chen couldn't defeat Kong Yang, the Zhou family wouldn't be able to get a quota. If Jiang Chen defeated Kong Yang, the Zhou family would have a dominant position in Yuanyang City in the future. The Zhou family would still be able to get a quota. Even if they gave one to Jiang Chen, they still had one. For the younger generation of the Zhou family, only Zhuo was the most important. She was the Zhou family's biggest hope. As long as Zhuo could enter the Nebula sect, then everything would be fine. The remaining quota would be given to Jiang Chen. Moreover, if Jiang Chen and Zhuo entered the Nebula sect together as a big brother, he would definitely protect Zhuo. This would make the Zhou family worry less. After all, Zhuo was only 12 years old, she was just a child. The reason behind this was not only clear to Zhou Yang, but also to everyone in the Zhou family. If Jiang Chen entered the Nebula sect, it would only be more beneficial for the Zhou family. Good, if Jiang brother can really kill Kong Yang, then this quota will belong to you. With you and Linger entering the Nebula sect together, I will be very relieved. Zhou Xian immediately agreed. Wow, this is great. I am going to enter the Nebula sect with Big Brother. The little girl jumped up excitedly as if Jiang Qin had already defeated Kong Yang. Jiang brother, the day of the duel with Kong Yang is 3 days later. If Brother Jiang needs any preparation, please don't hesitate to tell us. The Zhou family will do our best to help Brother Jiang. Zhou Xian said. No need to prepare, just accept the duel in 3 days. Jiang Qin said casually. He didn't feel any pressure when facing Kong Yang. For him it was much easier to deal with Kong Yang than Zhou Xian. If Jiang Qin and Zhou Xian were to fight, Jiang Qin wouldn't have the slightest confidence to win. After all, he was only an 8th grade combat king. However, it was different when facing Kong Yang. Kong Yang's fire attribute skill was perfectly restrained by Jiang Chen's water dragon seal. The attribute of the heavenly earth pure water was not to be trifled with. In that case, Brother Jiang will cultivate in peace for the next 3 days. I will arrange for no one to disturb him. Zhou Xian said. Then he left with the Zhou family, leaving Zhou Linger behind. This little girl had turned into a piece of dog skin plaster. No one could drive her away. Apparently, this little girl was very much to De Huang's taste. He was having a lot of fun playing with her. De Huang, I heard that your head is very hard. How about letting me punch you? The little girl stood in front of De Huang and said seriously. She was rubbing her fist, eager to give it a try. Little girl, don't be so rude. You should call me Uncle De Huang. De Huang dog said. As soon as his voice faded, Jiang Qin gave him a flying kick on his face. How dare you take advantage of me? I will kick you to death. Jiang Qin said rudely. This little girl called him Big Brother, so De Huang dog was taking advantage of him. Hee hee, or you can call me Big Brother. De Huang dog smiled. Bang bang bang. After that, De Huang dog used his head to collide with the little girl's fists. The girl and the dog were having a good time in this courtyard. It was hard to tell who was winning. Little Qinzi, although this little girl is only 12 years old, the strength of each of her fists is enough to shatter a mountain. Can you tell what kind of divine physique she has? Tyrant asked. His eyes were full of surprise. One should know that there were not many people who could collide with De Huang dog's head. Zhou Ling, was obviously an exception. Her whole body is filled with boundless brute force. If I am not mistaken, the blood of the ancient barbarian tribe is flowing in her body. This blood is very scary. It has boundless strength. The more powerful it becomes. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. When Zhou Linger killed a 9th grade combat king with a single punch in Ranfeng Temple, he already knew that Zhou Linger had an extraordinary physique. This little girl was only 12 years old. Her future was immeasurable. Of course, in terms of genius, Jiang Qin was the real monster. Although he was 19 years old now, he was 16 years old when he was reincarnated. In other words, it took him 3 years to reach the 8th grade combat king realm from the Qijing realm. Such a frightening way of breaking through. If this news were to spread, it would shock the entire world. Chapter 606. The whole Yuanyang city was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone was discussing about the letter of challenge. Kong Yang was recognized as the strongest man in Yuanyang city. Even though Zhou Xian was also a 2nd grade combat emperor and the patriarch of the Zhou family, he wasn't Kong Yang's opponent. Therefore, most of the people thought that the Zhou family wouldn't accept the challenge. Once they failed, they would lose the qualification to enter the Nebula sect. Just when everyone thought that the Zhou family wouldn't accept the challenge, a message came from the Zhou family. The Zhou family had accepted the challenge. 3 days later, someone from the Zhou family would fight with Kong Yang on the life and death stage in the central square of Yuanyang city. The Zhou family accepted the challenge? Does Zhou Xian have the confidence to defeat Kong Yang? Zhou Xian has no choice but to accept the challenge. The news about the letter of challenge has spread across the entire Yuanyang city. If the Zhou family doesn't accept the challenge, their reputation will be tarnished and they will become the laughingstock of Yuanyang city. Kong Yang will seize the chance to attack the Zhou family. At that time, I'm afraid that half of the forces in Yuanyang city will join the Kong family and the Zhou family's doomsday will come. That's right. Whether it's for the Zhou family's reputation and survival or for the qualification to enter the Nebula sect, Zhou Xian has to accept the challenge. Although he can't defeat Kong Yang, his cultivation grade is very strong. It won't be easy for Kong Yang to kill him. The Zhou family has accepted the challenge. There will be a good show in the central square 3 days later. We can't miss it. It's a battle between two combat emperors. It will be very exciting. Of course. I heard that Kong Yang's heavenly fire art has been cultivated to the extreme. Not long ago he had obtained the fire seed of the scarlet fiery python. After refining it, his fire art became even more terrifying. We must witness the battle between these experts. It will be very beneficial to us. Discussions were everywhere. The whole Yuanyang city was in an uproar. It wasn't hard to imagine that the city wouldn't be peaceful from now until the battle 3 days later. The Kong family. Good. Just as I expected, Zhou Yang has to accept the challenge. As long as I defeat Zhou Yang and obtain the 2 quotas, the Kong family will grow faster. In a few years, the Zhou family will be eliminated from Yuanyang city. Alright, is that Xianxia still in the Zhou family? Kong Yang's face was filled with pride and excitement. He didn't forget about Xianxia. Xianxia went to the Zhou family from the temple and hasn't come out since. Xianxia, very good. Keep an eye on Xianxia's movements. I must kill him to avenge Kong Yang. Humph. Kong Yang harumphed. Flames shot out from his body. He was determined to kill Xianxia. Kong Yan's death must be avenged. 3 days flashed by. Yuanyang city had been bustling for 3 days. Finally, it was the most boisterous time. Early in the morning, the central square was already packed with people. Many of them probably hadn't slept the whole night. They were just waiting here to watch a good show. Yuanyang city was very spacious. There was a central square at the center of the square. It had a radius of 10 miles. At the center of the central square there were more than 10 battle stages. These stages were full of marks left by battles. For a long time, all the forces in Yuanyang city would come here to solve their conflicts. This place was the symbol of the glory of Yuanyang city. Every mark on the battle stages recorded the history of Yuanyang city. Suddenly there was a strong wave of qi in the sky. More than 10 silhouettes appeared in the sky and slowly descended to the center of the central square. The leader was a middle-aged man with red hair and a red robe. He looked like a fire god who had descended to the world. Every move he made was filled with an indescribable domineering aura. Look, the Kong family's people have arrived. That's Kong Yang. What a powerful aura. Even the energy waves emitted from his body are blazing hot. It's obvious that his fire attacks have reached a high degree of mastery. He's too strong. Kong Yang's grade has reached the peak of 2nd grade combat emperor. He's only a step away from the 3rd grade combat emperor. How can Zhou Yang be his match? After today's battle, the gap between the Kong and Zhou family will be revealed. It won't take more than a few years for Yuanyang city to be dominated by one family. The moment Kong Yang appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at him. The crowd parted to make a path for him. The people of the Kong family walked to the sidewalk and strode forward. Their faces were filled with arrogance. As the overlords of Yuanyang city, they had the right to be arrogant. No one dared to provoke them and they couldn't afford to provoke them. The people of the Kong family were led by Kong Yang to the front, the place closest to the battle stage. They were waiting for the arrival of the Zhou family. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the Zhou family still hadn't appeared. What's going on? Why hasn't the Zhou family appeared yet? Don't tell me they're too afraid to come? I don't think so. The Zhou family is the #1 overlord of Yuanyang city. If they don't dare to come, it will be a great disgrace to them. How can they stay in Yuanyang city in the future? Let's wait and see. Now that all the influential people of Yuanyang city have appeared, everyone is waiting for a good show. If the Zhou family doesn't show up, they will be courting death. The Zhou family didn't show up for a long time, which made many people impatient. More and more people looked down on the Zhou family. Everyone thought that the Zhou family was afraid, otherwise they would have shown up a long time ago. Just look at the Kong family, they came with great momentum, obviously full of confidence. At this moment, an imposing aura that was not weaker than the Kong family came from afar. It was the people of the Zhou family. Seeing the people of the Zhou family, the crowd let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, they had finally shown up. The leaders were 2 people, a middle-aged man and a young man in white. The middle-aged man was Zhou Xian. Many people knew him, but they had never seen the young man in white. There was no one like him in the younger generation of the Zhou family. Moreover, the fact that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Xian meant that he must have a high status. The people of the Zhou family were not weaker than the Kong family. There were dozens of people on both sides. Most of the top figures had shown up. This battle concerned the life and death of both sides. They all cared about it. The people of the Zhou family stood opposite the Kong family. Zhou Xian, I thought you didn't dare to come. Kong Yang looked at his old rival and couldn't help but say lung lung. The Kong family is shameless. They secretly sent people to destroy my temple and tried to kill my daughter. They are shameless to the extreme. This is the right time to settle this score. Zhou Xian said loudly. Let's not talk about whether or not he could defeat Kong Yang. As the patriarch of the Zhou family, he couldn't lose to his opponent. Bullshit. Kong Yan died in the hands of your Zhou family, causing my Kong family to lose a powerful combat emperor. This debt should be settled by my Kong family. Zhou Xian, since you have accepted the challenge, there is nothing else to say. Let's go to the battle stage and have a showdown. The winner will get 2 quotas to enter the Nebula sect. Zhou Xian said. Kong Yang said and jumped up to the high platform. He looked down at the crowd. His whole body was emitting a domineering aura that made people admire him. Zhou Xian, come up quickly. Don't waste time. There are so many people watching. If you are not afraid, you can just admit defeat and give up your spot. Kong Yang said loudly. Kong Yang, don't be too confident. The Zhou family will not let go of the spot. The Zhou family has accepted your challenge, but it won't be me, Zhou Xian, who will fight you. Zhou Xian said with a smile. What? Everyone, including Kong Yang, exclaimed. No one had thought that Zhou Xian would say such a thing. What's going on? Can the Zhou family find someone more powerful than Zhou Xian? Yeah, what is Zhou Xian planning? He is not going to fight personally. Even if he fought personally, he wouldn't be able to defeat Kong Yang, let alone the others. Everyone looked at the Zhou family, trying to find someone who could compete with Kong Yang other than Zhou Xian, but they were disappointed. It seemed that there was no one in the Zhou family who could defeat Kong Yang. Zhou Xian, are you joking with me? Is there anyone else in the Zhou family who can fight me? Kong Yang sneered. I didn't say that it must be someone from the Zhou family. The Zhou family has invited Xianxia to fight on behalf of the Zhou family. Zhou Xian said loudly. As soon as his voice faded, Xianxia took a step forward and jumped onto the stage, standing in front of Kong Yang. What? Are you kidding me? The dignified Zhou family asked an outsider to fight? This is too shameful. So he is Xianxia. I heard that he is a rare genius, a genius who once attracted many geniuses. Although he is only an 8th grade combat king, he has killed Kong Yan. His strength is unfathomable, but isn't it too childish to let him fight Kong Yang? The Zhou family has sent an 8th grade combat king to fight Kong Yang. This is ridiculous. Isn't this a typical case of breaking a jar? Although Xianxia is strong, how can he be Kong Yang's opponent? He can kill Kong Yan, but Kong Yang and Kong Yan are 2 completely different people. There is no comparison. Sai, it seems like the Zhou family is giving up on the duel. They have sent an outsider who they can't defeat. This Xianxia is the one who killed Kong Yan. If he fights Kong Yang, he will die for sure. Kong Yang will tear him into pieces. I really don't understand why he still wants to fight. Is he not afraid of death? Or does he think that he has the means to defeat Kong Yang? The scene suddenly became lively. No one had expected such a sudden change. Everyone's eyes fell on Xianxia, making Xianxia the center of attention. Chapter 607. This result was too unexpected. No one would have thought that the dignified Zhou family would find an outsider to fight on behalf of Kong Yang. It was understandable because the Zhou family couldn't find anyone who could fight Kong Yang. Even Zhou Yang would be defeated. Under such circumstances, it was normal for the Zhou family to find someone to fight on behalf of Kong Yang. This battle was related to the life and death of the Zhou family, and the letter of challenge didn't state that they couldn't find someone to fight on behalf of Kong Yang. However, why did they find an 8th grade combat king to fight on behalf of the Zhou family? Wasn't this a disgrace to the Zhou family? On the battle stage, Kong Yang's eyes fell on Xianxia. His eyes were about to shoot fire. He said coldly, "You are Xianxia?" "Yes, I am." Xianxia said indifferently. He knew that Kong Yang wanted to kill him, but today Kong Yang was destined to be disappointed. Seems like you are courting death. After killing Kong Yen, not only did you not choose to run away, but you also appeared in front of me and want to fight on behalf of the Zhou family. I don't know if you are stupid or overconfident, but since you are standing on this battle stage, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. I will give you a chance, kill yourself in front of me. Kong Yang's tone was gloomy. He didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes. With his status and cultivation, he wouldn't put an 8th grade combat king in his eyes. He was confident that he could kill Zhou Xian with one hand. Why don't you kill yourself in front of me? That will save us from wasting time. You are not my opponent anyway. Zhou Xian said casually. Many people started to curse him after hearing his words. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. He was so arrogant that there was no limit to his arrogance. They were afraid that only Zhou Xian would dare to ask Kong Yang to kill himself in front of the crowd. Ah good, what an arrogant kid. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today I will let you know the consequences of being arrogant. Kong Yang laughed out loud. He was completely amused. He felt that Zhou Xian's words were too funny. He swore that he would not let Zhou Xian die so easily. He would torture him until he begged for death. Zhou Yang, I didn't expect your brain to be this stupid. You actually let a madman with the same problem represent your Zhou family. In that case, I will kill this arrogant brat in front of everyone. My Kong family will easily get the quota of the Nebula sect. Moreover, this brat killed Kong Yen, so I can avenge Kong Yen and save myself the trouble of looking for him alone. Kong Yang's fiery red hair fluttered in the wind like a sea of fire. His aura was unparalleled, completely locking onto Zhou Xian, not giving him the slightest chance. Come on, big brother, beat him to death. The little girl was waving her fists and cheering for Zhou Xian. Her words of beating him to death made countless people feel dizzy. Sure enough, young people were frivolous. One was more arrogant than the other. That was Kong Yang. How could she beat him to death just like that? Swoosh. Kong Yang didn't want to waste any more time. With a sway of his body, he flew high up into the sky, followed by Zhou Xian. At their level, they had to leave the ground when they fought. Otherwise, the fluctuations of the battle would be extremely destructive. Zhou Xian, I heard that you triggered the heavenly tribulation when you were just a combat king warrior, turning the entire Liang province upside down. You can be considered as a powerful character. I will let you attack 3 times first. I want to see what kind of ability a genius who can trigger the heavenly tribulation has. Kong Yang said with a proud face. Let me attack 3 times, then I won't be polite. Zhou Xian's aura fluctuated. His palms were covered with dragon scales. Without saying anything, he attacked with the fire dragon seal. Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, a fire dragon that was hundreds of meters long was unleashed by Zhou Xian. The gigantic fire dragon danced in the air, creating a sea of flames in the sky. The crimson flames could even burn the void. The fire dragon seemed to have come to life as it fiercely rushed towards Kong Yang. What a powerful fire dragon seal. This Zhou Xian is indeed extraordinary, worthy of being called a genius. His fire attack seems to be even purer than Kong Yang's. The flames contained in this fire dragon are of the purest Yang attribute, and their quality is even more terrifying than Kong Yang's flaming fierce python. Zhou Yang's expression changed. With his unique vision, he could tell how powerful Zhou Xian's fire dragon seal was at first glance. His confidence in Zhou Xian couldn't help but increase. What a powerful attack. I didn't expect Zhou Xian's fire attack to be even purer than Kong Yang's. No wonder he has the confidence to defeat Kong Yang. Too bad his cultivation grade is a little weaker. Although this Zhou Xian is only an 8th grade combat king, he's not easy to deal with. If Kong Yang really allowed Zhou Xian to attack 3 times, he would be looking for trouble for himself. Sure enough, he is just like what the rumor said. He is a monstrous genius. Perhaps today's battle will be worth watching. Many people were discussing about the battle. As the saying goes, an expert's skill would be known the moment he made his move. Before Zhou Xian attacked, everyone thought that he wouldn't be able to withstand Kong Yang's attack. But now, his chi was so powerful that even a first-grade combat emperor would be killed on the spot by the fire dragon seal. This had changed their impression of him. A person who could turn the entire Liang province upside down must have some tricks up his sleeves. Of course, the one who was shocked the most was Kong Yang himself. His pupils enlarged as the fire dragon approached him. He had cultivated the heavenly fire art, so his perception of fire was much stronger than ordinary people. What surprised him was not only the powerful attack of the fire dragon, but also the flames contained in it. What a powerful flame! It's so strong that it's like the origin of the world. It's so much stronger than my scarlet fiery python's flame. It seems like I won't be able to kill him easily. I want to obtain his flame. If I can fuse such a pure flame like Xianxia's into my heavenly fire art and refine it, I will gain endless benefits. My cultivation grade will immediately break through to the 3rd grade combat emperor, maybe even the 4th grade combat emperor. At that time, annihilating the Zhou family will be as easy as blowing off dust. Kong Yang's heart was filled with greed. The flame was too important to him. Xianxia's flame made him jealous. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon was already in front of him. Kong Yang snapped out of his reverie. Only now did he realize how terrifying the fire dragon's attack power was. Even with his own strength, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately struck out with his palm, and a ball of fire shot out, colliding with the fire dragon. Hong long. The void shook, the space was torn apart. The shock waves of the battle were like thunder. One had to admit that Kong Yang was indeed powerful. A simple palm strike was enough to destroy Xianxia's powerful fire dragon seal. This was the huge gap between their cultivation grade. Shameless. Didn't you say that you would give him 3 moves? Shameless. If you can't afford it, then don't. Shameless. Shameless. De Huang Dog was howling from below. His voice was so loud that everyone could hear him clearly. How shameless, shameless, too shameless. Zueling Air and De Huang Dog were indeed like-minded. They didn't want to let go of any chance to mock their opponent. Many of them recalled that Kong Yang had indeed said that he would give Xianxia 3 moves, but he had already blocked the first move. As one of the overlords of Yuanyang City, he didn't keep his word. This was indeed a joke. Patriarch Zhou, did you hear that? If you can't afford it, then don't. Don't embarrass yourself. You should know that you are not only embarrassing yourself but also the Kong family. Xianxia's face was filled with relief. Kong Yang's facial expression turned ugly, but he couldn't say anything. It was shameful for him to go back on his words, but he didn't expect Xianxia to be so powerful. That fire dragon seal was enough to kill a 1st-grade combat emperor. If he didn't defend himself, he would be severely injured if he was hit by the fire dragon. Xianxia's face turned pale. Humph. I will take you down first. Kong Yang humphed coldly. He was going to take the initiative to attack. Losing his face was no big deal. As long as he could get Xianxia's flame, it would be enough to make up for his loss of face. Chapter 608. Kong Yang was infuriated. Although he still didn't put Xianxia in his eyes, he didn't underestimate him anymore. Everyone could see that a thick layer of flame armor had formed on the surface of Kong Yang's body. Scorching energy rushed out from his body, forming a sea of fire in the sky. The faces of the Zhou family members didn't look good. Although Xianxia was also a cultivator of the fire art, there was still a huge gap between him and Kong Yang. Now Kong Yang was going to use his heavenly fire art to fight against Xianxia. No one knew if Xianxia could withstand it. Kong Yang's hands that were covered with raging flames kept moving. A 3-meter fireball was formed. The fireball carried an endless destructive force. The void was cracked by the scorching heat. Heavenly fire energy. Kong Yang suddenly let out a loud roar. The huge fireball turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Xianxia crazily. Apart from the destructive power of the fireball, the most terrifying thing about it was its high temperature. The heat wave was so hot that it made it hard for people to breathe. It was the first time for many people to see Kong Yang in action. The strongest man of Yuanyang City, his attack was indeed extraordinary. It had a domineering aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Many people held their breath, wondering how an 8th-grade combat king like Xianxia was going to resist the huge fireball. What a good Kong Yang. It's not easy for him to cultivate the heavenly fire art to this level. If I didn't absorb the heavenly earth pure water, I wouldn't be his opponent even if I was an 8th-grade combat king. Too bad the gap between his flaming python and the heavenly earth pure water is too big. The attribute of the flaming python will be suppressed by the heavenly earth pure water. A smile appeared on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Facing the powerful fireball, there was no sign of nervousness on his face. He slowly raised his arm. Blood-red dragon scales emerged on his arm. Then the surface of the dragon scales was covered with a silver-white frost. Water dragon seal. Jiang Qin shouted. The yuan force in his body was boiling. He pushed his palm forward and a silver-white water dragon rushed out with a roar. The moment the water dragon appeared, the temperature of the entire sky dropped. The void was frozen. Wherever the water dragon went there was frost. Even the people who were standing far away from it could feel the bone-chilling cold. When the water dragon appeared, the heat wave released by Kong Yang was dispersed. When the heat wave came into contact with the cold qi, it was as if the heat wave came into contact with the heaven and earth. Roar. The huge water dragon roared again and again. It opened its bloody mouth and under everyone's shocked gazes, it swallowed the fireball in one gulp. The originally blazing fireball was completely suppressed after meeting the water dragon. It couldn't even display half of its full power. The cold qi of the true water was too strong, enough to destroy any fire in the world. Just the suppression of the attribute had reduced the fireball's power by more than half. Rumble. After the water dragon swallowed the fireball, it exploded, turning into specks of cold light and disappearing without a trace. However, the air was still filled with a bone-chilling coldness. There was no longer any feeling of heat. The explosion just now had shaken Kong Yang, causing his body to sway and his face to pale. But compared to the shock he felt, the changes in his body were nothing. His eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Qin as if he was looking at a ghost. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He clearly used fire at the beginning. How could it turn into such a cold water seal? Cold and heat are two completely different attributes. Water and fire are incompatible. How could he fuse fire and water into his body? Kong Yang was truly shocked. Those who cultivated the heavenly fire technique had the best understanding of attributes. No matter how special a person's physique was, it was impossible to integrate two opposite attributes of fire and water into one's body without causing a conflict. This was simply unimaginable. Moreover, due to the extreme coldness of his opponent's cold attribute, it was a great restraint on his heavenly fire technique, making it hard for him to exert half of his power. This had greatly reduced the gap between the two of them. This made Kong Yang feel extremely depressed and aggrieved. My God, what did I just see? Is that a water dragon? It's a water seal that contains the extreme coldness attribute. It's too scary. I felt as if I had fallen into an ice cave. It was extremely cold. Jiang Chen's attribute was the nemesis of Kong Yang's heavenly fire technique. Did you guys see that? Jiang Chen had the upper hand in the exchange just now. This is too shocking. He seemed to have casted the fire dragon seal. It was a pure fire attribute. Now he has casted the extreme coldness attribute of water. My God, how did he do it? These two opposite attributes were able to fuse into his body at the same time. This is unbelievable. No wonder he is a monstrous genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation. This Jiang Qin is too scary. He already has the strength to kill a first-grade combat emperor. Now his attributes are restraining Kong Yang. It's hard to tell who will win this battle. No one wasn't shocked. Jiang Chen's performance was too shocking. This battle that was supposed to be a one-sided battle suddenly became full of suspense. Many of the spectators were interested in the battle. No one dared to say that Kong Yang would be able to kill Jiang Chen. A being who could fuse both fire and water attributes into his body, no one could predict what kind of miracle he would create. Ah, good, very good. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so scary. He is able to fuse both the fire and water attributes. Amazing, truly amazing. Zhou Xian was very excited. The people of the Zhou family were the most excited ones. This is amazing. I didn't have any confidence in Jiang brother at the beginning, but now it seems like the result is still uncertain. That's right. No wonder Jiang brother is so confident. Even if his true body's combat strength isn't as strong as Kong Yang's, it is able to restrain his heavenly fire art. That is to say, when fighting against Jiang Chen, Kong Yang can only use half of his combat strength. Under such circumstances, Jiang brother's chance of winning has increased greatly. Yeah, we were doubting Jiang brother's strength before, but now it seems like we shouldn't have. The reason why Jiang brother dared to accept the challenge is because he has great confidence in himself. The elders of the Zhou family were beaming with joy. Although Jiang Chen hadn't defeated Kong Yang yet, His performance had given them hope. Big brother is the best. The adorable Zhou Ling waved her fists and cheered for Jiang Chen. In the sky, Jiang Chen stood calmly in front of Kong Yang. What he wanted to do today was to kill Kong Yang, not to defeat him. But to kill Kong Yang, even with the restriction of his attribute, was not an easy task. Because Kong Yang's strength was too strong, there was an insurmountable gap between him and Kong Yang. Therefore, if Jiang Chen wanted to kill Kong Yang, he couldn't be hasty. He wanted to completely disturb Kong Yang's mind, make him collapse mentally and then kill him. Therefore, he hoped to see Kong Yang's flustered and exasperated expression. Kong Yang, I said that you are not my opponent. If you kill yourself now, I will give you a chance so that you won't suffer endless humiliation later. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Bastard. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Kong Yang, who was already irascible and hot-tempered, became enraged. Layers of fire waves rushed out from his body, forming a sea of fire once again. But feeling the cold air lingering in the air, Kong Yang's flames were clearly weaker than before. Jiang Chen, don't think that you can defeat me just because you can restrain my flames. Such a thought is ridiculous. Today I will let you know the gap between us. Although water can extinguish fire, it also depends on how strong the fire is. Kong Yang was completely enraged. His fiery red hair fluttered in the wind. Once again he raised both of his palms and activated the heavenly fire technique to the extreme. His hands constantly formed strange seals and a huge fire wheel gradually formed. Heavenly fire wheel. Along with Kong Yang's roar, a fire dragon dozens of feet long rushed out. The fire wheel was like an indestructible barrier, capable of crushing everything in the world. Everywhere it passed, the void cracked inch by inch and terrifying cracks appeared. The destructive power of the fire made people's souls tremble. In front of my heaven and earth true water, all flames will be extinguished. Jiang Chen's face was calm. No matter how powerful Kong Yang's attack was, his fire technique would be greatly restrained. Jiang Chen's white robe fluttered, dragon claws appeared again. The 35,000 dragon marks in his body rippled, providing endless energy to Jiang Chen. This time Jiang Chen shot out 3 water dragons. Roar, roar, roar. The water dragons roared. Each of them was dozens of feet long. It was as if a real dragon had descended. The 3 water dragons surrounded the fire wheel and attacked it. The cold air released by the 3 water dragons extinguished a large amount of flames. The momentum of the celestial fire wheel was weakening rapidly. It was as if it had met its natural enemy. The 3 water dragons roared again, their long bodies directly entangled the fire wheel. Fire and water were incompatible. The explosion caused by such a collision was undoubtedly huge. The void was directly destroyed and turned into a piece of chaos. Although the heavenly fire wheel was incomparably powerful, it ultimately could not resist the restraint of the 3 water dragons. Under the attack of the 3 water dragons, it gradually turned into nothingness. At this time the 3 water dragons had not completely dissipated. They turned around and rushed towards Kong Yang. What? Chapter 609. While the audience was in an uproar, everyone was shocked once again. This time the shock was like a thunderstorm. If Jiang Chen had the upper hand just now, it was an accident because Kong Yang didn't use his full strength. Then this time it wasn't an accident anymore. The same accident wouldn't happen twice. Kong Yang's powerful combat skill was destroyed by Jiang Chen again, and the injury he suffered was more serious than before. Everyone could see it clearly. My God, Kong Yang was defeated again. Judging from his appearance, he isn't a match for Jiang Chen at all. Kong Yang is really a tragedy. If we are talking about combat strength, Jiang Chen is definitely not his match. But Jiang Chen's water attribute skill has restrained Kong Yang's heavenly fire art. It is obvious that Kong Yang couldn't even use half of his strength when fighting against Jiang Chen. This is really frustrating. It's hard to believe. If Kong Yang is defeated by Jiang Chen today, he will become the biggest joke in Yuanyang City. Kong Yang must have other powerful skills. He hasn't used his combat weapon yet, but he has an emperor weapon in his hand. With the help of the heavenly fire art, he will have a chance to turn the situation around. At this time, the people of the Zhou family were completely excited, especially those who didn't think highly of Jiang Chen and thought that it was risky to let Jiang Chen represent the Zhou family in the battle. They felt that it would be a disgrace to the Zhou family. At this moment, all the worries in their hearts were gone. They were secretly glad that the patriarch didn't listen to their opinions. Otherwise, the Zhou family would fall into eternal damnation, and they would become the sinners of the Zhou family. Compared to the Zhou family's happiness, the faces of the people of the Kong family darkened. No one had thought that Xianxia would be this strong. Kong Yang, who was a peak second-grade combat emperor, wasn't a match for him. Even if it was because of the element restraint, it was still shocking. After all, Xianxia was only an 8th-grade combat king. How could this happen? Patriarch won't lose to Xianxia, right? Don't talk nonsense. Patriarch hasn't shown all of his skills yet. Although Xianxia is monstrous, he is just an 8th-grade combat king. I believe Patriarch can defeat him. Although the people from the Kong family said so, they didn't have any confidence in their hearts. The disparity between the performance of the two people in the sky was too great. Xianxia stood there in the sky in a white robe, looking calm and composed. He didn't look like he was here to fight but to play. His face was brimming with confidence. Compared to Xianxia's calmness, Kong Yang's performance was far inferior. At this moment, not only was Kong Yang injured, but his mind was also in chaos. In such a decisive battle, once one's mind was in chaos, it would be the most terrifying. How is it? I've already said that you're no match for me. Xianxia continued to speak indifferently. He knew that every word he said could pierce Kong Yang's fragile heart. What kind of water is that? Why is it so terrifying? Ordinary water can't have such a terrifying effect on my heavenly fire art. Although Kong Yang couldn't wait to pounce on Xianxia and tear him into pieces, he still asked curiously. He really didn't know what kind of water could have such a terrifying effect on him, making him unable to fight an 8th-grade combat king. You want to know, but I won't tell you. This is my trump card. Xianxia said with a smile. Humph. Xianxia, do you think you can defeat me just because you have the ability to suppress me? You're too naive. My skills are not limited to this. I don't believe that your water dragon can last forever. You should know that using such a powerful combat skill will consume a lot of energy. When your energy is depleted, it will be my time to kill you. Kong Yang harumphed coldly. A cold smile appeared on his face. Really? You can give it a try. Xianxia almost laughed out loud. Kong Yang thought for a while and came up with such a trick. He wanted to fight a battle of attrition. This was too funny. Perhaps in Kong Yang's point of view, he was a second-grade combat emperor. His yuan force was much stronger than Xianxia's, and his recovery speed was faster. Xianxia was an 8th-grade combat king. Continuously using such a powerful combat skill would consume a lot of energy. Kong Yang didn't believe that Xianxia could keep using the skill, so he wanted to kill him after his energy was depleted. This was a good plan, but it wasn't the case. If Xianxia was an ordinary person, Kong Yang's plan would be successful. Unfortunately, Xianxia, who cultivated the dragon transformation skill, was an abnormal monster. The 35,000 dragon marks in his body could provide him with endless energy that could never be depleted. Anyone who wanted to fight a battle of attrition with Xianxia would only end up in tragedy. Kong Yang moved again. His body was engulfed in flames. He struck out the heavenly fire revolving wheel once again, dashing towards Xianxia. This time Kong Yang changed his fighting style using guerrilla warfare. He would immediately change his position after striking. He felt that in front of Xianxia, not only did he have the advantage of yuan force, he also had the advantage of speed. He didn't believe that a puny 8th-grade combat king could be compared to him in terms of speed. Unfortunately, he was disappointed again. The following battle was completely messed up. Kong Yang kept attacking Xianxia, but Xianxia remained calm and collected. It seemed like he didn't have any other moves. He only used the water dragon seal, continuously colliding with Kong Yang's attacks. As for speed, with the help of the spatial shift and the 9 phantom wolves, Xianxia's speed wasn't inferior to Kong Yang's, it was even more terrifying. The two of them had been fighting intensely for half an hour. Every time Kong Yang was struck by Xianxia's water dragon seal, he would be restrained by Xianxia's water dragon seal. At this moment, besides the strong impact, Kong Yang was sweating profusely. His mind was in a mess. He had the urge to vomit blood. They had been fighting for half an hour. He, a second-grade combat emperor, was exhausted, but Xianxia was still as if nothing had happened. he kept waving the water dragon seal as if it didn't cost him anything. Motherfucker, is this kid a monster? Kong Yang couldn't help but curse. At this moment his mind was in a mess. He couldn't care about his image anymore. This Xianxia is too terrifying. Kong Yang obviously wanted to exhaust Xianxia to death, but he didn't expect that he would be the one who exhausted himself. What kind of monster is this Xianxia? Is his energy really inexhaustible? Can it be that it will never be exhausted? Who would have thought that it would be like this? If the battle continues like this, I'm afraid that Kong Yang won't get anything good today. He's really an anomaly. His attribute is the bane of Kong Yang's life. It's really bad luck for Kong Yang to encounter him. At this point in the battle, everyone could see that Kong Yang was on the verge of death. If this situation continued, he would be defeated by Xianxia sooner or later. The gap between them wasn't just a matter of attribute restraining each other. Energy, speed, and mentality. Xianxia had the upper hand in all of them. Kong Yang was going to be defeated. Unless he had a more terrifying trump card, there was no way he could turn the situation around. Big Brother is so powerful, Big Brother is amazing. The little girl rode on Da Huang Dog's neck and shouted. The Zhou family members were all smiles. Xianxia was about to win. They didn't care whether Xianxia could kill Kong Yang or not as long as he could get the quota to enter the Nebula sect. In the sky, Kong Yang finally stopped his actions. His whole body was filled with anger. It could be said that at this moment his state of mind was completely chaotic. He couldn't see the situation clearly. If Kong Yang was a smart person, he would have directly admitted defeat or turned around to leave. Xianxia wouldn't be able to make him stay. But as the current head of the Kong family, his face was more important than anything else. Right now he only wanted to kill Xianxia and save his face. He didn't want to run away or admit defeat. In his heart, this was what Xianxia wanted to see the most. This was Xianxia's ultimate goal. This kid is a monster. He has an inexhaustible amount of energy. I can't continue fighting like this or else I will be the first one to fall. Seems like I have to use my strongest attack to kill him. Kong Yang's eyes were filled with flames. He didn't forget to kill Xianxia. He swung his arm and a 3-meter-long fire-tipped spear appeared in his hand. As soon as the fire-tipped spear appeared, it made a crackling sound. The scarlet flame covered the entire spear. When the spear moved, a powerful emperor's chi overflowed, shaking the void. This was a powerful emperor weapon. Kong Yang had never thought that one day he would use his fire-tipped spear against an 8th-grade combat king. Xianxia, it is your honor to die under my heavenly fire spear art. Kong Yang shouted. The long spear produced a buzzing sound and dashed toward Xianxia. Xianxia's expression didn't change. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the surface of the sword was covered with a layer of frost. With Xianxia's ability, he could fuse the water dragon seal and the heavenly saint sword together. Even if Kong Yang used his emperor weapon, he would still be restrained by Xianxia. Swoosh, the heavenly saint sword let out a whistling sound. Like a long dragon, it dashed toward Kong Yang's fire-tipped spear. Although the heavenly saint sword was only a king weapon, its grade had reached the peak of king grade. The power that it emitted wasn't any weaker than an ordinary emperor weapon. Honglong. 2 terrifying combat weapons collided with each other, tearing the void apart. As expected, due to the great restraint of the heavenly and earth pure water, even if Kong Yang used his emperor weapon, he was pushed back by Xianxia once again. My chance has come. Chapter 610. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, 9 identical Xianxias appeared in the torn void. 9 Xianxias held swords at the same time with Kong Yang trapped in the middle. 9 Xianxias charged towards Kong Yang with the same posture. What? Kong Yang's expression changed dramatically. Just like everyone else who had died under Xianxia's 9 phantom wolves, his mind was in a complete mess. If he was at his peak, he would be able to tell which one was Xianxia, but unfortunately he was in the worst condition he had ever been in his life. It was impossible for him to tell which one was Xianxia's real body at first glance. Heavens, what kind of trick is this? How many terrifying tricks does this Xianxia have up his sleeves? Is this a doppelganger technique? No, this should be an extremely mysterious movement skill. I wonder if Kong Yang will be able to resist it. Look, they are fighting each other. Once again, everyone was shocked by Xianxia's means. Their understanding of Zhou Xian was subverted again and again. His tyrannical means were simply endless. The most shocked ones were naturally the Zhou family members. Not only were they shocked, they were also very happy, especially Zhou Xian. He deeply felt that his decision was a wise one. Kong Yang died. When Zhou Qian's heavenly saint sword was about to collide with Kong Yang, he once again let out a roar. 9 Zhou Qians roared at the same time. Their roars were mixed with the eagle cry of the 9th heaven, causing Kong Yang, who was already in a mess, to panic again. Arg! Kong Yang screamed. In desperation, he could only choose to attack indiscriminately like those who had fought against the 9 phantom wolves, but in this way his combat strength was divided. He had already suffered heavy injuries from Zhou Qian's crazy attacks, and now that his combat strength was divided, coupled with the fact that Zhou Qian's heavenly saint sword was covered with the aura of heaven and earth pure water, which firmly restrained Kong Yang's heavenly fire art, how could he be a match for Zhou Qian? Boom! Kong Yang's attack had destroyed all of Zhou Qian's doppelgangers, but the real Zhou Qian's attack had also arrived. The heavenly saint sword carried an endless amount of power from top to bottom without any fancy moves. It destroyed the power of Kong Yang's fire-tipped spear. Puchi. Zhou Qian's speed was just too fast, coupled with the fact that Kong Yang was confused by the 9 phantom wolves. He no longer had the chance to block Zhou Qian's real attack. One of his arms was directly cut off, blood spurting out from his mouth. Fortunately, Kong Yang's reaction was fast. If he had been any slower, his whole body would have been cut in half. Kong Yang was scared out of his wits. He truly felt the terror of Zhou Qian. He felt the threat of death looming over him. How could he dare to be the slightest bit slow? The fire-tipped spear tore through the void and his body flashed into it. As a dignified patriarch, Kong Yang finally chose to escape at the last moment of life and death. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to escape now. With his current strength, there was no chance for him to escape from Zhou Qian's hands. Zhou Qian revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Immediately he struck out the true dragon palm, enveloping Kong Yang completely and pulling him out from the void. Well, the crowd was in an uproar again. This time many people were shocked to the extreme. Kong Yang was defeated, completely defeated. Kong Yang is finished. He is now in the hands of Zhou Qian. He doesn't even have the ability to resist. I never thought that the dignified Yuanyang city's strongest warrior would be defeated so thoroughly. This Zhou Qian is too terrifying. Do you guys think that Zhou Qian would dare to kill Kong Yang? I think he would. Zhou Qian is a ruthless and cruel person. He was able to turn the entire Liang province upside down. He is not a person who can be trifled with. Moreover, the hatred between him and the Kong family has already been irreconcilable. If Kong Yang were to be let go, wouldn't it be a great disaster? Although he has lost an arm, he is still a combat emperor. Sounds of discussion were heard. Everyone felt that today's battle was too thrilling and the ending was unexpected. Many of them guessed that Zhou Qian would kill Kong Yang because he wasn't afraid of the Kong family's revenge. If he could kill Kong Yang, why would he care about the Kong family? Moreover, as long as Kong Yang was dead, it meant that the Kong family was finished. At that time, Zhou Qian wouldn't even need to do anything. The Zhou family would eliminate the Kong family. Zhou Qian, I admit defeat, please don't kill me. Kong Yang quickly begged for mercy. In front of death, his face was worthless. His life was the most important thing. I didn't allow you to admit defeat. Zhou Qian's eyes revealed 2 rays of cold light. He didn't plan to let Kong Yang go from the beginning. Now that Kong Yang was in his hands, only death awaited him. Presumptuous. How dare you kill our patriarch? A first-grade combat emperor of the Kong family shouted and flew up to the sky. The higher-ups of the Kong family did the same. It seemed like they were going to join forces to deal with Zhou Qian. Humph. Do you think there's no one in the Zhou family? Zhou Yang harumphed coldly. He wasn't an idiot. Now that Zhou Qian had created an advantageous situation for the Zhou family, he naturally wanted to make use of it. The people of the Zhou family flew up at the same time, blocking the path of the Kong family. Everyone listen up, capture all the people of the Kong family. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy. Zhou Yang's words had decided the fate of the Kong family. 3 days ago Zhou Qian had killed Kong Yan and today he had captured Kong Yang. Now the Kong family only had 1 first-grade combat emperor left. How could they fight against the Zhou family? Zhou Yang was a second-grade combat emperor. He alone was enough to wipe out the entire Kong family. Arg! Before the people of the Zhou family could act, a blood-curdling scream was heard from the sky. Jiang Chen's attack was ruthless and merciless. He had beheaded Kong Yong with a single slash. The dignified patriarch of the Kong family, the #1 man in Yuanyang City, had died tragically on the battle stage in the central square. Perhaps Kong Yong had never dreamt that he would die in the hands of an 8th-grade combat king. He didn't expect that the prosperous Kong family would be annihilated just like that. Kong Yong was dead. The people of the Zhou family unleashed their powerful qi. With Sui Yang as the leader, they surrounded the people of the Kong family. At this moment, the faces of the people of the Kong family were pale. There was no qi left, including the 1st-grade combat emperor. All of them had given up on resisting. They knew very well that if they resisted they would be killed immediately. Kong Yang was dead, the Kong family's power was gone, there was no chance for them to make a comeback. Capture everyone. 6th brother, bring your men to occupy the Kong family. From today onwards, there will only be the Zhou family in Yuanyang City, there will be no more Kong family. Zui Yang's voice shook the entire city. He had sentenced the Kong family to death. The battle had ended. Yuanyang City had experienced the biggest shock in its history. Everyone had witnessed the fall of the Kong family. Kong Yang had died in the battle. All the higher-ups of the Kong family had been captured by the Zhou family. The rest of them were chased out of Yuanyang City. From now on, the Kong family would no longer exist in Yuanyang City. The Zhou family had become the strongest family in the city. Who would have thought that it would end like this? However, Kong Yang was the one who asked for it. He was the one who started it. If he didn't take the initiative to issue the challenge, this wouldn't have happened. The main reason is that Jiang Chen is too scary. He was only an 8th-grade combat king, but he was able to kill Kong Yang, who was at the peak of 2nd-grade combat emperor. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, no one would believe it. In my opinion, the Kong family only has themselves to blame. They were greedy and wanted to get the 2 quotas to enter the Nebula sect. They secretly ambushed the Ranfeng monastery, wanting to kill the little monster of the Zhou family. The monastery was completely destroyed. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, I'm afraid that Zhou Ling heir would be dead. The Zhou family is really lucky to be able to befriend a genius like Jiang Chen. Yuanyang City was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing about the annihilation of a major power in an instant. Zui Yang was decisive. The moment Jiang Chen killed Kong Yang, he had already sentenced the Kong family to death. He didn't give them any chance to react, especially those higher-ups. They didn't even have the chance to escape. Zui Yang was very decisive. The Zhou family was decorated with lanterns and streamers. They were celebrating non-stop. Not only were they celebrating the conquest of Yuanyang City, they were also celebrating Zhou Ling heir's entry into the Nebula sect. In the meeting hall, Jiang Chen and Tyrant were treated as distinguished guests. They were sitting at the same level as Sui Yang. Even the 2 combat emperors were sitting below them. It was the first time for the Zhou family to be seated in such a position. However, no one felt that it was inappropriate. No one was dissatisfied because they had witnessed Jiang Chen's performance. Not to mention how much Jiang Chen had done for the Zhou family, Jiang Chen's terrifying strength made him qualified to sit there. At this moment, the Zhou family was looking at Jiang Chen with gratitude and respect. They knew very well that without Jiang Chen's help, the Zhou family wouldn't stand a chance, let alone killing Kong Yang. Perhaps the Zhou family would end up like the Kong family. To the Zhou family, such a great kindness was something that they couldn't repay. To Jiang Chen, helping the Zhou family was also helping himself. The reason why he left Liang province for the central region of Xuanyu was to enter the Nebula sect. The 4th fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword had appeared. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to remain indifferent. It belonged to him, so he had to find a way to get it back. As an outsider, it was extremely difficult for him to enter the Nebula sect. Fortunately, Yuanyang City was allocated 2 slots, which solved the problem of Jiang Chen entering the Nebula sect. Zui Yang took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen's great kindness to the Zhou family is something that we can never repay. Most of these things were plundered from the Kong family. Brother Jiang Chen, you must accept them. Chapter 6:11. Jiang Qin happily accepted the universe world. Zhou Xian was also happy. He offered the universe world to Jiang Qin and didn't suffer any loss. It was equivalent to returning a favor to Jiang Qin, so why not? Young Master Jiang is really a rare genius. With only an 8th grade combat king, he killed Kong Yang. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I think the most terrifying thing is that young Master Jiang was able to fuse the two opposite elements of fire and water into his body without any repulsion. Such an ability is unheard of and unseen. Jiang brother is the benefactor of our Zhou family. Now our Zhou family has conquered the entire Yuanyang city and destroyed the Kong family. All the credit goes to young Master Jiang Qin. The Zhou family's higher-ups were talking one after another. Their faces were blooming with smiles, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Qin. They had completely forgotten how they objected to Zhou Yang's decision to let Jiang Qin represent the Zhou family. Of course, Big Brother is the strongest. When I arrive at the Nebula sect in the future with Big Brother here, no one will dare to provoke me. Zhou Ling stood beside Jiang Qin and said proudly, as if the one who killed Kong Yang wasn't Jiang Qin, but Zhou Ling. Although Zhou Ling and Zhou Ling had only known each other for 3 days, they felt like old friends at first sight. Zhou Ling was very fond of this ridiculously powerful Big Brother. As for Jiang Qin, he was a loner in his previous life. In this life he had a father, brothers, friends and a lover. He was missing a sister. Zhou Ling was weird and adorable. Jiang Qin was very happy to have a sister like her. Men should have blood, flesh and emotions. Only then would their lives be colorful. Jiang Qin suddenly felt that he had been a martial arts fanatic in his previous life. Although he had reached the level of the greatest saint in the world, he had lived his life in vain. By the way, the envoy from the Nebula sect will arrive in 7 days and bring you to the Nebula sect. Ling, although you are talented, you are still too young and your cultivation is not very strong. The Nebula sect is a big force in Xuanyu where geniuses gather. When you get there, don't try to show off. Zhou Xian said solemnly to Zhou Ling. He was very clear about his own woman. Although this little girl was only 12 years old, she was a truly eccentric person. She wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Even if she were to join the Nebula sect, it would be very difficult for him to not worry about her. However, the Nebula sect wasn't an ordinary sect. It was one of the 5 major sects in Xuanyu. It was a place where geniuses gathered and countless combat emperors were present. Yes, father. Zhou Ling pouted her lips. Brother Jiang, when we arrive at the Nebula sect, I will leave Ling in your hands. Zhou Xian cupped his fists at Jiang Qin. Rest assured, patriarch. I will not let Ling get hurt. Jiang Qin smiled. When he thought about entering the Nebula sect 7 days later, Jiang Qin couldn't help but look at Tyrant, who was sitting quietly at the side, and said, Tyrant, I want to go to the Nebula sect. What are your plans? Jiang Qin could bring De Huang Dog with him to the Nebula sect, but he couldn't bring Tyrant along. Even if he wanted to, Tyrant wouldn't go with him. He was a true disciple of the Buddha sect and it was impossible for him to join other sections. Moreover, his trip to the Nebula sect was equivalent to an undercover mission. He had a specific goal. Now that Ranfeng Monastery has been repaired, I want to stay in the monastery for a period of time. The epiphany last time had a great impact on me. I need a quiet environment to meditate. I seem to have sensed the essence of the lotus scripture that my master has imparted to me. Ranfeng Monastery is closer to the Zhou family, so we can meet each other if anything happens. Tyrant said. He had already thought about what he was going to do next. Even if Jiang Qin didn't go to the Nebula sect, he was going to meditate in Ranfeng Monastery for a period of time. This was his master's monastery, so it was the most suitable place for him to meditate. Hearing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog nodded. They had seen Tyrant's epiphany with their own eyes. The epiphany had a great impact on Tyrant. Tyrant indeed needed a certain amount of time to meditate and digest the epiphany. Tyrant had the Saraira and the 9-yang Lesrond pill, so his physique was extraordinary. Once he completely digested the epiphany, he might be able to directly advance to the Combat Emperor realm. To Tyrant, this was a good thing. Coincidentally, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were going to the Nebula sect. It was best for Tyrant to stay in Ranfeng Monastery. This is great. If Ranfeng Monastery has great Master Ranfeng's disciple, it will be our Zhou family's greatest honor and fortune. Zhou Xian was overjoyed. The Zhou family had always worshipped Great Master Ranfeng, but they had never seen Great Master Ranfeng in person. Now that Great Master Ranfeng's disciple had arrived, they were naturally excited. For the next few days, Xianxia stayed in the Zhou family, enjoying a rare moment of peace. The one who gained the most in these 7 days was De Huang dog. This dog was the real weirdo. Perhaps it was because he felt pressured following Xianxia and Tyrant. He slept for 7 days in a row. When he woke up, he actually broke through and reached the peak of the 8th grade Demon King realm. However, after De Huang dog had reached this level, it was obvious that he still had some energy left. Xianxia quickly took out a large amount of 9 solar holy water and poured it into De Huang dog's body, allowing De Huang dog to break through the bottleneck of the 9th grade Demon King realm, becoming a true 9th grade Demon King. De Huang dog had the body of a dragon horse. His innate ability was very strong. After reaching the 9th grade Demon King realm, the dragon horn on his head had obviously grown bigger, making him look even more mystical than before. Even a 1st grade combat emperor wouldn't be a match for De Huang dog, who had reached the 9th grade Demon King realm. 7 days later, 2 palm-sized jade plates suddenly appeared in the sky above Yuanyang City. The jade plates were milky white in color, emitting rays of light. The word Xing was engraved on them. Look, what's that? That's the identity jade plate of the Nebula sect. The Nebula sect is recruiting new disciples this time. They want to give Yuanyang City 2 inner sect disciple quotas. They said that they would send an emissary to pick them up, but the emissary didn't come. The identity jade plate appeared on its own. I wonder how many people dream of obtaining this jade token. That belongs to the Zhou family. Who would dare to take it? The appearance of the jade plate had attracted countless gazes and astonishment. As long as one had this jade plate, he or she would become a disciple of the Nebula sect. It was a great honor. However, no one dared to have any evil thoughts when they saw the jade plate because it belonged to the Zhou family. It wasn't their turn to take it. Moreover, the reason why the Nebula sect dared to directly release the jade plate was that they weren't afraid that someone would dare to take it. Because after arriving at the Nebula sect, there would be other tests. The annual recruitment of disciples by the Nebula sect usually started from the outer sect disciples. As for the inner sect disciples, they would directly give the quota to a certain region. To put it bluntly, the inner sect disciples were all geniuses from different regions. For example, in Yuanyang City, only geniuses like Zhuoling had a chance. A big hand suddenly appeared in the sky above the square, covered the 2 jade plates and then disappeared. The sky once again returned to its original tranquility. Almost without guessing, everyone knew that this big hand came from Zhou Xian, the current #1 person of Yuanyang City. In the meeting hall of the Zhou family, a group of high-ranking officials had gathered. Xianxia and Zhuoling were also invited. The incident of the jade plates appearing in Yuanyang City was known by everyone. Jiang brother Ling, the messenger of the Nebula sect, didn't show up. The identity jade plate of the Nebula sect was sent to Yuanyang City. This is the symbol of your identity. From now on, you are the disciples of the Nebula sect. This is a great honor. Zhou Xian passed the jade plates to Xianxia and Zhuoling respectively. Good. Our Zhou family is going to bring honor to our ancestors. Ling has a special physique and talent. She is a 9th grade combat king at the age of 12. Such talent is unique even in the whole of Xuanyu. Now that she has joined the Nebula sect, the future of the Zhou family will depend on her. A respectable elder said with a smile on his face. To the Zhou family, this was a great honor. But the messenger didn't show up. You will have to go to the Nebula sect by yourselves. There is a message in the jade plate that requires you to arrive at the Nebula sect within 10 days. If not, your identity jade plate will be taken back. Zhou Xian said. Dad, with the speed of Big Brother and I, we will reach the Nebula sect in less than a day. We don't even need 10 days. But this Nebula sect is really stingy. They said that they would come to welcome us, but they didn't come. They don't put me in their eyes. The little girl's arrogant manner caused a burst of laughter in the hall. Ling although you are the #1 genius in Yuanyang City, the Nebula sect is one of the biggest powers in Xuanyu. There are countless geniuses and masters in there. You better restrain yourself when you arrive at the Nebula sect. Zhou Xian said to Zhuoling in a very serious manner. Oh yes, I haven't finished the message on the jade plate. The reason why the Nebula sect didn't send a messenger this time and ask you to go there personally and gave you 10 days is because there is a purpose. Recently, a large number of demonic beasts have appeared in Huangling Desert. They are wreaking havoc everywhere, killing a lot of businessmen and making the Huangling Desert even more foul. The Nebula sect wants you to immediately go to the Huangling Desert and kill the demonic beasts after you get the jade plate. At that time, you will be rewarded according to the number of demonic beasts killed. If someone can kill the leader of the demonic beasts, the benefits will be huge. This is a test for you. Hearing this, Jiang Qin and Zhuoling Air suddenly understood. The Nebula sect was one of the biggest powers in Xuanyu. It was indeed not an easy thing to enter. From the moment you got the jade plate, the competition had already begun. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He liked excitement and competition. The more intense the competition, the more fun it was. Therefore, he went to the Nebula sect not only for the broken heavenly saint sword but also for his own growth. Chapter 6:12. Isn't it just killing demons? It's a piece of cake. Zhuolinger waved her tender fists, looking like she couldn't wait any longer. Linger, don't be careless. Demons are cruel and tyrannical. They are extremely difficult to deal with. You must be extremely careful. Zui Yang scolded. He couldn't do anything about his thick-skinned daughter. This time, going to the Nebula sect, he was also very worried. Although Zhuolinger was talented, she was still too young and ignorant of worldly affairs. Her mind was still very pure. This kind of person was the easiest to suffer losses. Fortunately, there was Jiang Qin following, which made him feel a lot more at ease. Zui Yang could see that Jiang Qin really liked the little girl. Patriarch is right. Demons are different from ordinary demonic beasts. Demons are demonic beasts that have been demonized, or even people who have been demonized. They are also different from the demonic cultivators of the devil sect. Devil cultivators only practice demonic cultivation, but their nature is still human. But after demonization, although their nature is still human and demonic beasts, their nature is no different from a real devil. They have completely lost their humanity. Plus, after being demonized, their flesh and nature will change. They are extremely tyrannical and difficult to deal with. Jiang Qin said. In this world there were many different species, and demons and devils were the most detestable and hated species. They weren't devils, but due to some reason they had fallen into the path of evil, and in the end they were demonized by their filthy thoughts. Once the demonization factor appeared, they would become true demons and devils. Although their bodies weren't devils, their minds were no different from devils. In other words, demons and devils were much scarier than real devils. The blood fiend that Jiang Qin dealt with was a kind of demons. Brother Jiang is right. This time a large number of demons have appeared in Huangling Desert. If we don't get rid of them, the demons will wreak havoc and more demons will appear. Therefore, your trip to Huangling Desert is actually a very dangerous test of life and death. The Nebula sect is a big force in Xuanyu. If you want to make a name for yourself, you must experience life and death experiences again and again. All along, every successful leader has been honed through all kinds of life and death experiences. Zui Yang's earnest teachings to his daughter could be said to be on point as a father. Since it's so dangerous, the Nebula sect should send someone to bring us along. Otherwise, if someone doesn't go to the Huangling Desert and casually takes 2 demon spirits, wouldn't they be able to get away with it? Zhuoling asked curiously. Do you think the Nebula sect is stupid? If you dare to deceive the Nebula sect, you have to be tired of living. Let me tell you, the name Nebula sect is a deterrent in Xuanyu. Moreover, after you obtain the jade token, you must permeate your spiritual will into it. The jade token will record all your whereabouts before you head to the Nebula sect. You will know when you see it. Zui Yang said. Jiang Qin and Zhuolinger each separated a strand of their divine senses and penetrated into the jade pendant. Immediately they established a certain connection with the jade pendant. With a simple movement of their divine senses, the jade pendant disappeared and entered the space of their qi si. Patriarch, there's no time to lose, let's set off now. Jiang Qin stood up and cupped his fists towards Zui Yang. Alright, I'll have to trouble brother Jiang Qin to take care of Linger. Zui Yang cupped his fists in response. Towards Jiang Qin, he didn't dare to neglect him. Tyrant, you stay in Ranfeng Monastery and meditate. If there's anything, I'll get to Huang to look for you. Jiang Qin patted Tyrant's shoulder. Alright, be careful when you arrive at the Nebula sect. Tyrant said. Others might not be able to see through Jiang Chen's thoughts, but he could guess a thing or two. Based on Jiang Chen's personality, he wouldn't easily join any sect because he was used to being unrestrained. Now, in order to go to the Nebula sect, he didn't hesitate to turn Yuanyang City upside down. There must be a purpose for him to go there. When they left Liang province, they didn't have any purpose. After seeing the master of the Nebula sect fighting with someone, they decided to go to the Nebula sect. Tyrant guessed that Jiang Chen might have taken a fancy to the sword of the master of the Nebula sect. Others joined the Nebula sect for the sake of bringing glory to their ancestors and for the sake of their own future. They treated the Nebula sect as a sacred place. However, Jiang Chen had an ulterior motive. If things went on like this, Jiang Chen would sooner or later fall out with the Nebula sect and become their enemy. This was what Tyrant was worried about. Of course, although Tyrant was worried, he was still very confident in Jiang Chen's strength and means. No matter what kind of situation he encountered, he would be able to solve it easily. All along, those who went against Jiang Chen didn't seem to have a good ending. Moreover, Jiang Chen had a lot of trump cards. He still had the source of combat strength talisman given by Great Master Ran Feng. It would be very difficult for ordinary people to kill him. Later, Jiang Chen left Yuanyang City with Zhuolinger and De Huang Dog, heading towards the Huangling Desert. He couldn't bring Tyrant along when he joined the Nebula sect, but he could bring De Huang Dog along. Even in the Nebula sect, many people had the habit of raising pet beasts. Some of them even captured powerful beasts as their mounts. Waha, it seems that the Nebula sect is going to be lively soon. This is great. The more exciting it is, the more fun it will be. De Huang Dog laughed while carrying Zhuolinger on his back. This dog was the one who wanted to see the world in chaos. Moreover, based on his understanding of Jiang Chen, wherever Jiang Chen went there would be no peace. This had been proven by his journey. From the mountain range of origin to the eastern continent, and then to the Liang province of Xuanyu, Jiang Chen had left his mark of domination. Thinking of the path that Jiang Chen had taken, De Huang Dog couldn't help but think of the overbearing northern and southern dynasties. This guy wanted to take the road of domination and emperor. Unfortunately, he met Jiang Chen, which was a tragedy. Big brother, where is the Huangling Desert? I heard that the desert is located in a remote area. It should be a barren land, but treasures often appear in the desert. There are also all kinds of strange rocks, so it attracts many merchants and chambers of commerce. This has also led to the constant bandits and thieves in the Huangling Desert. I didn't expect that there would be demons here. Zhuolinger looked at Jiang Chen. As the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, she naturally needed to know about some places in the Divine Continent. However, she was only 12 years old. She rarely went out of Yuanyang City, let alone the Huangling Desert. It is indeed a barren land. The Huangling Desert is incomparably vast. There are not only deserts but also mountains. Its area is comparable to the chaotic ocean. We don't have to rush. We can arrive in half a day. Jiang Chen said that he used to travel around the world. He knew all the famous places in the major regions. How do you know everything? It's like you've been there before. De Huang Dog glanced at Jiang Chen. He felt that there was nothing in this world that Jiang Chen didn't know. However, De Huang Dog was already used to it. If someone could find something that Jiang Chen didn't know, De Huang Dog would be truly surprised. Big brother, how many inner disciples do you think the Nebula sect will recruit this time? Zhuolinger asked. For a major power like the Nebula sect, most of their inner disciples are promoted from the outer sect. The quota of inner disciples they recruit from the outside is very small, which leads to intense competition. Take Yuanyang City for example, there are only 2 quotas. The 2 major powers are fighting for these 2 quotas. I'm guessing that the Nebula sect won't offer too many quotas. There are 5 major powers in Xuanyu and the Nebula sect is only one of them. There are many regions that they can't penetrate into, but I'm afraid that those who are selected will be at the terrifying 9th grade combat king. The Nebula sect is directly recruiting powerful geniuses. As long as they perform well, they will be valued by the sect. So little girl, you have to work hard. Jiang Chen patted Zhuolinger's head and said. In his eyes, Zhuolinger's talent was comparable to the geniuses of the ancient families in the Pure Land. A 12-year-old 9th grade combat king, no matter where she was, she would be an anomaly. She appeared in a place like Xuanyu because Sui Yang loved his daughter so much that he didn't want to promote her. If not, she would have been taken away by the major powers. Now that she was 12 years old and had reached the 9th grade combat king, Zhou Xian decided to let her join the major powers for further training. Don't worry, I will sweep away all the geniuses of the Nebula sect. I will protect you. If anyone dares to bully Big Brother, I will punch him until his teeth fall all over the floor. Zhuolinga waved her fists. She was like a bully. Xianxia was speechless. The little girl wasn't a big person, but she had a big mouth. She hadn't even entered the gate of the Nebula sect, but she was already thinking of sweeping away all the geniuses. Along the way, 2 men and a dog were playing and joking with each other. The eccentric Zhuolinga's participation had undoubtedly brought Xianxia a lot of fun, especially when the little girl and the Huang dog were like-minded. With such a combination, no matter how long the journey was, they wouldn't feel lonely. While flying towards Huangling Desert, Xianxia could feel powerful qi from time to time. Sometimes he would even encounter some provocations from those qi, but Xianxia didn't bother to pay attention to them. These powerful qi should be the same as us. They are the geniuses chosen by the Nebula sect from different regions. Just like what I guessed, all of them are 9th grade combat kings. The Nebula sect directly accepted them into the sect. It's much easier to cultivate them compared to those outer sect disciples. Xianxia smiled. Big Brother, that guy dared to provoke us just now. Should we go and beat him until his teeth fall all over the floor? Zhuolinga was eager to have a go at it. She looked like she was ready to fight. Linger, you are still a girl. Can you not be so barbaric? Why do you want to beat him until his teeth fall all over the floor? The Huang dog couldn't help but say. What is gentleness? Zhuolinga asked seriously. Xianxia and the Huang dog staggered and almost fell from the sky. It seemed that talking about gentleness with Zhuolinga was a big mistake. Chapter 6:13. Although the journey was easy for them, their speed was still very fast. It only took them half a day to reach Huangling Desert in the evening. After they got out of a mountain range, they were greeted by a wave of heat wave. It was so hot that they could squint their eyes. The whole climate had changed. A boundless desert appeared in front of them. The range of this desert was so vast that they couldn't see the edge of it even with their eyesight. The strong wind was whistling above the desert. From afar they could see a violent sandstorm with deafening roars. This was the huge Huangling Desert. Not every part of this place was a desert. There were many mountains in the desert, but they were all barren. Is this the Huangling Desert? The weather is really bad. Zhuolinga said with a frown. Such a strong demonic qi. It seems like this place isn't that peaceful. The Huang dog was wagging his sturdy tail. His eyes were glowing. He couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that he would be able to fight the ferocious demonic qi soon. The Huang dog had already advanced to the 9th grade demon king. An ordinary 1st grade combat emperor was no match for him. His combat strength was ferocious. Any ordinary demonic qi that met him was courting death. Whoosh, whoosh. From time to time, a ray of light could be seen flashing from the sky into the Huangling Desert. It seemed like the new disciples of Nebula sect had arrived. Let's go in. Xianxia nodded and took the lead to fly into the desert. Swoosh! After flying for about 1,000 miles, a sharp ray of light suddenly shot out from below, aiming at Zhuolinga who was in the sky. This light was yellow, the same color as the desert. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. There is a demonic qi hiding underground. You are courting death. Zhuolinga reacted and swung her fist at the light. Be careful, this light is poisonous. Xianxia's speed was much faster than Zhuolinga's, and he managed to disperse the light before Zhuolinga could get close to him. After that, Xianxia unleashed the true dragon palm and grabbed towards the ground. The gigantic dragon claw covered an entire area, and with a forceful pull, a 10-meter-long poisonous scorpion was pulled out by the true dragon palm. The scorpion's skin was the color of sand, and it was hidden underneath the ground, almost blending into the desert, making it very difficult to be discovered. This scorpion was an extremely poisonous creature, and it was extremely frightening. However, it was obvious that this scorpion's cultivation was still too weak, and it hadn't even reached the Combat King realm. Being controlled by the gigantic dragon claw, it kept struggling but to no avail. The scorpion kept spitting out poison, but it was useless against the dragon claw. Xianxia was the least afraid of poison. Big Brother, just kill it. It looks so disgusting. Zhuolinga said with a frown. Jiang Qin exerted his true dragon palm and crushed the scorpion with a ka-cha sound. After that he released a ball of fire, burning the scorpion until nothing was left. As for the scorpion's demon soul, Jiang Qin wasn't interested in it. A demon soul that hadn't even reached the Demon King realm was useless to him. Besides, Jiang Qin didn't need the poison from the scorpion's body. Big brother, although the scorpion is poisonous, I can still kill it easily. You don't need to do anything. Zhou Ling was complaining about Jiang Qin's action. Cough cough, I forgot that Ling is also very powerful. Jiang Qin coughed twice. He only felt that the light was poisonous, so he acted decisively, fearing that Zhou Ling would be hurt. However, he neglected the fact that Zhou Ling was a 9th grade combat king. A small scorpion couldn't pose any threat to her. This scorpion wasn't a demonic creature, it was just a beast that lived in the desert. However, it was still extremely ferocious. Huangling Desert was too big and they didn't meet anyone along the way. Honglong. After flying for another 1,000 miles, the ripples of a battle could be felt in front of them. Jiang Qin and Zhou Ling looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They decided to go forward and have a look. Not far away from them was a sand dune. On the back of the sand dune, there were more than 10 people fighting each other. In the middle of the sand dune there was a huge demonic creature. Its skull was smashed, a big hole was dug out and its demon soul was taken out. Both sides were wearing the same clothes, blue robes with stars engraved on their chests. These people weren't very strong, but they were all combat kings. The weakest was a 5th grade combat king and the strongest was an 8th grade combat king. There were 7 people in one of the groups. The leader was an ordinary-looking young man, and there was a woman who was dressed very sexily. Her breasts were straight and her skin was fair. Although she couldn't be compared to Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu, she was still considered a beauty. On the other side there were only 4 people. The leader was a young man. He had a full beard and looked ferocious. He was also an 8th grade combat king, but he had reached the peak of the 8th grade combat king realm. From the surface, it seemed like the side with more people was afraid of the side with fewer people. Nonsense, don't cross the line. This demonic creature was killed by us. What does the demon soul have to do with you? The sexy woman said, her tone was filled with anger. We have also helped this demonic creature. If it wasn't for us, Lan Yi, do you think you can defeat this demonic creature? Hand over the demon soul. The bearded elder's name was Hu Lai. He had a faint smile on his face. His eyes fell on the enchanting body of Lan Yi, looking her up and down. Are you kidding me? We have already defeated this demonic creature and now you have appeared. It is obvious that you want to snatch our prey. Even without you, this demonic creature will still die. The leader of the group was very angry, but he seemed to be afraid of Hu Lai. His words didn't have much confidence. Lin Kong, I advise you not to go against me. You won't have a good ending. Hu Lai shouted at Lin Kong. He didn't put Lin Kong in his eyes. Hu Lai, we have come to Huangling Desert for training. We will go our separate ways. Why do you have to go against us for a demon soul? Lan Yi wanted to get mad, but he knew that Hu Lai wasn't someone to be trifled with. He could only swallow his anger. So what if I can't go against you? Either you hand over the demon soul to me or you stay with me for a night. What do you think? Hu Lai's eyes were shining with obscene light. He didn't hide his intention at all. His naked eyes swept across Lan Yi's body. Ha! Hey, the 3 people behind Hu Lai burst into laughter. Lan Yi was furious, but he suppressed his anger. Senior sister Lan Yi, why don't you give him the demon soul? His brother is on the earth ranking. We can't afford to offend him. A disciple behind Lan Yi said. Lan Yi, as long as you agree to stay with me, I can guarantee that you will have a bright future in the Nebula sect. This is a great opportunity. I don't know how many of the female disciples in our sect are interested in me. Hu Lai had an obscene smile on his face. He was ugly to begin with, so this kind of smile was even more disgusting. Big brother, this bearded man is so disgusting. I can't stand it anymore. At this moment, a voice came from behind the hill. Hu Lai turned his head and shouted. Someone actually dared to say that he was disgusting. He must be tired of living. In the Nebula sect, no one dared to go against him. Everyone looked over, wanting to see who was so daring to say such a thing. They saw a young man in white walking out from behind the hill. Beside him was a 12-year-old girl. The little girl looked like a porcelain doll. She had a ponytail and was very cute. She walked with her head held high and looked quite imposing. Beside the little girl was a De Huang dog. This dog looked very majestic. It was even more majestic than an ordinary horse. It was extremely rare. You bearded man, how dare you look at a girl like that? You're really shameless. You're too disgusting. I vomited 3 times before I walked out. Zhuo pointed her finger at Hu Lai and said arrogantly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, especially Hu Lai himself. He felt as if he was dreaming. A little Lolita who came out of nowhere actually dared to point at his nose and scold him. How could this be? This was the rhythm of a rebellion. The others were also secretly worried for the little girl. Which family did this little girl come from? She was too daring. Moreover, why did a little girl come to a place like Huangling Desert for no reason? Didn't the adults in her family tell her that this place was very dangerous? However, hearing the little girl scolding Hu Lai, Lan Yi and the others were incomparably happy in their hearts. In their hearts, they were incomparably fond of the little girl. Little girl, what did you say? Hu Lai reacted and became angry on the spot. She said that you're disgusting. Motherfucker, you're really too disgusting. Even Master Dog couldn't help but want to vomit when he saw you. You still dare to come out and meet people like this. Your courage is still very commendable. I admire you. De Huang Dog's mouth was the most sarcastic in the world. For people like Hu Lai, De Huang Dog wouldn't be polite in the slightest. Where did this dog come from? Do you want to die? A disciple beside Hu Lai pointed at De Huang Dog and shouted. Frem. How dare you shout in front of Master Dog? Do you believe that I won't fart you to death? De Huang Dog glanced at that disciple. The disciples of the Nebula sect came to Huangling Desert to train and kill demons, but you guys are fighting amongst yourselves because of a demon spirit. What a disgrace. Jiang Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said. He could already tell that these people in front of him were the inner court disciples of the Nebula sect. It seemed that the disciples of the Nebula sect who came to Huangling Desert to train were not only the newly recruited disciples, but also the inner court disciples. What made him a little speechless was that these disciples were fighting amongst themselves instead of killing demons. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? Do you want to die? Another disciple beside Hu Lai pointed at Jiang Chen's face and said. I hate people pointing at my face the most. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. Wow. Chapter 6:14. Who are you? How dare you attack a disciple of the Nebula sect? Hu Lai said coldly. Although he could tell that this young man wasn't someone to be trifled with, he wasn't afraid of him. Firstly, he was an 8th grade combat king, which gave him a certain level of strength. Secondly, he was a disciple of the Nebula sect. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to disrespect the Nebula sect, unless that person was tired of living. I am also a disciple of the Nebula sect. Jiang Qin flipped his palm and the jade plate appeared. Hu Lai and the others immediately understood Jiang Chen's identity when they saw the jade plate. As a disciple of the Nebula sect, the identity jade plate couldn't be mistaken. No one would dare to use the identity jade plate of the Nebula sect to make a fake one. Are you the new inner disciple of the sect? I didn't expect that you would come here to participate in the training before joining the sect. Lan Yi greets senior brother. Lan Yi slightly bowed to Jiang Qin. It wasn't a secret that the Nebula sect was recruiting a small number of inner disciples. The reason why she was so polite and respectful to Jiang Qin was because she knew that the inner disciples that the Nebula sect recruited this time were of the highest quality. There were many rare geniuses in each province and most of them came from different provinces. Due to the small number of disciples they recruited, the competition was very intense. Those who could enter the sect were undoubtedly the strongest. Perhaps only 9th grade combat kings had the chance to enter the sect. In addition, Jiang Chen's snort was able to severely injure a 5th grade combat king. She could feel a slight pressure from Jiang Chen. It was obvious that his strength was above theirs. It was reasonable for her to call him senior brother. Lan Yi, you are too courteous. Jiang Chen smiled casually. So you are a newcomer. Since we are all from the same sect, I won't argue about what happened before. As long as they return the demon soul to me, I will let it go. Hu Lai's attitude changed when he saw Jiang Chen's jade plate. However, he was still strong and determined to get the demon soul back. Otherwise he would lose his face. You are Hu Lai, you really live up to your name. You are called Hu Lai, you really live up to your name. Today I will teach you a lesson. In this world, the things belong to whoever obtains them. Right now, the demon spirit is in their hands, so it belongs to them. If you have the ability, you can go and snatch it, but your luck is not too good because you met me. I don't like to meddle in other people's business, but sometimes I will still meddle. To put it bluntly, I don't like to see you. In the words of the two of them, you look too disgusting, so I advise you to quickly disappear from my sight before I get angry. Xianxia squinted his eyes and said to Hu Lai. It was hard to have a good impression of someone, but it was easy to hate someone. This bearded man in front of him was the most annoying one. What did you say? It seems like you don't know who I am. Kid, don't be so arrogant because you have some tricks up your sleeves. The Nebula sect isn't a small place like yours. You better apologize to me right now, or else I will let you know what regret is. Hu Lai was infuriated. He felt that he had given enough respect to this guy in front of him, but not only did this guy not appreciate it, he even wanted a foot after giving him an inch. This was intolerable. In the whole Nebula sect, even a 9th grade combat king would have to be polite to him. Slap! Before Hu Lai could finish his words, a slap landed on his face. This slap was so powerful that he spun 3 times on the spot. Xianxia's action was too fast, so fast that Hu Lai couldn't react in time. Cough! Hu Lai coughed violently, spitting out 2 teeth that were stained with blood. You dare to hit me? Hu Lai's words were unclear. His anger made him lose his mind temporarily, and he dashed toward Xianxia. Get lost. Xianxia let out a loud shout, then he forcefully kicked out his leg. The kick landed right on Hu Lai's huge face. Hu Lai let out a painful howl, then he was sent flying back a few hundred meters before he landed heavily on the desert ground, creating a huge crater. After that he fainted. Hiss! The rest of the disciples of Nebula sect gasped. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Xianxia. This young man was too strong. Hu Lai, who was at the peak of 8th grade combat king, couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. More importantly, he dared to hit Hu Lai. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. However, they were delighted that Hu Lai was beaten to such a state. They had dreamt of such a scene many times in their hearts. I forgot to tell you, I hate it when people show their identity in front of me. Xianxia glanced at Hu Lai, who was lying on the ground, and said with disgust. What's your name? One of the disciples who followed Hu Lai asked. His voice was trembling, it was obvious that he was afraid of Xianxia. Xianxia. Xianxia told them his name. He didn't plan to hide his identity. It was unnecessary since he was going to enter the Nebula sect soon. Alright Xianxia, when this training ends and you enter the Nebula sect, you will be finished. Someone will come and settle the score with you. No, in this desert someone will come and settle the score with you. The disciple left some harsh words, then quickly carried the fainted Hu Lai and disappeared. The other 2 didn't dare to stay any longer, they quickly followed. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your help. Lin Kong cupped his fists at Xianxia, the others did the same. Although Xianxia had just become a disciple of the Nebula sect and hadn't even been to the Nebula sect, they still had to call him brother. For a big sect like this, it was never according to the order of entry, but according to the strength of the person. It's okay. If I don't like it, I have to take care of it. Xianxia smiled, he didn't care. However, Brother Jiang hit Hu Lai, it's a big trouble. Lan Yi frowned. She was extremely grateful to Xianxia. Xianxia was full of hot-blooded manliness. It was a kind of magical attraction to any woman. Lan Yi was no exception. Just now, the scene of Xianxia standing up for her and waving his hand to hit Hu Lai made her feel very happy. She couldn't help but have an inexplicable good impression of the man in front of her. Of course, this was her business, not Xianxia's. Lan Yi felt that Xianxia was new and didn't know anything about the situation in the Nebula sect. It was necessary to let him know some things. What big trouble? Tell me. Xianxia said, his face full of indifference. His brother, Hu Song, is ranked 2nd on the Earth board, and not long ago he even advanced to the War Emperor realm. Although the Earth board has not been re-ranked yet, he is already recognized as the 1st on the Earth board, and will be promoted to a core disciple soon. Hu Song has a good relationship with the core disciples and is not to be trifled with. If you hit Hu Lai, Hu Song will definitely not let this matter rest. In the inner sect there are very few people who dare to provoke Hu Lai. Someone said. Xianxia nodded his head. He had roughly guessed this situation. An arrogant and despotic person like Hu Lai must have a backer. Otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. What is the Earth Board? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't dare to be interested in Hu Song, but was more interested in the Earth Board. Senior Jiang has just become a disciple of the Nebula sect, so he doesn't know much about the Nebula sect. The Nebula sect has a total of 2 boards, one is the Heaven Board and the other is the Earth Board. The Heaven Board is the core disciples list and it is too far away from us. The Earth Board is the inner disciples list and it will be re-ranked every year. The sect created this list to stimulate the disciples to train and compete, and those who are able to enter the top 10 of the Earth Board are all geniuses among geniuses, and will be valued by the sect. The blue-robed man explained. The Nebula sect was a major power in Xuanyu, and it had countless genius disciples. One could imagine how intense the competition for the Earth Board was, and those who could enter the Earth Board were undoubtedly geniuses with extraordinary talents. Hu Song was already ranked second in the Earth Board before he became a combat emperor. Now that he had become a combat emperor, he would be ranked first in the Earth Board and soon he would become a core disciple. That's right, that Hu Song is very powerful. Senior Jiang has beaten Hu Lai today, so I'm afraid that Hu Song won't let this matter rest. Also, Hu Song might come to participate in the Huangling Desert's training. It is said that there is a combat emperor demon king in this desert, and if you can kill it, the sect will reward you with an emperor elixir. This pill is very beneficial to combat kings. If a 9th grade combat king consumes the emperor elixir, he will immediately break through to the combat emperor realm. Even an ordinary combat king who consumes the emperor elixir can immediately break through to the combat emperor realm. Also, this mission is only for the inner disciples, and core disciples are not allowed to participate in it. Those powerful missions on the Earth Board have already been fully prepared, and some of them have already joined forces to prepare their trump cards to kill the demons and obtain the emperor elixir. I heard that Hu Song is coming as well. Although he is a combat emperor, he hasn't officially become a core disciple yet, so he is still qualified to participate in the training. Lin Kong said. When he mentioned Hu Song, his tone was filled with fear. The emperor elixir is no longer useful to a combat emperor. Isn't it a waste of time for Hu Song to participate in the training? Jiang Chen said. He was very interested in the emperor elixir. This pill was extremely difficult to concoct, and the main reason was that the ingredients needed were very special. Even he didn't have the ingredients to concoct the emperor elixir. This pill didn't have any side effects to the cultivator, and it could unconditionally increase the cultivator's level by 1. If a 9th grade combat king consumes it, he could immediately break through the bottleneck and become a combat emperor. To the inner disciples of the Nebula sect, this pill was too attractive. If Hu Song is here to kill the demons, then he is here for Hu Lai. Lonnie said. Hu Song was Hu Lai's brother, so it was understandable that he wanted to help his brother obtain the emperor elixir. As for the other disciples, they were here to kill some demons so that they could bring the demon's soul back to the sect to exchange for the cultivation resources they needed. Chapter 6:15. Tisk T Little Chinzi, it seems that you've messed with someone not to be trifled with again. You're going to have a hard time in the future. De Huang Dog smirked. He didn't seem to be worried about Jiang Chen at all. The blue-robed man and the others were speechless at the sight of such a majestic De Huang Dog. They looked at Jiang Chen in a strange way. Other people usually raced ferocious beasts or rare beasts, but this guy had brought a De Huang Dog with him. What a character. Jiang Chen had caused quite a ruckus in Liang province, but it wasn't enough for the entire Xuanyu to know about him. As for the fact that he had triggered the heavens test, it was indeed shocking, but only the higher-ups of the major forces had heard about it. As for the disciples of the Nebula sect like the blue-robed man, they had no impression of Jiang Chen. I think they've messed with someone they shouldn't have, Zhulinger said. She was very confident in Jiang Chen. The blue-robed man and the others looked at Zhulinger. The blue-robed man's gaze fell upon Zhulinger, thinking that this kid didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. What puzzled them was that Jiang Chen came to Nebula sect with a dog, but why did he bring a kid with him? One should know that the disciples of Nebula sect were allowed to bring their pet beasts, but they weren't allowed to bring other people into the sect. However, since Jiang Chen didn't mention it, they didn't ask. After all, this was Huangling Desert and not the headquarters of Nebula sect. Of course, They wouldn't know that this little girl was actually a disciple of Nebula sect. When will the geniuses on the Earth ranking arrive? Zhou Xian asked. Some of them should have arrived by tomorrow at the latest. This time there are many demons in the Huangling Desert and they are cruel and cunning. They won't be easy to deal with. The sect only gave them 10 days, so many disciples have arrived. But since they don't know much about the demons, many of them are fighting with the demons on the periphery and haven't entered the inner part of the desert yet. The blue-robed man said. Will they arrive tomorrow? I'm afraid that Hu Song will be disappointed if he wants to obtain the demon spirit of the demon chief. A smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. He already had a plan in mind. Since they were going to play, he might as well play. Zhang Chen was never afraid of things getting out of hand. TSKE little Chenzi, it's no longer meaningful for you to compete with those on the Earth list, right? Even Hu Song is not qualified to contend against you. De Huang Dog said with a sinister smile. He knew very well how strong Zhang Chen was. He was an 8th grade combat king. Even an ordinary 1st grade combat emperor wouldn't be a match for him. Plus, this guy had too many tricks up his sleeves. All the inner sect disciples of the Nebula sect were combat kings. Even those on the Earth ranking were 9th grade combat kings. Not to mention Zhang Chen, even Zhuo Ling Air and De Huang Dog could kill them in seconds. However, De Huang Dog's words made the blue-robed man and the others roll their eyes. This dog was boasting shamelessly. He didn't even put Hu Song in his eyes. Although Zhang Chen was scary, he was still a combat king. How could he be compared to Hu Song, who had already reached the combat emperor realm? He was boasting without thinking. I didn't say that I want to compete with them. The smile on Zhang Chen's face deepened. He looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, let's do something big. Fuck, I know what you are thinking. This is too exciting. When those Earth-ranking experts arrive tomorrow, not even a strand of hair will be left. De Huang Dog saw through Zhang Chen's plan. He jumped up excitedly. He liked Zhang Chen's way of doing things. Besides, there was no one in the inner sect of the Nebula sect who could compete with Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen wouldn't have the desire to compete with him. Therefore he might as well sweep through the desert and kill all the demons, including the powerful leader. When Hu Song arrives, not even a strand of hair will be left. Thinking about the fact that all the demons in the desert will be killed by a single person, how exciting would that be? At that time, Zhang Chen would be famous even before he entered the Nebula sect. He must be this arrogant, he must be this arrogant, he must be this arrogant. Lan Yi and the others were stunned. They didn't know what this man and dog were planning. Of course, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't know what this man and dog were going to do next. Rumble. All of a sudden, there was a huge shaking under the desert as if a big earthquake was about to happen. Layers of earth waves protruded from the bottom of the desert, as if there was something extremely terrifying floating under the ground, and it would drill out at any time. The earth waves came one after another, layer after layer. Even the yellow sand was flying up and the wind was howling. The weather changed without warning. Not good, it's a large number of demons. They actually sneaked here from the underground. Lin Kong exclaimed. The faces of the people from the Nebula sect instantly became a little ugly. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that there was a large number of demons that suddenly appeared. There were at least 100 of them, and there were many terrifying demons among them. These demons had clearly sensed their breaths, and the corpses of the demonic beasts lying on the ground. They quietly sneaked over, and the earth waves surrounded them from all directions. Such a powerful camp was undoubtedly destructive to the people from the Nebula sect. With their combat strength, even if they joined forces, they couldn't compete with these demons at all. Lan Yi and the others' faces were ugly, and they couldn't help but lean towards Zhang Chen. Don't be nervous, I'll protect you. These demons are courting death if they come. Zhuo Ling patted her chest and promised. Unfortunately, they didn't even look at her. What a joke, it was better to rely on Zhang Chen at this time. You, a child, should stand aside. The earth waves were monstrous, and the sand and dust were like yellow pillars that shot up to the sky, wreaking havoc in the void here. Brr. Brutal roars sounded from all directions, and then there was an endless roar. One after another, ferocious and huge demons drilled out of the ground. These demons emitted a strong demonic aura, and the surface of their bodies was covered with shining scales. They were full of sharp fangs and their eyes were red. When they saw humans, they immediately rushed over. The first demon, which was more than 10 zhang in size, rushed towards Zhuo Ling. This demon probably saw Zhulinger's soft and tender skin, and thought that she would be more delicious. Ha! Zhulinger roared and her petite body rushed out, directly above the demon's head. Compared to the demon, her body was really no different from an ant. She was too small. The little girl raised her pink fist, which was shining with golden light, and smashed it towards the demon's head. Rumble. Howl. The demon let out a shrill scream and its head was smashed by Zhulinger's fist. Blood gushed out and a demon's spirit was held in Zhulinger's hand and she kept it. Oh my God. The blue-robed man and the others widened their eyes, and the way they looked at Zhulinger had completely changed. How could this little girl be so powerful? She killed an 8th-grade devil king with just one punch and it didn't take much effort at all. This was too shocking. Moreover, they could feel the chi emitted from Zhulinger's body, and it was far beyond theirs. That meant that Zhulinger was a 9th-grade combat king. Motherfucker, a 12-year-old 9th-grade combat king? What kind of joke was this? But the reality was like this. Zhulinger was so ferocious. While they were still in shock, she had already killed 4 powerful demons. She killed one with one punch and it was as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. This situation was too shocking for the blue-robed man and the others. They considered themselves as geniuses, but compared to this little girl, no one in the entire Nebula sect would dare to call themselves geniuses. They finally understood that this little girl wasn't Jiang Chen's follower. She might be a new disciple of the Nebula sect. It seemed like this year's Nebula sect had gained a lot, and they had recruited a peerless demon. The demons roared and attacked them crazily. They covered the sky and the earth, sending sand and stones flying. There were more than 100 of them and there were 2 9th-grade devil kings among them. To the blue-robed man and the others this was a disaster. De Huang, attack now. Don't hold back. Jiang Chen said to De Huang. Kaka, Master Dog was getting impatient just now. De Huang Dog was as big as Kaka. He dashed forward with his head that was glowing with golden light. Wherever he went there was devastation. None of those ferocious demons were a match for De Huang Dog. The dog's head smashed their bodies into pieces, including the 9th-grade devil kings. They couldn't withstand a single attack from De Huang Dog. The blue-robed man and the others had their mouths wide open, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. It turned out that this dog was so powerful that he could kill a 9th-grade devil king with his head. Did it have to be so ridiculous? What are you guys still standing here for? Are you waiting to be eaten by those demons? Jiang Chen glared at them. A shining fire-tipped spear appeared in his hand. This fire-tipped spear was obtained from Kongyang in Yuanyang City. It was an emperor weapon. He thrust the spear at the group of demonic devils. A golden light rushed out from the fire-tipped spear along with blazing flames. The light was like a sharp sword, destroying everything in its path. With a single strike, at least a dozen ferocious demonic devils were pierced through, killing them on the spot. The fire-tipped spear swung again and another dozen demons died. All the demons were like ants, they could be easily killed by these 3 fellows without any chance to resist. The blue-robed man and the others were shocked. They took out their combat weapons and fought fiercely with the incoming demons. They had never seen such a shocking scene of killing demons before. These 2 men and 1 dog were truly unparalleled. However, at the same time they were shocked, their hearts were filled with joy. It wasn't hard to imagine that if they didn't meet Jiang Chen today, they would be facing a deadly disaster if they encountered these demonic devils alone. They wouldn't have any chance of surviving. The little girl was enjoying the killing. She didn't feel any discomfort towards such a bloody scene. It was as if these violent elements were hiding in her body. Killing was her hobby. Chapter 6:16. Puchi. The fire-tipped spear pierced through the head of another 9th-grade demon king, shattering its skull. With the help of the true dragon fire and true thunder fire, the fire-tipped spear in Jiang Chen's hands was much more powerful than Kong Yang's. It was not something that these demonic beasts could resist. The little girl and De Huang Dog turned into 2 beams of light, constantly killing the demonic beasts. Both of them were fierce. Killing these demonic beasts was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. On the other hand, the disciples of Nebula sect were all flustered and had to join forces to resist the demonic beasts. However, Jiang Chen's group had already solved most of the pressure. and the rest of the demonic beasts were more than enough to deal with. At this moment, in different parts of the desert, many disciples of Nebula sect felt the extremely powerful fluctuations of the battle and looked over. Among them there were many new inner sect disciples like Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian. What a powerful battle. That place is filled with devil qi and there are so many demonic beasts. Seems like our people are surrounded. Should we go and have a look? Don't worry, there are too many demonic beasts. If we go, I'm afraid we won't be of much help. I see that the battle is fierce and there must be experts among them. It's very likely that someone on the Earth list has appeared. Good, the more the better. I Zheng Kai have just joined Nebula sect and it's time for me to show my power. I'll go and kill them all. Many people were preparing to head towards the direction of the battle, especially those geniuses who had just joined Nebula sect like Zhang Chen. They all wanted to show off their skills, so they ran faster than anyone else. However, just as many of them moved, the violent battle suddenly weakened and then disappeared. Even the floating sandstorm in the sky disappeared. What happened? The battle was fierce just a moment ago. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Is the battle over? So fast? Come, let's go and have a look. Many people were confused. The battle disappeared too quickly. Some people had already prepared for battle, but found that the battle had already ended. This rare situation made them have no choice but to go and investigate. So, all the disciples from the Nebula sect who came to the desert were inner circle disciples, and even the weakest among them was a combat king warrior. With their incredible speed, it only took them a blink of an eye to travel from their current location to the location where the ripples of the battle had appeared. When they arrived, all of them were stunned on the spot. Their eyes were wide open and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Within a radius of a few dozen li, the desert had been ravaged beyond recognition. There were deep pits left by the battle everywhere. This was nothing. What was truly terrifying were the demon corpses scattered all over the ground, or rather the remains of demons. Because these demons did not have complete corpses, blood covered the ground and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. There were at least 100 powerful demons and without exception all of them had died tragically. To be able to kill all these demons in such a short time, it was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. This was too shocking. Therefore, these people's gazes fell onto a group of people standing in the middle of the corpses. Apart from a young man in white and a little girl, the others were all wearing the uniform of the Nebula sect. Clearly, they were the disciples of the Nebula sect. At this moment, Lan Yi and the others were looking at the corpses of the demons that had been killed in all directions. Their hearts were in turmoil. They could never forget how fierce those three guys were. Killing over 100 ferocious demons was as easy as blowing off dust. These three were truly monstrous monsters. When they recalled what Da Huang Dog had said, they suddenly felt that he wasn't bragging. Heavens, there are so many demons and there seems to be the corpse of a 9th grade demon king. Don't tell me they were the ones who killed them? Impossible. That's Lan Yi and Lin Kong. I know them. With their cultivation base, if they encountered these demons they would definitely die. Look at that young man in white and that little girl. They are probably the new inner sect disciples. Don't tell me they were the ones who killed them? That's even more impossible. There are so many demons. It's impossible for them to be killed so quickly. I think something unexpected must have happened. Maybe it was an expert who made a move and has already left. The scene was too shocking. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. How could it be so easy to kill so many demons? Look, most of these demon spirits haven't been dug out yet. Oh, we can't not take advantage of this. That's true. There are so many demon spirits. It would be a waste not to take them. Many people finally saw the main point. There were still a lot of demon spirits that hadn't been dug out. That was because after Jiang Chen and the others killed the demons, they were too lazy to dig them out. All the demon spirits above 7th grade Demon King had been dug out by them. As for the remaining ones, they weren't interested. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There were 20 to 30 people who suddenly appeared. All of them flew down from the sky and walked towards the corpses. They were afraid that if they were too slow, their demon spirits would be dug out by others. Among them were 2 to 3 new disciples. Their cultivation base had reached the 9th grade combat king. Their speed was the fastest. Compared to the others, although their cultivation base was strong, they were still newcomers. They needed to perform well. This trip to the Nebula sect, The number of demon spirits they could get would be the symbol of their ability. Everyone stop. Xianxia suddenly shouted. The disciples who were about to dig out the demon spirits stopped and looked at Xianxia. You are the disciples of the Nebula sect. Do you like to reap without sowing? These demon spirits have nothing to do with you. If you want them, go and kill the demons yourself. Don't forget, this is a trial, not a place to pick up treasures. Xianxia said without any trace of politeness. He hated this kind of people the most. They would fight for the demon spirits as soon as they arrived, treating them as nothing. If they really wanted these demon spirits, they could just ask and Xianxia would distribute them. However, they were the ones who killed the demons. These people wanted to take the demon spirits for themselves. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Who are you? You mean these demons were all killed by you? One of the new 9th grade combat king disciples looked at Xianxia. His tone wasn't friendly. He could feel the qi from Xianxia's body. He was only an 8th grade combat king. He was the same as most of the people here. Although he didn't know how these demons died, he didn't believe that it was this young man in white who killed them. It's not me, it's us. Xianxia said faintly. The word, us, naturally included Lan Yi and the others. Who would believe that you have killed so many demons? You are just one step ahead of us. Don't tell me you want to take all the demon spirits for yourself? Looking at your attire, you seem to be a newcomer. If that's the case, everyone who saw it should have a share. Isn't it better if we share it equally? The man let out a loud laugh. After that, he ignored Xianxia and took out a dagger, stabbing it into the head of a demonic devil. Reap without sowing, yet you still say it in such a righteous manner. You are a typical person who is looking for trouble. Xianxia strode forward and arrived in front of the man. He raised his hand and slapped him. He would never be polite to someone like this, and he didn't want to argue with him. Slapping him was the best way to deal with him. Slap! A clear and loud sound was heard. Xianxia's slap landed on the 9th grade combat king's face. The man wailed in pain. His body was slapped more than 10 meters away. He landed heavily on a demon's corpse and bounced to the ground. What shocked everyone was that the 9th grade combat king was trembling on the ground. He couldn't stand up. Half of his face was swollen and his mouth was full of blood. The scene caused an uproar. Everyone stopped what they were doing, especially those who didn't care about Xianxia and were ready to dig out the demon spirits. Each of them widened their eyes and looked at Xianxia as if they had seen a ghost. My God! Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? A 9th grade combat king couldn't even stand up after being slapped by him. Yeah, it's terrifying. That man is one of the new inner sect disciples. He is an extremely powerful man. A 9th grade combat king couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. He didn't even have the chance to react. This is too shocking. Could it be that he really killed all the demons? Senior Sister Lan Yi, who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? Everyone was shocked. Some of them asked Lan Yi through telepathy. I forgot to introduce them to you. This is Senior Xianxia and Senior Sisters Wuling Air. He guessed it right. All the demons were killed by them. Lan Yi said loudly. She knew Wuling Air's name, so she addressed her as Senior Sister. Although Wuling Air was only 12 years old, she was still a child. She had a high cultivation level. They had seen how she killed the demons with their own eyes. They had no choice but to address her as Senior Sister. What? Everyone exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Many of them still thought that Lan Yi was joking with them. However, they clearly saw how Xianxia sent a 9th grade combat king flying with a slap. This new inner sect disciple was so powerful. And that little girl, Lan Yi, addressed her as Senior Sister. This was too ridiculous. Regardless of whether what Lan Yi said was true or not, they didn't dare to touch the corpses of the demons anymore. It didn't matter if these demons were killed by Xianxia or not. Xianxia was too terrifying. They couldn't afford to offend him. Lan Yi, these demon souls are all yours. Dig them out and divide them equally. Xianxia said to Lan Yi and Lin Kong. He was a man who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Lan Yi and the others were his comrades who fought side by side. Xianxia didn't care about these demon souls. Naturally, he would give them to Lan Yi and the others instead of these people who wanted to reap without sowing. Chapter 6:17. They looked at Xianxia with eyes full of disbelief. They had never thought that Xianxia would give all these demon souls to them. One should know that although they fought side by side, they didn't really help much. They did kill a few demonic devils, but even without them these demonic devils would still be dead. In other words, Xianxia and the other two had saved their lives just now. They were extremely grateful to Xianxia and the other two, so they never thought of asking for these demon souls. Although these demon souls weren't particularly high-ranked, they were still a considerable amount of wealth. The purpose of this mission was to get these demon souls and exchange them for contribution points back to the sect to exchange for treasures that they needed. They didn't expect that Xianxia would give them all to them without hesitation. They didn't know what to say, but they knew that Xianxia didn't care about these demon souls at all. Don't just stand there. Don't you want these demon souls? Or do you want me to dig them out myself and give them to you? Zhou Xian pretended to be mature. She even called herself a senior in such a natural manner. Xianxia and Da Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. They turned their heads away. Thank you, senior brother Jiang. Thank you, senior sister Zhou. Lin Kong and the others were overjoyed. They took out their ice blades and started to walk towards the corpses of the devils. They cut open the skulls and dug out the demon souls. They were digging happily, looking at their unscrupulous harvest as if they were picking up the demon souls for free. The others couldn't help but curse. They were envious and jealous of them. However, with the previous 9th grade combat king as an example, even if they were greedy, they didn't dare to snatch the demon souls. They could only look at the blue-robed group with envious eyes. Even the 2 new 9th grade combat kings were no exception. The higher the level of cultivation, the smarter they would be. They knew that Xianxia wasn't someone to be trifled with. They didn't want to make life difficult for themselves. Soon the blue-robed group had collected all the demon souls. Under the signal of the blue-robed group, they walked towards Xianxia and took out the demon souls. The blue-robed man said, "Senior brother Jiang, you were the one who killed these demons, so the demon spirits should belong to you. You helped us twice in a row and this time you saved our lives. I'm already very grateful. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yours. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. Let's see if others will pick it up." Xianxia said faintly. These demon souls were nothing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the blue-robed group quickly kept the demon souls. Their impression of Xianxia had improved a lot, especially in the eyes of the blue-robed group. This handsome man in front of them had a kind of magical power. His methods were tyrannical, overbearing and handsome. The domineering manner of slapping a 9th grade combat king was fascinating. Our lives were saved by Brother Jiang. From now on, our lives will belong to Brother Jiang in the Nebula sect. As long as Brother Jiang has any request, we will do it even if we have to die 1,000 times. Lin Kong was the first to speak. The others nodded their heads seriously. They weren't fools. With Xianxia and Zhou Xian's strength and talent, they wouldn't be unknown in the Nebula sect. Even if they were on the Earth ranking, they wouldn't be a match for Xianxia. It wouldn't take long for Xianxia to be promoted to a core disciple. It wouldn't be a mistake to follow Xianxia. Xianxia nodded his head. Then he looked at the disciples around him and said loudly, "My name is Xianxia, a new disciple. I'm going to the inner desert to kill the devils. You can follow me. If you follow me, you will be the same as them. You will get great benefits. If you don't, you can go your own way." As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he took the lead and flew towards the inner desert. The blue-robed group didn't hesitate and followed behind Xianxia, leaving the inner disciples stunned. Do we want to follow him? This guy is a newcomer, how could he be so arrogant? He doesn't put us in his eyes. I won't follow him. It won't take long for the experts on the Earth ranking to appear. If he behaves too arrogantly, those geniuses will definitely teach him a lesson. I still have to think for my own benefit. I have decided to follow Xianxia to hunt the devils. Xianxia is very strong. A 9th grade combat king was slapped away by him. I also believe that those devils were killed by him. His strength isn't any weaker than those geniuses on the Earth ranking. Besides, he is very generous. He gave all the devil souls to the blue-robed group and Lin Kong. If I follow him, not only will I get some protection, I will also get great benefits. That's right. Although Xianxia is arrogant, he does have the right to be arrogant. Which one of those people on the Earth ranking isn't arrogant? All of them are extremely arrogant and they won't even look at us. It's just wishful thinking for people like us to follow them to hunt demonic beasts. I've decided to follow Xianxia. You guys go. If you offend those geniuses on the earth ranking, you will suffer. After a round of discussion, half of them decided to follow Zhou Xian. After all, the reason they came to the desert was to get the devil's souls. They had witnessed Zhou Xian's generosity. If it was those geniuses on the earth ranking, they wouldn't even care about them. Some of them had a cold smile on their faces. Many of them were following those geniuses on the earth ranking. Zhou Xian was a newcomer, yet he was so arrogant and despotic. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. He even wanted to be the leader and win the hearts of the people. This kind of behavior would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of those geniuses on the earth ranking. None of those geniuses were easy to deal with. If they were offended, they wouldn't be able to survive in the Nebula sect in the future. But for Zhou Xian, he didn't care about all this. He was walking on the path of rebirth and fighting for supremacy. Whoever stood in his way would be doomed to a tragedy. Now that he had just arrived at the Nebula sect, no matter how his relationship with the Nebula sect was going to be, it was necessary to win the hearts of the people. The competition between the big powers wasn't something that a small power like the Black Sect could compare with. Even the newly arrived 9th grade combat king followed Zhou Xian and went deeper into the desert. Huangling Desert was huge. The deeper they went, the stronger the strength of the devils would be. If they wanted to gain real experience, they had to go deeper into the desert. The new disciple who was slapped by Zhou Xian got up from the ground. He looked at Zhou Xian and the others who had gone far away. His eyes were filled with malice. Rumble. Zhou Xian led the group of disciples of the Nebula sect. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter, killing devils wherever they went. The flames of war were raging. For a moment, the desert was filled with sandstorms. Waves of sand were floating in the sky. The angry roars of the devils were heard everywhere. The devils could feel the intense killing intent from Zhou Xian and his group, so they attacked from different directions. At this moment, Zhou Xian and his group were in the middle of an army of devils. They were fighting with all their might. This time, the army of devils was much fiercer than before. There were at least 300 of them. Most of them were hiding under the desert, making it hard for them to defend against them. The characteristics of these devils were cruel and brutal. Their sharp teeth were biting everywhere. Some of them had deadly poison on their bodies, making it hard for people to touch them. The faces of the disciples of the Nebula sect were pale, but some of them were excited. They were killing with all their might. Swoosh! The fire-tipped spear in Zhou Xian's hand produced a sharp whistling sound. Every time it was swung, it would kill a large number of devils. Zhuo Er's speed was extremely fast. Her fists were punching the devils. Every time she threw a punch, a devil's head would be smashed. Big Yellow was even more ferocious. He was rampaging through the group of demonic devils like a sharp sword. Wherever he went, blood mist would fill the sky, and broken limbs would fly in all directions. Oh my god, these three are too abnormal. Many of them were breaking out in cold sweat. After witnessing how terrifying Zhou Xian and the other two were, they finally believed that those demonic devils were indeed killed by Zhou Xian. These three men were too arrogant. No matter how many demonic devils there were, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. All the powerful devils had been attracted by Zhou Xian and the other two, and the remaining devils were not that strong. For the inner circle disciples of the Nebula sect, they were no longer a threat. As inner circle disciples of the Nebula sect, all of them were powerful combat king warriors. Which one of them didn't have some tricks up their sleeves? Killing these devils was extremely crazy. More importantly, fighting alongside monsters like Zhou Xian, De Huang Dog, and Zhuo Er was an extremely satisfying thing. Fighting alongside Zhou Xian would make one's blood boil uncontrollably. One couldn't help but fall into a crazy state of killing, experiencing the thrill of a fierce battle. In just 10 minutes, more than 300 devils had died tragically. The corpses on the ground had piled up like a mountain. Blood kept flowing and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Such a scene was something that they had never dreamt of. They had never thought that killing a demonic devil could be so exciting. Not to mention the blue-robed experts. Even those who came later had an indescribable excitement on their faces. Each of them looked at Zhou Xian with admiration and reverence. Sometimes it was so easy to subdue a person. Not only Zhou Xian but Zhuo Er and De Huang Dog had also shocked everyone. A 12-year-old girl could actually be so terrifying. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. And that dog's head, It was as if it was made of diamond. All of you quickly clean up the battlefield and collect all the demon souls. Don't fight for them, they belong to whoever gets them. Zhou Xian said to the crowd. This time he directly took the demon souls of the 9th grade devils, he didn't even bother to take the 8th grade devils. Chapter 6:18. Everyone was ecstatic. Just now when they followed Zhou Xian, they were still doubting whether Zhou Xian could really do what he said and really give them benefits. Now it seemed that Zhou Xian was really a good person. With so many demon spirits, each of them could get at least 20. If they were to go and kill them by themselves, who knows how much effort it would take to kill 20 demons. Everyone dashed toward the demonic devil corpses and began digging out demon souls. Sure enough, all of them worked in an orderly manner, not fighting or fighting. They knew very well that they had to listen to Zhou Qian's words at this moment. They couldn't let Zhou Qian feel dissatisfied with them. If not, not only would they be beaten up, they might even be kicked out of the camp. Not being allowed to follow them would be a huge loss. They had seen Zhou Qian's ferocity with their own eyes. With such means he could definitely sweep the desert. As long as they followed Zhou Qian, not only would there be no danger, they could also get huge benefits. Such a good opportunity, they did not want to miss it. The situation here once again attracted a lot of Nebula sect disciples. This time, there were many inner sect disciples of Nebula sect who came for the Huangling Desert experience. At this moment, seeing so many disciples getting demon spirits so easily, their eyes were full of envy. After understanding the situation, these people's reaction was exactly the same as the previous disciples. They stared at Zhou Qian with their eyes wide open, their eyes were full of shock. In the following time, there would be grand battles in Huangling Desert from time to time. Zhou Qian's group was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Zhou Qian's group was like a hot knife cutting through butter, going straight into the heart of the demonic devils. Zhou Qian's group was getting bigger and bigger. In just a few hours there were already more than 100 of them. Most of them were inner sect disciples of Nebula sect and some were new disciples like Zhou Qian. All of them had joined Zhou Qian's group. After the continuous battles, each of them had gained a lot. Zhou Qian didn't only have powerful means, he killed the demonic devils as if he was crushing ants. He was also generous. Every time he killed a demonic devil, he didn't want the devil soul and gave it to the people who followed him. As for not following Zhou Qian, those who still wanted to fish in troubled waters to snatch demon spirits had all met the same fate. They were beaten up by Zhou Qian and thrown out. Domineering and barbaric. This was the portrayal of Zhou Qian in everyone's hearts. However, this image made everyone feel that he was incomparably handsome. Many people had only followed him for the benefits at the beginning, but now they had evolved into following him willingly. Kid, you haven't even arrived at the Nebula sect, but you've already won the hearts of people. Huh. De Huang Dog burst out laughing. They followed us willingly. In any case, these demon spirits are useless to us, but it's different for them. They can bring these demon spirits back to the Nebula sect and exchange them for the resources they want. As for me, I'm not interested in the resources of the Nebula sect at all. Zhou Qian smiled. The only reason he came to the Nebula sect was to obtain the broken Heavenly Saint sword. Since he possessed the dragon transformation skill, he didn't lack any resources in his cultivation. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the Nebula sect was a great power in Xuanyu with abundant resources, a cradle for cultivating geniuses. However, for Zhou Qian, this cradle was not attractive at all. In terms of cultivation, he was already an old ancestor-level existence. In the distance of the battlefield, several figures were looking at them with resentful eyes. One of them stared at the proud Zhou Qian and said while gnashing his teeth, "This bastard, he hasn't even arrived at the Nebula sect, but he's already started to buy people's hearts. But my brother will be here soon and I'll definitely teach him a lesson." The one who spoke was none other than Hu Lai, who had been beaten up by Zhou Qian previously. Zhou Qian was a newcomer, but he had done it with such great fanfare. In just a few hours, Zhou Qian had become completely famous in the Nebula sect. Now there was no one who didn't know who Zhou Qian was. What was even more infuriating was that there were actually hundreds of people who were willing to follow him. Their eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at him. This kind of situation had never happened to his brother before. "Big brother, won't we attract the attention of the leader of the demonic beasts by killing demonic beasts so unscrupulously?" Zwillinger asked. "It doesn't matter. I'm here for the leader of the demonic beasts. If it can come out on its own, it will save me a lot of trouble. Let's continue to kill. We have to kill all the demonic beasts in the desert before tomorrow. Jiang Chen said. He had always done things like this. If he didn't want to do it, then he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to do it, then he would do it cleanly. Rumble. The sandstorm continued to roar, and the fluctuations of the battle could be felt everywhere. Jiang Chen held the fire-tipped spear in his hand and led the army of the Nebula sect. He was like an invincible general. His body was emitting a golden brilliance. Wherever he passed, no one was left. His divine power was unpredictable. Those disciples of the Nebula sect who followed Jiang Chen to fight were also infected by him. Their blood was boiling and they were killing to their heart's content. Ah, that's great. Fighting alongside senior brother Jiang is truly an extremely satisfying thing. That's right. Senior brother Jiang is really an unprecedented genius. He is so vigorous. In the future, our Nebula sect will have another true genius. I heard that a Jiang Chen appeared in Xuanyu. He triggered the heavenly tribulation with his combat king cultivation, and turned a big province upside down. I wonder if it's senior brother Jiang? It can't be. Triggering the heavenly tribulation with his combat king cultivation? He is a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. If it's true, it must be senior brother Jiang. Look at him, he is only an 8th grade combat king, but his skills are enough to sweep away any combat king. I'm afraid those who are on the earth ranking are no match for him. The continuous battles had convinced Jiang Chen's followers. His image in the hearts of the disciples of the Nebula sect was slowly becoming bigger and bigger. It was already late at night. The strong wind was roaring in the desert, and it was accompanied by the roars of the demonic beasts. It was like the end of the world. To a combat king, there was no difference between day and night. With their eyesight, they could even see a fly from dozens of miles away. A battle had just ended and they were about to reach the deepest part of the desert. The demonic beasts were getting more and more powerful. The ground was littered with the corpses of the demonic beasts, and blood was flowing everywhere. Just when the disciples of the Nebula sect were happily harvesting the demonic beast souls, a few silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky. There were 7 to 8 of them, and all of them were wearing the uniform of the Nebula sect. The 3 leaders had incomparable chi and their faces were filled with arrogance. Behind them were Hu Lai and the others. Hu Lai had a cold smile on his face as if he was watching a good show. When they saw the newcomers, many of them stopped what they were doing. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Every one of them raised their head and looked at the 3 men with fear in their eyes. It showed that these 3 men had an unusual status in the Nebula sect. My 3 brothers, it's them. The one in white is Jiang Chen. Hu Lai pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said fiercely. Humph. The leading young man let out a cold humph and looked at Jiang Chen. You are Jiang Chen? Who are you? Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He looked at the young man's eyes. He was just a small disciple of the Nebula sect. There was nothing that could make him afraid. Brother Jiang, his name is Guosudong. He is ranked 3rd in the Earth ranking. His combat strength is very strong and he isn't easy to deal with. The other 2 are Zhangde and Zhou Hong. One is ranked 5th and the other is ranked 9th. Both of them are famous figures in the Earth ranking. Their cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th grade combat king. The blue-robed man introduced them to Jiang Chen in a low voice. Jiang Chen was enlightened. He finally understood why these people were afraid of the 3 of them. It turned out that these 3 were important figures in the Earth ranking. Seemed like these 3 guys had a good relationship with Husong. They were here to avenge Husong's brother. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't care even if they were on the Earth ranking. If these 3 guys took the initiative to find trouble with him, they would be in real trouble. Jiang Chen, you are just a new disciple. How dare you form your own faction here? Are you trying to build your own power in the Nebula sect? Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Guosudong pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said loudly. You are blind. How dare you talk to my brother like this? Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Zuoling put one hand on her waist and pointed at Guosudong with the other. Her words almost made many people spit out their food. This little girl was too amazing. Even someone ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking would be speechless if he met this little girl. However, after seeing Zuoling's strength, no one thought that she was bragging. Although they didn't know if Zuoling could beat someone on the Earth ranking, her ability was obvious to all. Where did this child come from? How dare he talk to Senior Guo like this? Zhang De, ranked 5th on the Earth ranking, glared. The little girl still wanted to say something, but she was pulled back by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Guosudong and the other two, then said in an indifferent tone, "What I, Jiang Chen, want to do is none of your business. Although you guys are ranked on the Earth ranking, I don't put you in my eyes at all. If you guys are here to help that big bearded man, you don't have to act so righteously." Jiang Chen's words were extremely arrogant. He didn't care about the geniuses on the Earth ranking at all. "Senior Jiang, they are not to be trifled with," Lan Yi kindly reminded him, but Jiang Chen glared at him. The meaning was clear. They were not to be trifled with, but did it mean that he was? How dare you? Chapter 619. Guosudong's threat to Jiang Chen made the atmosphere tense. No one dared to speak. Everyone present was an inner disciple of the Nebula sect. The three in front of them were all on the Earth list. They couldn't afford to offend them. If Guosudong wanted to deal with Jiang Chen, they wouldn't be able to help. The situation in front of them was very clear. In the end, it wasn't that Jiang Chen had formed a clique to win people's hearts. It was that Jiang Chen had beaten Hu Lai. Guosudong and the other two were now following Hu Song. They had arrived in the desert early and encountered Hu Lai being bullied by a newcomer. Naturally, they had to intervene. Firstly, they wanted to vent Hu Lai's anger, and secondly, they wanted to teach the newcomer a lesson. Otherwise, how could they who were on the Earth list put their faces on the ground? Especially after seeing so many disciples of the Nebula sect following Jiang Chen willingly the moment he appeared, Guosudong and the others were even angrier. One should know that even they didn't have such great influence in the Nebula sect. "I advise you to leave now. Don't go against me. Of course you can also be like them and follow me to kill demons. There will be benefits for you," Jiang Chen said indifferently. He didn't put Guosudong in his eyes at all. "Brat, you're courting death," Hu Lai said viciously. His face was still burning with pain. As the younger brother of Hu Song, no one had ever dared to treat him like this in the entire Nebula sect. Usually, everyone would be respectful to him when they met. He had never suffered such humiliation before. This was something that Hu Lai couldn't accept. He had to take revenge for what he had done to him. "Brother Gua, it was Hu Lai who wanted to snatch our demon spirit. Brother Jiang couldn't stand it, so he took action. This matter started because of us. I am willing to give the demon spirit to Hu Lai. Please don't pursue this matter any further," Lan Yi said. Guosudong was not easy to deal with. Hu Song was even harder to deal with. Lan Yi didn't want Jiang Chen to fall into danger after helping her. Jiang Chen looked at Blue Dress and couldn't help but nod. This woman was quite interesting. After all, it took a certain amount of courage to stand up at this time. "Lan Yi, I'll settle the score with you later. Right now it's a grudge between me and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to me, then give me all the demon spirits you've obtained, we'll call it even. I promise my brother won't make things difficult for you." Hu Lai was overbearing, completely unforgiving. From the looks of it, he would definitely not let Jiang Chen go today. "Do you think so too?" Jiang Chen ignored Hu Lai and looked at Guosudong and the other two. He didn't want to cause any trouble now, but if these three fellows insisted on provoking him, then there was no need for him to be polite. Hu Lai has already said it very clearly, so there's no need for me to repeat myself. "Jiang Chen, as long as you do as Hu Lai asks and be obedient in this desert, when you enter the Nebula sect in the future, you'll still be able to survive." Guosudong's face was filled with a cold smile. Hearing that, Jiang Chen's eyes revealed two rays of cold light. He raised his hand and extended his index finger towards Guosudong, waving it in the air. "What do you mean?" Guosudong asked. "One move, I only need one move to defeat you." Jiang Chen's tone was very calm, but the moment he said that, it undoubtedly caused an uproar. Guosudong was ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. How powerful was he? He could practically sweep across the War King realm, yet Jiang Chen actually said that he could defeat Guosudong in one move. Wasn't this joke a little too big? Although Jiang Chen was extremely fierce when killing demons, Guosudong was not an ordinary person either. Boom! A wave of anger rushed out from Guosudong's body, covering the sky and earth. He looked at Jiang Chen with an extremely cold gaze, and his tone was also very cold. I forgot to tell you, you're not considered an official disciple of the Nebula sect yet. When you enter the Nebula sect, you still have to pass the Bright Mirrors test. Only after you pass will you be considered a disciple of the Nebula sect. So, even if I kill you in front of everyone, it won't be considered as killing a fellow disciple. I originally planned to finish you off with one move, but now I'm suddenly too lazy to make a move. Trash, like you can't even beat my sister. Xianxia laughed, then looked at Zhou Xian. Little girl, don't let Big Brother down. Don't worry, Big Brother. I promise I'll beat him up until even his own mother can't recognize him. When the little girl heard that Xianxia actually wanted to send her out, she was immediately overjoyed. With a leap, she came directly in front of Guosudong. She put her hands on her hips and said in an arrogant tone, You're not qualified to fight with my big brother. You'll have to get past me first. Many people fainted, even Guosudong himself rolled his eyes. This was too ridiculous. Although the disciples had seen Zhou Xian's strength before, she was still a child after all. Her opponent was someone ranked 3rd on the Earth list. A 12-year-old girl flaunting her prowess and saying that she would beat Guosudong up until his own mother couldn't recognize him was really too funny. But to Guosudong, this was undoubtedly a form of humiliation. Xianxia did not want to fight him himself, but instead sent a little girl. Wasn't this obvious humiliation? Wasn't this telling the world that he, Guosudong, was not qualified to fight Xianxia? In Xianxia's words, he could not even beat a little girl. Where did this child come from? Hurry up and scram. The 5th on the Earth list, Zhang took a step forward and waved his hand at Zhou Xian. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to scram? Hurry up and fight with me. I'll beat you up until your own mother can't recognize you. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog had been together for a long time. She carried a trace of De Huang Dog's temperament. Not only was she arrogant, her words were also infuriating. Brother Zhang, this girl is not easy to deal with. She's already a 9th grade combat king at such a young age. Hu Lai reminded. He had been following Xianxia's army. He had seen Zhou Xian's power with his own eyes. He quickly reminded them. What? Hearing the word 9th grade combat king, the 3 of them including Guosudong were shocked. The way they looked at Zhou Xian had changed. If a 9th grade combat king was nothing to them, then a 12-year-old 9th grade combat king was something they couldn't ignore. What kind of terrifying talent did she have? If such a person entered the Nebula sect, she would definitely be nurtured with great importance. She might even be accepted as a direct disciple by an elder. However, the matter in front of them had to be solved. They were all famous figures on the Earth list. Since they were here, they had to solve the problem. Otherwise, they would be laughed at. If they were ordered to retreat by a little girl, they wouldn't be able to bear the shame. Haha, are you guys afraid? If you are, you can call me senior sister. Zhou Xian laughed out loud. The other people on the scene were secretly worried for Zhou Xian. A newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. This little girl was too ferocious. It seemed that those who hadn't entered the Nebula sect wouldn't know how scary the people on the Earth list were. Only Xianxia and De Huang Dog looked relaxed. They knew Zhou Xian too well. Although the 3 of them were on the Earth list, they were the peak existences among the combat kings. They rarely met a worthy opponent, but Zhou Xian had the bloodline of the ancient barbarian tribe. Her strength was boundless. She couldn't find a worthy opponent under the combat emperor realm. The 3 of them weren't Zhou Xian's opponent. One should know that there was a gap between a genius and a monstrous genius. In addition, the 3 of them had underestimated Zhou Xian. This girl is too infuriating. Let me capture her first, then I will deal with Xianxia. Zhou Hong, who was ranked 9th on the Earth list, stood out. He clenched his fists, cracking sounds came from his joints. A wave of golden qi gushed out from his body. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and unleashed an illusory golden palm. The palm was like a cage flying towards Zhou Xian, trying to trap her. Humph. Zhou Xian let out a cold humph. She had the bloodline of the ancient barbarian tribe in her veins. She was born to be a warrior. She threw out a punch without any fancy moves. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Zhou Hong's palm was destroyed by Zhou Xian's punch. A dark crack appeared in the void. What? Zhou Hong's eyes widened. According to what he thought, his attack was enough to trap a 9th grade combat king. He didn't expect this girl to be so powerful, shattering his attack with just one punch. Not giving him time to think, Zhou Ling'er's speed was fast. In a blink of an eye, she had arrived in front of Zhou Hong. She threw a punch at his face. Zhou Ling'er's speed was fast, but Zhou Hong's reaction was also fast. He hurriedly threw a punch at Zhou Ling'er's fist. Seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head. Zhou Hong was defeated by Zhou Ling'er's fist. Back in Yuanyang City, Zhou Ling'er's fist was strong enough to collide with De Huang Dog's head. Bang! An even more shocking scene appeared. Two fists, one big and one small, collided. Everyone heard a cracking sound coming from Zhou Hong's arm. Zhou Hong's entire arm was twisted, broken by Zhou Ling'er's punch. But Zhou Hong didn't even have time to scream. Zhou Ling'er's punch landed on his face. This punch was even more ruthless. His nose was broken and blood spurted out like an arrow. 18 savage punches. I will beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Not only was this little girl's attack barbaric, even her name was barbaric. Don't be fooled by her petite body, cute and sweet-looking face. Her fighting style was terrifying. Ping ping ping. The little girl's fists landed on Zhou Hong's face like meteors. In an instant it was 18 punches. By the time she was done, Zhou Hong had already fainted. He was about to fall from the sky when Zhang De grabbed him to stabilize him. But at that moment, Zhou Hong's entire face was covered in blood. A fat pig's head had been punched out. Even his nose was completely crooked. His appearance could no longer be described as pitiful. It was simply unbearable to look at. Everyone shivered. Just like what the little girl said, he was beaten until his mother couldn't recognize him. Chapter 620. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Every gaze that fell on Zhou Ling'er had undergone an earth-shattering change. It was too shocking. Everyone felt that their understanding of the world had been completely overturned. This girl was too strong and her attacks could be described as barbaric. Zhou Hong was a genius on the Earth list. Although he was ranked 9th, he was already very powerful. As inner sect disciples, they deeply understood how fierce the competition in the Earth list was. Anyone who could squeeze into the top 10 of the Earth list was not someone easy to deal with. Zhou Hong was ranked 9th on the Earth list, but he had been knocked unconscious by this girl before he could even use his own methods. Even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. This was too ridiculous. Just how strong was this girl? Was she the reincarnation of a peerless demon? God, she was only 12 years old. The 9th on the Earth list had been defeated by a girl. After this, Zhou Hong would probably be unable to raise his head for a long time. How can she be so strong? Huai was also stunned. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Although he had seen Zhou Ling'er's methods of killing demons and might have the strength to fight someone on the Earth list, he did not expect Zhou Hong, who was ranked 9th, to be defeated in one move by Zhou Ling'er. Both of you come at me together. Zhou Ling'er's aura was unparalleled. She imitated Jiang Chen's tone and pointed at Guosudong and Zhang De. The two of them almost coughed up blood. This girl was too arrogant. She did not take them seriously at all. Even if Zhou Ling'er was strong, they could not back down. They could not even gang up against a girl. They were people on the Earth list and they had to save face. I'll capture her. Guosudong stood up. Let me do it. Zhang De was even faster. He handed the unconscious Zhou Hong over to Hu Lai and beat Guosudong to Zhou Ling'er. Although Zhou Ling'er had defeated Zhou Hong, Zhang De was not afraid of her. In Zhang Da's heart, Zhou Hong had only underestimated his opponent. He had been defeated before he could even use his powerful methods. Zhang De put away his underestimation of Zhou Ling'er and did not dare to be careless. In addition, he was ranked 5th on the Earth list and was stronger than Zhou Hong. He felt that he had a certain degree of confidence in dealing with Zhou Ling. In fact, he still did not believe that a 12-year-old girl could be this strong. Be careful, don't embarrass yourself again. Guosudong reminded him carefully. If even Zhang De was beaten into a pig's head by the girl, it would be a huge embarrassment to his name on the Earth list. Don't worry. As Zhang De spoke, a golden pillar of light shot out from the top of his head. The pillar of light was almost tangible as it lit up the night sky. A battle of brilliance. Zhang De roared and immediately unleashed his ultimate skill. A golden beam of light condensed into a golden lotus platform, shining with boundless light. It carried with it a boundless battle intent as it charged towards Zhou Ling. Senior sisters would be careful. This is Zhang Da's famous skill. It won't be easy to deal with. Blue Dress hurriedly reminded him, but then she widened her eyes and realized that her reminder was unnecessary. Zhou Ling leapt up and similarly punched out with her fist. Her attack was simple, but this time around faint runes could be seen on her fist. Those were ancient runes, incomparably mystical, causing people to be unable to understand what they were looking at. Rumble, Zhou Ling's fist landed on the golden lotus platform. The originally indestructible lotus platform, which could even shatter mountains, could not resist Zhou Ling's punch at all. It was shattered on the spot, turning into specks of starlight that disappeared into the night sky. The lotus platform was shattered and Zhang Da spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and his face was pale. It was obvious that the damage to the lotus platform had caused him a great backlash, causing him to suffer serious injuries. Bang! Zhou Ling's aura was unparalleled. Like a butterfly, she flew towards Zhang Da, raising her fist and smashing it towards him. 18 savage punches. It happened again. Accompanied by a series of punches and screams, Zhang Da, who was ranked 5th on the Earth list, instantly followed in Zhou Hong's footsteps. Once again he was beaten to the point where even his own mother did not dare to cause trouble. He fainted on the spot. Half of his fainting was due to the beating and the other half was due to his anger. He had been beaten to such a state by a girl in front of so many people. How was he going to face others in the future? Oh my God, how can this girl be so monstrous? Could she be the reincarnation of a powerful being? This is too shocking. An expert on the Earth list couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. This is too shocking. Senior Sister's Wu is too powerful. Her attacks are so savage. It doesn't match her cute image at all. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if I were beaten to death. The people on the Earth list have lost a lot of face this time. Only Guosudong is left. I wonder if he still dares to fight against Senior Sister's Wu. He definitely won't back down. Otherwise he won't be able to raise his head in the future. Moreover, he is ranked 3rd, much stronger than Zhang Da and Zhou Hong. I think he can fight against Senior Sister's Wu. However, I'm afraid his wish of standing up for Hu Lai will not come true. No one was not shocked. Everyone felt that their understanding of the world had been completely overturned. Many people started to call Zhou Ling a senior sister. A genius like her would definitely achieve more in the future than they could. Even her status in the Nebula sect was not something they could compare to. Hey Sudong, it's your turn. I'm going to slap your face one by one today. If you know what's good for you, stand here and let me slap you. Zhou Ling was too arrogant. She had completely forgotten that Zui Yang had warned her to keep a low profile and not to be reckless. Her father's teachings had probably been thrown out of her head the moment she stepped out of the Zhou family's residence. Senior brother Guo, what should we do now? This girl is not easy to deal with. Why don't we retreat first? We'll deal with them when my brother comes tomorrow. Hu Lai said. He was a little scared. Guosudong glared at Hu Lai. This guy was simply bullshitting. He couldn't afford to back down in front of a girl. Plang. Guosudong waved his arm and drew out a long sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. The long sword let out a melodious whistling sound with a cold killing intent. Guosudong didn't dare to underestimate Zhou Ling anymore. He immediately used his combat weapon. It seemed like he wanted to end the fight quickly. The 3rd ranked on the Earth list is just SOSO. Using his combat weapon as soon as the fight started. Don't you know shame? De Huang Dog said in a strange tone. Ling use this to deal with him. Jiang Chen casually threw the fire-tipped spear in his hand to Zhou Ling. Guosudong was the 3rd ranked on the Earth list after all, and he also had a combat weapon. Jiang Chen was very confident in Zhou Ling but he didn't know Guosudong. He didn't want Zhou Ling to get hurt. Chapter 621. The scene became extremely tense. At this time, the number of Nebula Sect's disciples who were watching the battle had already reached 100 to 200 people. The appearance of Jiang Chen's army in Huangling Desert had already been known by most of them. They were already deep into the desert. The ripples of the battle would naturally attract more disciples. None of the 200 disciples spoke a word. Everyone was looking at the girl who was holding the fire-tipped spear. No one dared to look down on her anymore. Almost everyone could imagine that when this girl arrived at the Nebula sect, she would be a dazzling star that would be valued by the sect. Zhuoling Air was too strong. She had beaten the 5th and 9th geniuses of the earth ranking into a pig's head and knocked them out. Now she was going to fight the 3rd legendary figure. How strong was Guosudong? He was definitely stronger than the other two and not just by a little. But whether he could defeat Zhuoling Air no one dared to say. The faces of Hu Lai and the others became incomparably nervous. If Guosudong were to lose again, the reputation of the Earth Board would be swept away. More importantly, this barbaric girl would most likely not let them off. Thinking about what would happen if Guosudong also punched them in the face. They couldn't think about it anymore, their faces were starting to hurt. Huff. The strong wind whistled, the strong wind was overflowing from Guosudong's body. His yuan force was rolling like the tide, the long sword in his hand was rippling with a strong force. He took a step forward, the whole void shook violently. The strength of a peak 9th grade combat king was shocking. Guosudong was about to attack. Everyone held their breath, not knowing who was stronger, Guosudong or Zhuoling Air. Sky-piercing sword. Guosudong snorted coldly. An incomparably destructive sword light rushed out from the long sword. This sword light was incomparably resplendent, illuminating the entire night sky. The void was directly torn apart. The endless destructive energy seemed to be able to split the sky apart. It was an incomparably powerful sword. The combat weapon was fused with a powerful sword technique. This sword had locked all of Zhuoling Air's chi. Guosudong had used all his strength to attack. It seemed like he wanted to take down Zhuoling Air without giving her any chance to counterattack. Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog looked at each other. They had to admit that the person who ranked 3rd in the Earth ranking was indeed extraordinary. An ordinary 9th grade combat king couldn't be compared to him. Just this sword alone was enough to disdain any combat king. However, Zhuoling Air did not panic. Everyone could feel that a very well-hidden brute force was stirring within her petite body. Then, like a vast ocean, it poured out, all of it pouring into the fire-tipped spear in her hand. The fire-tipped spear was a fire elemental combat weapon. Even though Zhuoling Air did not have a fire elemental physique and did not have any fire elemental flames, the fire-tipped spear itself was still a powerful emperor weapon, and its level was many times stronger than Guosudong's longsword. Putting aside the fact that Zhuoling Air's strength was not any weaker than Guosudong's, just based on the combat weapon alone, she had a great advantage. Whoosh. The fire-tipped spear made a sharp whistling sound. The huge fire-tipped spear was raised by Zhuoling Air single-handedly, thrusting it towards the incoming sword light. One could clearly see that on the tip of the fire-tipped spear, there were mysterious runes flashing, emitting a dazzling radiance. At this moment, the fire-tipped spear was like a spirit snake, carrying Zhuoling Air's barbaric strength as it violently smashed forward. The two combat weapons collided with each other. Zhuoling Air's emperor weapon had the upper hand. What was more frightening was that the sword light shattered under the impact of the fire-tipped spear. The void was completely destroyed, the space was torn apart and a chaotic space appeared. It was like a terrifying black hole in the dark night sky, capable of devouring everything. Deng deng deng. Guosudong received a great counterforce. He retreated a few meters before regaining his balance. His face was pale, the arm that held the sword was trembling violently. A trace of blood flowed out from the perlicue of Guosudong's thumb and index finger. It was obvious that he had suffered a certain degree of injury from the collision. What? Guosudong lost, just like Zhang De and Zhou Hong. He was defeated in one move. Senior Zhui is so powerful. The Nebula sect has gained another monstrous genius. When Senior Zhuoling Air enters the sect, the elders will definitely fight for her to become a true disciple. Guosudong is ranked 3rd on the Earth list. That's already very terrifying. But Senior Zhuoling Air's combat weapon seems to be much more powerful than Guosudong's. It should be an emperor weapon. Everyone was shocked once again. Guosudong had lost. It wasn't that the people on the Earth list were weak, it was that Zhuoling Air was too powerful. The current situation told everyone that once Zhuoling Air entered the Nebula sect, she would be ranked 3rd on the Earth list. Senior Guo, what should we do now? Hu Lai's voice was already trembling, he no longer had the arrogance from before. He had never thought that Zhuolinge would be so terrifying. Even Guosudong was no match for her. This time he had lost all of his bargaining chips. If he wanted to take revenge, he would have to wait for his brother to arrive. What else can we do? Let's go. Guosudong Lung glared at Hu Lai. It was all because of this trash, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up in such a humiliating situation. Being scolded by Guosudong, Hu Lai didn't dare to say anything. Guosudong snorted coldly, turned around and flew away. But even though he was fast, someone was faster. A white figure had already appeared in front of him. It was Jiang Qin. What? You want to leave just like that? Jiang Qin said with a smile. Jiang Qin, what do you want? Don't go too far. Guosudong Lung said. Go too far. You were the one who went too far first. Don't worry, I won't be as unreasonable as you. You want me to kneel down and kowtow? You can leave if you want, but whoever can withstand Zhuoling Heir's 18 savage punches can leave. Otherwise you can stay here and wait to be eaten by the demonic beast. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly became cold. He wasn't a man who was so generous. What? Hu Lai and the others immediately cried out in shock. They looked at the faces of Zhang Dao and Zhou Hong, who were still in their arms, and a chill ran from the soles of their feet to their heads. What a joke. How could they survive the 18 savage punches of that savage girl? Jiang Qin, if you dare to treat me like this, my brother will not let you off. Hu Lai roared loudly. Pa. As soon as Hu Lai's voice fell, Jiang Qin slapped him hard on the face. Trash who only knows how to use your brother to scare people. Jiang Qin looked at Hu Lai with disdain. He despised people like this the most. Ling Heir, don't be polite with them. Jiang Qin said to Zhuoling Heir. Okay, big brother. Zhuoling Heir happily ran in front of Guosudong. Before Guosudong could react, she had already punched him. How could Guosudong, who was already injured and had no intention to fight, be Zhuoling Heir's opponent? Accompanied by the sound of fists hitting flesh, the genius who ranked third on the earth roll took the brat's 18 savage punches. A tender pig's head popped out. His body swayed, but he did not faint on the spot like Zhang De and Zhou Hong. He could still barely stabilize his body. It's your turn. Zhuoling Heir did exactly as Jiang Qin had said. Each of them had to receive 18 punches. She darted in front of Hu Lai and the rest, who immediately screamed in fear. Grandaunt, please spare us. Some of them almost cried. This girl was too ferocious and scary. Thinking of the power of that pair of tender fists, they were really terrified. Bang bang bang. Zhuoling Heir did not care about their begging for mercy. She immediately started punching them, one punch after another. After all the punches, the few of them were all beaten into pigs' heads. Even their own mothers would not be able to recognize them. Other than Guosudong, everyone else had fainted. Hu Lai was the most miserable and his pig's head was also the biggest. It could be seen that Zhuoling Heir had taken special care of him. Guosudong gritted his teeth, but he did not say any more harsh words. He was a smart person and knew that he was not a match for Jiang Qin today. He was obviously not a kind person and should not be trifled with. If he continued to speak harshly, he would only be looking for trouble. Jiang Qin might not dare to beat him to death, but he would definitely beat him to a point where he would rather die than live. All the inner sect disciples of the Nebula sect held their breath. Everything that had happened today was like a dream to them. The miserable state of Guosudong and the rest definitely did not represent them personally. This meant that from now on, there would be no peace in the Nebula sect. Jiang Qin and Zhuoling Heir were not only extraordinarily talented, they were demons among geniuses, but they were also out-and-out devils in human form. Such people would not be safe no matter where they went. Let's go, we will continue to kill the demons. Jiang Qin did not look at Guosudong. He led the disciples of the Nebula sect and went deeper into the desert. This time there were more people following him. Jiang Qin used less than half a day's time to win the hearts of most of the disciples. They were willing to follow him and fight against the demons together. This kind of situation was out of everyone's expectation. Every inner sect disciple of the Nebula sect was proud and arrogant. Even if the sect sent a genius to lead them, it would not be possible for them to have such a great influence. Brother Jiang, will they be attacked by the demons if we leave them here? Lonnie asked. Don't worry, they only suffered superficial wounds. It's not a problem for a 9th grade combat king. Brother Jiang smiled. After all, he had just arrived at the Nebula sect. He couldn't kill anyone as soon as he arrived. Besides, the grudge between him and Guosudong hadn't reached the point of life and death. Looking at the army disappearing into the night sky, Guosudong's eyes were filled with hatred. He said coldly, "Jiangchen, when Husong comes tomorrow, it will be your doomsday. You are not a disciple of the Nebula sect yet. Husong will take your life. Just wait and see how long you can be arrogant." Dragon Insignia War Deity. Chapter 622. Not long after the Nebula sect army left with Jiangchen, 4 silhouettes appeared in the sky again. These 4 people had powerful auras, and the leader actually surpassed Guosudong. When they saw Guosudong and his group, they immediately descended from the sky. "What's going on? Who did this?" The leader's expression changed instantly when he saw the people lying on the ground. The other 3 were also extremely shocked. They were all on the Earth list, so they naturally knew how strong Guosudong and his group were. They had fought with each other before. Back then, in order to fight for the Earth list, they had even fought until their heads were bleeding. Now Guosudong and his group had been beaten to such a state. This was simply unbelievable. From the looks of it, it was not the demons who did this. Demons did not just slap people in the face but directly eat them. If it was really the demons who did this, they would not have the chance to lie here. They would have long become the demons' food. Yue, seeing us like this, you must be very happy, right? Guosudong snorted coldly. At the same time, Zhang De and the others also woke up and crawled up from the ground in pain. Seeing Yue and his group, they immediately felt extremely embarrassed. The 4 who came were all on the Earth list, and Yue was ranked 2nd on the Earth list. Usually, he did not have a good relationship with Guosudong, so it was reasonable for Guosudong to think that he was here to see a joke. "Of course, if I did not look carefully, I really would not have recognized you. However, I really want to know who has such great ability to see you fight like this." Yue shrugged, and the smile on his face made Guosudong and his group extremely angry. They could not wait to rush up and fight with Yue. Unfortunately, in their current state, if they went against Yue, they would only be seeking their own humiliation. There's no harm in telling you. 2 new disciples of the Nebula sect came to the desert. One is called Jiangchen and the other is Zuoling. They beat up Hu Lai and we stood up for Hu Lai, so there was a conflict. Guosudong did not hide anything and recounted the embarrassing incident. Anyway, there were many people present and he could not hide it even if he wanted to. He might as well say it himself. "What?" Hearing that, the expressions of Yue and the other 3 changed. They had never thought that the new disciple would be so terrifying and arrogant. The one who attacked Guosudong and the others was actually a 12-year-old girl. This was too absurd. However, Guosudong did not seem to be lying because no one would lie about such a humiliating matter. That Jiangchen has already won the hearts of the people and summoned most of the disciples of the Nebula sect to kill their way into the desert. "Yue, do you want to see for yourself?" Guosudong looked at Yue. He knew that Yue, who was ranked 2nd on the Earth ranking, would definitely be interested after hearing about geniuses like Jiangchen and Zuoling. "It's only natural that I want to broaden my horizons. However, I will definitely not be as stupid as you all. I came here to kill fiendish demons, not to bully my fellow disciples. Now that you're being bullied by your fellow disciples, you must feel terrible, right?" Yue sneered. "Humph. When Senior Husong arrives tomorrow, he will die without a burial place." Guosudong snorted coldly. Today's hatred must be avenged. Otherwise, he would not be able to raise his head in the Nebula sect in the future. Everyone would point at him when they see him. Let's go and take a look. They have gone to the center of the desert, and it is very likely that they will attract the real leader of the fiendish demons. Before we came here, the elder said that the leader of the fiendish demons in the Huangling Desert is a master of the Demon Emperor realm. We must be careful. According to the original plan, the 4 of us will cooperate with the 4 Stars formation. If we can kill a fiendish demon of the Demon Emperor realm, it will be a great contribution. Yue opened his mouth and led the other 3 people to the center of the desert. The strength of the 4 of them was unfathomable. The purpose of this trip was to fight with everything they had. As long as they could kill the leader of the fiendish demons, they would have the opportunity to obtain an Emperor Elixir. At that time, they could directly use the Emperor Elixir to advance to the Combat Emperor and become a core disciple. They would obtain great benefits and their identity and status would skyrocket. Rumble, kill. At the center of the desert, the fiendish demons were wreaking havoc. It had now turned into a huge battlefield. A few hundred inner circle disciples of the Nebula sect were fighting against tens of thousands of fiendish demons. There were too many fiendish demons and they blotted out the sky and covered the earth. However, most of these fiendish demons weren't strong and most of them were only at the combat soul realm. For the combat king warriors of the Nebula sect, they weren't much of a threat. This was a huge war that swept across the night sky. Fiendish demons were crazily slaughtering each other. Such a large-scale war wasn't within the scope of the Nebula sect's disciples' plan. They were only planning to use guerrilla warfare against these fiendish demons, and they planned to spend 10 days fighting these fiendish demons. As for the leader of the fiendish demons, he would be dealt with by those ranked on the Earth ranking, and it had nothing to do with them. However, the appearance of Zhou Xian had changed everyone's plan. So much so that on the first day they arrived at the Huangling Desert, such an extreme and huge war had already started. This was something that no one had expected. However, right now, all the disciples of the Nebula sect were filled with killing, and they were enjoying the battle to their heart's content. Perhaps this was the only time in their lives that they could experience a battle like this. Zhou Xian, Zhuolinger, and a Huang dog were too ferocious, and they had greatly boosted the morale of the Nebula sect disciples. It made everyone feel that fighting alongside Zhou Xian was a very enjoyable thing. A large number of fiendish demons died tragically. Zhou Xian and the other two could easily crush a large number of fiendish demons with just a casual move. Such a morale made the disciples of the Nebula sect forget the danger of the battlefield, and felt that even if there were 10 times more fiendish demons, it still wouldn't be enough to kill them. That was a kind of morale. This battle brought out the morale of the Nebula sect. At this moment, the disciples of the Nebula sect as well as some new disciples were all convinced by Zhou Xian. Before Zhou Xian entered the headquarters of the Nebula sect, he had already obtained everyone's approval. This was the first time such a situation had happened in the Nebula sect. Kill all these fiendish demons and all the demon spirits will be ours. Someone's eyes were bloodshot and he shouted loudly. Rumble. Suddenly, the great formation began to tremble violently. A vast and incomparably demonic aura sprang out from the ground, forming a huge sandstorm in the night. Zhou Qian's gaze fell on the sandstorm, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. The fiendish demon leader has come out. I am a demon emperor expert. Someone shouted. The disciples of the Nebula sect who were originally excited, suddenly became dignified. Many people didn't look at the sandstorm caused by the demon emperor level fiendish demon, but at Zhou Xian and Zhuolinger. They didn't know if Zhou Xian could deal with the fiendish demon leader. If he couldn't, they would be finished. Brr. A demonic roar that shook the heavens suddenly came from the ground. Accompanied by the floating of black smoke, a black shadow drilled out from the ground and flew into the air. A disciple of the Nebula sect who was closer was affected by the morale, and he screamed on the spot. One of his arms and one of his legs were destroyed. Zhou Xian grabbed him back and his life was saved. Thank you, senior brother Zhang. That person endured the pain and said gratefully to Zhou Xian. He was very clear about the situation just now. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian, he would be finished now. Jia, an incomparably gloomy sneer sounded from the black smoke. The black smoke rolled and turned into a man in black robe. The man seemed to be in his 30s. He had a majestic build with black lips and a black talisman mark on his forehead. He was a human, not a demon, but a human who had been demonized. He was no different from a devil. The combat spirit in his body had been demonized into a devil spirit, which made him no different from a fiendish demon. Zhou Qian's eyes fell on the body of the fiendish demon leader. He found out that this fiendish demon leader was a first-grade devil emperor, but he had just advanced to the first-grade devil emperor realm. Zhou Qian wouldn't put such a person in his eyes. He already had the ability to kill a first-grade combat emperor. Moreover, he was cultivating the dragon transformation art, which was the nemesis of all fiendish demons. It seems like there is more than one fiendish demon leader in this desert. Zhou Qian said with a smile. He could feel that there was more than one fiendish demon leader in this desert. However, he would kill as many as he could. Even if the fiendish demon leader was a devil emperor, it wouldn't be that strong. The Nebula sect wouldn't let their inner sect disciples die for nothing. A first-grade devil emperor is so scary. Some of the disciples of the Nebula sect had an unpleasant face. Everyone, don't panic. I will deal with him. Jiang Chen's voice was loud and clear. His face was full of confidence, which gave the disciples of the Nebula sect a lot of confidence. Roar! At this moment there was another roar. Another powerful first-grade demon emperor flew over from afar. The newcomer was also a man. There were 4 wings on his back. The wings were very sharp. This was a demonic bat. It was very terrifying. Another devil emperor has come. How are we going to deal with it? The disciples of the Nebula sect were all scared. Some of them regretted being too impulsive. They shouldn't have followed Jiang Chen into the depths of the desert. At this time Yu Wei and the other 3 also came from afar. When they felt the aura of the devil emperor, their faces immediately showed excitement. The fiendish demon leader has appeared. Get ready. The 4 of them were extremely fast. They turned into 4 rays of light and rushed into the battlefield instantly, besieging the bat leader. The 4 stars interlocking formation was completed in an instant. The combat strength of the 4 of them began to soar. They now had the strength to fight against a first-grade devil emperor. Look, it's Yu Wei and the others. They are here to deal with the fiendish demon leader. Ah, this is great. Someone exclaimed as if he saw hope. Hee hee, for kids want to deal with me? You must be tired of living. The black bat let out a sinister laugh. He waved his wings. Instantly, countless terrifying black bats were fanned out by him and rushed towards Yu Wei and the others. Attack! Yu Wei shouted. As the second on the Earth list, he had been preparing for this day for a long time. Immediately, the 4 of them took out their combat weapons and fought fiercely with the black bat. On the other side, the demon dweller also launched an attack at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stretched out his hands. His palms were covered with dragon scales. 2 kinds of flames of extreme yang emerged. The fire dragon seal was enough to deal with a first-grade devil emperor. Chapter 623. Honglong. The fierce battle was still going on. Yu Wei and the other 3 were besieging a demonic leader, opening up a battlefield in the sky. The disciples of Nebula sect were fighting fiercely with the demonic army under the leadership of Zuoling Air and De Huang Dog. Although the disciples of Nebula sect didn't have the advantage in number, their strength was incomparably strong, especially those newly recruited disciples. Most of them were 9th-grade combat kings, and they were rare geniuses in various regions. Killing them would cause great damage to the demonic army. On the other side, Jiang Chen and the demon dweller had opened up a new battlefield. The demon dweller was incomparably terrifying. His fingernails were as red as blood. He roared and rushed toward Jiang Chen. The disciples of Nebula sect were on tenterhooks while fighting. They didn't know if Jiang Chen could deal with the devil emperor demonic leader. If he couldn't, today's battle wouldn't be fun anymore. Only Zuoling Air and De Huang Dog weren't worried at all. De Huang Dog knew Jiang Chen the best. He knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Zuoling Air had seen Jiang Chen kill Kong Yen and Kong Yang with her own eyes. Killing a first-grade devil emperor demonic beast was just a piece of cake for her. Facing the powerful attack of the demonic leader, Jiang Chen's face didn't show any signs of nervousness. He was full of confidence. In his hand, a huge fire dragon seal had been completely condensed. Brr, brr. Along with the earth-shattering dragon roar, a fire dragon that was more than 10 meters long suddenly appeared in the night sky. The sky had turned into a sea of fire. The huge body of the fire dragon danced continuously, as if a real azure dragon had appeared. The demon dweller's facial expression changed when he sensed the chi and destructive energy from the fire dragon. He could feel the terror of the fire dragon. More importantly, the fire dragon carried the flame of extreme yang, which was the nemesis of his devil nature. Under the influence of the fire dragon seal, the demon dweller felt that he could only exert half of his combat power. A first-grade devil emperor wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Now that he was restrained, the consequences could be imagined. Rumble, Jiang Chen did not care about the shock in the demon cultivator's heart. The fire dragon roared past, destroying all of the demon cultivator's attacks. Its huge body wrapped around the demon cultivator, and an endless amount of energy rushed out from the fire dragon, causing great damage to the demon cultivator. The demonic being let out a roar that sent shivers down one's spine. Just from its roar alone, one could sense the pain it was enduring right now. Rumble. With a roar, the fire dragon exploded directly. Along with the fire dragon, the demon's body also exploded. A first-level demon emperor expert was killed on the spot. His body was torn into countless pieces and completely burned under the flames. The battlefield suddenly became silent, including those demons. All of them temporarily stopped their movements. The disciples of the Nebula sect looked up at the still unextinguished flames in the sky, and then looked at the young man in white standing in the air above. The shock in their eyes had reached the extreme. After a moment of silence, it was ushered in the sound of exclamation and cheers. The disciples of the Nebula sect were shouting one by one. Many disciples looked at Zhou Xian as if they were looking at a god of war. He was too powerful, too terrifying. In the eyes of those female disciples, Zhou Xian was not just simply handsome. In such an instant, Zhou Xian almost became the Xinyang in the hearts of the disciples of the Nebula sect. An invincible legend. Fighting with such a god of war was really an extremely enjoyable thing. Brother Zhang is mighty. Someone circulated his yuan force and shouted. Then the disciples of the Nebula sect shouted in unison. Zhou Xian had never entered the Nebula sect before. He didn't even know where the mountain gate of the Nebula sect was. These disciples had completely worshipped Zhou Xian. A newcomer who had just arrived had such a huge influence and won the hearts of so many people. Not to mention the Nebula sect, even in the history of the entire Saint Origin world, this had never happened before. This was a great charisma. Except for Zhou Xian, there was no one else who had such charisma. He is Zhou Xian. He is so powerful. Yeah, he is only an 8th grade combat king, but he killed a 1st grade demon emperor with a single strike. This is really amazing. Guisudong and the others are really idiots. It is a miracle that they are still alive after provoking such a person. Yu Wei and the others were stunned. They thought that there would be an earth-shattering battle. They were worried about Zhou Xian, but they didn't expect that Zhou Xian would be so ferocious. He killed a 1st grade demon emperor with a single strike. This was too shocking. Even when the 4 of them joined forces to deal with a 1st grade demon emperor, they knew better than anyone else how scary a 1st grade demon emperor was. But now they felt that Zhou Xian was even scarier. Seeing that its companion was killed, the black bat became violent. It raised its head and let out a sharp roar, then crazily attacked Yu Wei and the others. At the same time, the roar of the black bat was also to summon the other leaders. Kill all these demonic devils. Lin Kong shouted. The disciples of the Nebula sect rose again, attacking the demonic army. The death of their leader had a great impact on the morale of the demonic army. Their fighting spirit was obviously not as strong as before. Honglong. At this moment, a mountain in front of them crumbled. A huge monster with the size of 100 meters appeared, emitting a dark light. It was rushing towards them. When the huge monster appeared in front of Zhou Xian, it turned into a majestic man. His body was covered with black veins which made him look very strange and scary. There were 3 demonic devil leaders in the desert. The one in front of them was the most powerful one. Zhou Xian could see that this demonic devil's cultivation base hadn't reached the 2nd grade demon emperor, but it was at the peak of the 1st grade demon emperor. In addition to the ferocity and terror of the demonic devils, it was imaginable how terrifying this demonic devil leader was. He was much stronger than the previous demon. You killed my brother. You deserve to die. The demonic devil leader's voice was hoarse. His eyes were staring at Zhou Xian coldly. You will die as well. The fire-tipped spear appeared in Zhou Xian's hand again. Without saying a word, he thrust it at the demonic devil leader. There was nothing to say to this kind of demonic devil, only a life-and-death battle. This was also his biggest goal. As long as he could kill this big guy in front of him, he would be able to wipe out the entire Huangling desert. All the demonic devils would be eradicated. Roar, the demonic devil leader, was infuriated. A demonized blade appeared in his hand and he thrust it at the fire-tipped spear. Clang as the blade and the sword collided, the demonic devil leader's body shook slightly. Although he wasn't pushed back by Zhou Xian, he was at a disadvantage. What? The demonic devil leader was astonished. He didn't expect this young human to be so powerful that he wasn't a match for him. The demonic devil should be in its great demon form. This demonic qi was much stronger than the devil qi. Therefore, Jiang Chen's flame didn't have much effect on it. However, even without the flame's suppression, Jiang Chen wouldn't put it in his eyes. It was a piece of cake for him to deal with a first-grade combat emperor. Roar! The demonic devil leader roared and engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang Chen. Both of them had fought for more than 10 rounds, but neither of them was able to hurt the other. However, the demonic devil leader was constantly being suppressed by Jiang Chen. He let out angry roars from time to time. One had to admit that this demonic devil leader was very powerful. Not only was he strong, his body was also very hard. Arg! At this time, a miserable shriek was heard from afar. The black bat had broken through the grand formation of Yu Wei and the other three, severely injuring one of the Earth Rank's disciples. Yu Wei and the other two had also suffered from the backlash of the grand formation. Without the support of the grand formation, their faces turned ugly. They had underestimated the demonic devil leader's power, but it was also their bad luck. If it was an ordinary demonic devil leader or the devil cultivator who fought with Jiang Chen, the four of them would have been able to take it down. However, this black bat was especially difficult to deal with. It kept releasing bats to disturb their minds, which was why the grand formation was broken. Jie, you want to kill me with just the few of you? You are delusional. I will eat all of you now. The black bat let out a sinister laugh. The 4 wings on his back kept flapping as he charged at Yu Wei. De Huang, go help him. Jiang Chen saw everything and immediately shouted at De Huang. Zhoosh! Before Jiang Chen's voice faded, De Huang dog had already turned into a golden light and pierced through the night sky, blocking the black bat's path. Another one who wants to die. The black bat laughed sinisterly. Baka Master Dog wants you dead. De Huang dog cackled and charged at the black bat with his dog head. Seeing that De Huang dog dared to hit him with his head, a trace of contempt flashed in the black bat's eyes. He suddenly stretched out his sharp claws and swiped at De Huang dog's head. He thought that this swipe would be enough to smash De Huang dog's head into pieces. But the result was not like that. Bang! The black bat's sharp claws touched De Huang dog's head, but the scene that he had imagined didn't happen. He felt that his claws had touched an indestructible rock. Instead, what he felt was a terrifying force coming from the dog's head. Ka-cha! The black bat didn't manage to break the dog's head, but his claws were twisted by the dog's head. After reaching the 9th grade Demon King, De Huang dog was strong enough to fight a 1st grade combat emperor. So powerful. Yu Wei and the other two's facial expression changed. They looked at the De Huang dog with horrified eyes. They didn't think that this dog would be so much stronger than them, as it could inflict heavy damage on the black bat. The black bat was infuriated. 4 of his wings flapped. A large number of black bats were fanned out by him, covering the sky and the earth. They were flying towards De Huang dog. Yu Wei and the other 3 showed an irritated expression when they saw these black bats. These black bats weren't a big threat, but the chirping sounds they made could make people feel agitated. However, De Huang dog didn't care about it at all. He turned his body and raised his fat butt, aiming at the black bats. At the same time, he said to Yu Wei and the others, "You guys move away. Today I will add 1 more chapter, 3 more chapters, 1028276635. Official subscription to the monthly group, 1331888. Chapter 624. De Huang dog's attitude stunned Yu Wei and the other 2. They were stunned on the spot, not knowing why De Huang dog wanted them to leave. Shouldn't they be fighting the troublesome black bats together? Could it be that this De Huang dog was confident that he could deal with the black bats alone? However, these questions were completely answered in the next moment. Yu Wei and the other 2 did the most regrettable thing in their lives. They didn't follow De Huang dog's instructions and leave quickly. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. A green wave of air sprayed out from De Huang dog's butt. This green wave of air spread out like the most lethal poisonous gas. The originally ferocious black bats let out miserable screams and fell from the sky. They twitched a few times and died. Fuck, what's that? Yu Wei couldn't help but say, "Blurg, it stinks. Motherfucker, that's a dog fart. Blurg, it stinks to death." Well, Motherfucker, it's actually a fart. Heavens, kill me, blurg. Yu Wei and the other two didn't dare to stay any longer. They ran away while vomiting. That's right, they ran away. They didn't run when facing the powerful black bats, but now they couldn't stand a dog fart. This dog fart was too shocking. They wanted to curse De Huang Dog, but they remembered that De Huang Dog did warn them before, but they just didn't listen. Rumble. Accompanied by De Huang Dog's laughter, another thunderous roar rang out. De Huang's invincible whirlwind ecstasy fart was unparalleled and unstoppable. No matter how many black bats there were, they were all crushed to death. Of course, it was hard to tell whether they died from the explosion or from the smoke. Large numbers of black bats fell from the sky and died a tragic death. Ah! Even the bat leader screamed. He was hit directly by De Huang Dog's ecstasy fart. Now his whole body was wrapped by the green air. These air currents were like tarsal bones and he couldn't get rid of them no matter what. Even if the ecstasy fart couldn't cause any substantial damage to the bat leader, that kind of torture wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. Yu Wei and the other two knew that. Damn, that's amazing. I've never seen such a dog. The power of this fart is simply invincible. Even the demon emperor can't stand it. It's too scary. Fortunately, we weren't on that battlefield. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. All the disciples of the Nebula sect gave a thumbs up to De Huang Dog and praised him for being powerful. This could no longer be described as just powerful, it was simply invincible. Even Zwillinger was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. Although she had been in contact with De Huang Dog for some time, she only knew that De Huang Dog's head was relatively hard. She really didn't know that this dog had such an abnormal skill. Wow! The bat leader also vomited. He tried his best to get rid of the green airflow and flew away. De Huang Dog chased after him. It seemed that he wanted to fight with the level 1 demon emperor bat leader. Come, let's attack together. Yu Wei said to the other two geniuses of the Earth list. The three of them carried their weapons and rushed towards the bat leader. They wanted to join forces with De Huang Dog to eliminate this bat leader. The battle was still going on. Jiang Qin and the demonic chief were fighting fiercely. The demonic chief was shouting loudly, but he was no match for Jiang Qin at all. He was suppressed by Jiang Qin all the time. I didn't expect there to be such a genius in the human race. However, you will still be killed by me. I'm done playing with you. A sneer appeared on the face of the demonic chief. His body suddenly exploded and turned into a huge monster that was 300 meters in size. At the same time, layers of black scales appeared on the surface of the monster's body. Demonic chi began to overflow from his body. The demonic chief's chi actually rose gradually. Although it hadn't reached the level 2 demon emperor yet, it was much stronger than before. Senior brother Jiang, be careful. This demonic chief has entered the demonized state. It's more difficult to deal with than before. Lan Yi reminded. Jiang Qin revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid that he won't enter the demonized state. This demonic chief was very difficult to deal with. Previously, the demonic chi was covered with demonic chi. In that state, it was extremely difficult for Jiang Qin to kill the demonic chief. Moreover, the demonic chief might even escape. Now that he had entered the demonized state, he was no different from a devil. Although his combat strength had increased, Jiang Qin's control over him was much stronger. In this way, the demonic chief was not as powerful as before to Jiang Qin. In this case, Jiang Qin wasn't worried at all. Brat, you are a peerless genius. I'm going to eat you now. I'll eat your flesh and absorb your essence. Then I'll be able to break through to the second-grade demon emperor. Ha! The demonic chief's laughter was like thunder. His huge body was like a mountain, pouncing towards Jiang Qin. You want to eat me? I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. Jiang Qin's battle intent was unparalleled. A sea of fire appeared around him. The fire dragon seal was condensed once again. Whether it was the true dragon fire or the true thunder fire, they were the nemesis and natural enemy of demons. There was no doubt about this. Back in the devil world, Jiang Qin had displayed this kind of restraint to the fullest. The fire dragon roared and broke through the void, leaving a long fiery shadow behind. It collided with the demonic chief. The monstrous demonic chi that overflowed from the demonic chief's body was like a mouse that had seen a cat when it encountered the fire dragon. It shrank rapidly. Under the impact of the fire dragon, all the demonic chi was instantly incinerated. The fear of fire made the demonic chief's soul tremble. This was his natural nemesis. Under such restraint, the demonic chief couldn't exert his full strength at all. Finally, the fire dragon broke through all obstacles. It smashed into the demonic chief's body like a hot knife through butter. The demonic chief's huge body was forced back several dozen zhang before he could stabilize himself. Many of the scales on the surface of his body had been blasted off. Just this attack alone had caused great damage to the demonic chief. What kind of flame is this? How can it be so powerful? It can actually burn my demonic chi. The demonic chief's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. The way he looked at Xianxia had also changed. From the initial contempt, there was now a trace of solemnity and even a trace of fear. In other words, he wasn't afraid of Xianxia, but he was afraid of Xianxia's flames. Xianxia didn't give the demonic chief any chance to react. He charged forward with the fire-tipped spear in his hand. The current fire-tipped spear was completely different from before. After Xianxia had given it 2 kinds of powerful fire crows, its might had increased by many times. The might of an emperor armament was fully displayed. The fire-tipped spear turned into a fire dragon, rushing towards the demonic chief. The demonic chief roared and hurriedly raised his hard claws to resist. His claws were exceptionally sharp and indestructible, carrying boundless demonic waves. Puchi. Unfortunately, no matter how sharp his claws were, they couldn't resist the terror of the fire-tipped spear. Under the suppression of the flames, those originally tyrannical demonic waves were completely destroyed. The fire-tipped spear directly pierced through the demonic chief's claws. At the same time, a blazing and tyrannical force burst out from the fire-tipped spear, directly shattering the demonic chief's claws. The demonic devil chief let out a blood-curdling scream. Its fury was soaring. Just as it was about to unleash a more powerful attack, it realized that 9 identical Xianxias had suddenly surrounded it. It was dazzled by what it saw, and it felt as if 9 flaming spears were stabbing at it at the same time. In the face of such an attack, the demonic chief's normal reaction was the same as Kong Yang's, attacking indiscriminately. Puchi. The demonic chief's ending was the same as Kong Yang's. He shattered all of Xianxia's doppelgangers, but he couldn't block the attack of Xianxia's real body. The fire-tipped spear pierced through the demonic chief's head, which was the most vital part of the demonic chief. This spear carried all of Xianxia's strength. Combined with the emperor weapon, it was a fatal blow to the demonic chief. The demonic chief's head was directly pierced through by the fire-tipped spear. Accompanied by the demonic chief's blood-curdling screech, the fire-tipped spear shook, and an incomparably bright demonic spirit was picked out from the demonic chief's head by the fire-tipped spear, falling into Xianxia's hand. At the same time, the bat leader was also at the end of its flight under the joint attack of De Huang Dog Yue and the other 2. Half of its body was smashed. The moment it saw the demonic chief being killed by Xianxia, the bat leader was disheartened and completely lost its will to fight. At the same time, the bat leader's body was pierced by the battle weapons of Yue and the other 2, dying tragically on the spot. The demonic chief is dead. Kill all these demonic beasts. Don't let a single one of them escape. The disciples of the Nebula sect had gone crazy. Each and every one of them was shouting as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their will to fight was soaring, and the demonic beast army was collapsing one after another. The 3 demonic beast leaders were all dead. How could the other demonic beasts still have the will to fight? They immediately fled in all directions. How could the disciples of the Nebula sect let go of such a great opportunity? In an instant, the sound of battle shook the sky. The disciples of the Nebula sect joined hands and sealed the battlefield, leaving no place for the demonic beasts to escape. After a few hours of battle, all the demonic beasts were killed. Not a single one was left alive. The whole Huangling desert was filled with demonic beasts' corpses, and blood flowed like a river. This was an earth-shattering battle. The fierce battle lasted for a whole night. At this moment, the sky was slightly brighter. Many disciples of the Nebula sect were covered with blood. Some of them belonged to themselves and some belonged to the demonic beasts. After a whole night of battle, none of them felt tired. Everyone was extremely excited. They had never fought such a satisfying battle before. Before they departed from Nebula sect, No one had thought that the mission that was supposed to take 10 days would be completed in just one day. Moreover, it was so thorough that all the demonic beasts were killed. Everyone had obtained great benefits. The greatest reward this time wasn't only the demonic beasts, but the soul-stirring battle. That kind of intense battle was something they had never experienced before. At that moment they felt that their blood was boiling. That kind of carefree feeling was indescribable. Chapter 625. The battle was over. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the desert. There was still a sandstorm and the yellow sand danced in the air. This was the climate of the Huangling Desert. It was like this all day long. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the white-robed youth standing in the sky. Their eyes were all filled with worship. Jiang Chen's war-godlike expression would forever be imprinted in their hearts. As the outstanding figures of the younger generation, as the geniuses of the Nebula sect, it was truly difficult for them to worship someone. However, this white-robed youth in front of them made them have no choice but to worship him. The eyes of the female disciples were sparkling. Looking at their expressions, as long as Jiang Chen said the word, they would be willing to break their heads and offer their bodies to him. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. It was unknown who started the chant, but the entire sky above the desert resounded with Jiang Chen's name. At this moment, Jiang Chen carried the glory of a war god. He was the incarnation of a war god, and these people were willing to shout his name. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the east. His eyes emitted 2 rays of light. He enjoyed the feeling of standing at the peak. The glory of his previous life would also be the same in this life. He was moving forward step by step, returning to the peak. He believed that one day he would once again set foot on the peak of this world. That day wouldn't be too far away. At this moment, Yu Wei and the other 2 disciples brought another heavily injured genius of the earth ranking to Jiang Chen. The 4 of them cupped their fists towards Jiang Chen at the same time. Brother Jiang Chen is truly an unprecedented genius. We admire you. The 4 of them spoke with sincerity. As the second ranker on the earth list, Yu Wei had never admired anyone before. It was even more impossible for him to say such words in front of others. However, he had done so today and with such sincerity. It could be imagined that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, their lives would have been in danger. Moreover, because of Jiang Chen's presence, the people of Huangling Desert had completed the mission ahead of schedule. His hot-blooded method had greatly boosted the morale of the disciples of Nebula sect. This was the rarest thing. Jiang Chen's means were extremely powerful. He was only an 8th grade combat king, yet he could easily kill a devil emperor. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Aren't you going to thank me, De Huang? De Huang dog came to the side of Yu Wei and the others and said with his head held high. Upon seeing this, the 4 of them quickly clasped their fists at De Huang dog. If it wasn't for Brother Dog's help, we would have been in danger, and it would be impossible for us to kill that black bat. This demon soul should belong to Brother Dog. Yu Wei took out the demon soul of the black bat and placed it in front of De Huang dog. Although he was reluctant to part with it, he knew very well that without De Huang's help, they wouldn't be able to get this demon soul. It would be good enough if they could keep their lives. Master Dog doesn't care about this thing. Just give it to that kid. De Huang dog looked at Jiang Chen. Yu Wei looked at Jiang Chen again. I am Yu Wei, the second ranker of the Nebula sect. This demon soul of the leader of the demonic devils should belong to Brother Jiang. Jiang Chen nodded. He had a good impression of Yu Wei, at least he was much better than Guisudong. You guys killed it, keep it for yourselves. Jiang Chen smiled. Brother Jiang, this demon soul is worth an emperor elixir. This time when the sect announced the mission, it was very clear that whoever can bring back the demon soul of the leader of the demonic devils will get an emperor elixir. Such a precious thing, Brother Jiang should keep it for yourself. Yu Wei said. Hearing that, Jiang Chen's impression of Yu Wei became even better. This person was the second ranker of the earth ranking, but he was a good person. If it was someone else, why would he give the treasure to someone else? He might even snatch it away. Jiang Chen was very clear about the importance of an emperor elixir to these people of the earth ranking, especially Yu Wei. If he was able to refine the emperor elixir, he would be able to directly advance to the realm of combat emperor and become a core disciple. This was the main reason why they came to Huangling Desert, but Yu Wei actually gave the treasure to him. I already have 2 demon souls of the leader of the demonic devils. I can exchange them for 2 emperor elixir. You should be clear about the emperor elixir. A person can only consume it once. If you consume it again, it will lose its effect. Therefore, brother, you should keep this demon soul for yourself as a gift for our first meeting. Zhang Chen stretched out his hand and patted Yu Wei's shoulder. Yu Wei's face immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. This demon soul was too important to him. He immediately kept the demon soul and said to Zhang Chen, "Brother Zhang's kindness today, Yu Wei will always remember it. When we arrive at the nebulous sect, Brother Zhang's matter will be my matter." Yu Wei was very clear that the chances of him getting the leader of the demonic devils in this desert was very slim. Aside from the fact that the leader of the demonic devils was very strong, there was also a huge competition within the nebulous sect. Wuxia had become a combat emperor and was well prepared. There was no way they could get their hands on it. However, the appearance of Zhang Chen had ruined everyone's original plan. In this desert battle, the one who gained the most was, of course, Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen himself had gotten quite a number of high-rank demon souls. The 2 emperor-rank demon souls could be exchanged for 2 emperor elixir. De Huang Dog didn't need it, but he and Zuoling Heir needed it. Zuoling Heir relied on the emperor elixir to break through to the combat emperor realm. Zhang Chen himself could also step into the 9th grade combat king realm, advancing his cultivation to the next level. Guosudong, Hu Lai and the others saw everything from afar. The shock on their faces was indescribable. Brother Gui, he is so strong. He killed all the leaders of the demonic devils. I'm afraid it's not a good thing for us to go against him. Zhang De said. This guy killed all the demonic devils. Doesn't that mean my brother will have nothing left? Without the demon soul of the demonic devils, we won't be able to get the emperor elixir. This will be a great loss to me. Hu Lai was still worried about his emperor elixir. Guosudong and the other 2 glared at Hu Lai. It was all because of this trash. If it wasn't for this trash, they wouldn't have had such an unpleasant relationship with Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's actions today would definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups of the sect. With his and Zuoling Heir's talent, once they entered the sect, even the supreme elders would fight to accept them as their direct disciples. Going against Zhang Chen would only bring them bad consequences. At this moment, an incomparably strong qi came from afar. The other disciples of Nebula sect had appeared. Other than the people on the earth ranking, the most important person had finally appeared. It was Wuxia, who was ranked first in the earth ranking, a first-grade combat emperor. Look, Wuxia is here. I think there's going to be a good show. Brother Jiang has beaten up Hu Lai and Guosudong. Wuxia won't let this matter go. Even if Brother Jiang didn't beat Hu Lai, Wuxia would still cause trouble. He came here for the demonic devil chief, but there isn't even a single demonic devil left in the desert. He won't be satisfied if he doesn't get anything. Yeah, he won't get anything. This is really ironic. However, if he fights with Brother Jiang, he might not be able to defeat Brother Jiang. Chapter 626. The demonic devil had been eliminated, but it would only get more lively next. Everyone knew about the grudge between Zhang Chen and Hu Lai. Now that Wuxia had arrived, he wouldn't let this matter go. Wuxia was the #1 genius on the earth ranking. He had already advanced to the combat emperor realm. His strength was tyrannical, incomparable to any ordinary first-grade combat emperor. In order to kill the leader of the demonic devils, Wuxia had made sufficient preparations. This meant that he had the means to deal with the leader. However, Zhang Chen was also capable of killing the leader of the demonic devils. Plus, everyone had witnessed Zhang Chen's strength. If Wuxia and Zhang Chen were to fight, it was hard to tell who would win. When the newly arrived disciples of the Nebula sect arrived and saw the situation in the desert, their facial expression changed drastically. Although they didn't know what had happened here, the corpses of the demonic devils were enough to prove that an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. By God! No wonder I didn't meet any demonic devils along the way. Could it be that all the demonic devils have been killed? How could this be? All the demonic devils in Huangling Desert have been killed? Are we late? There's nothing here, but how is this possible? Since when did the inner sect of the Nebula sect become so powerful? What's going on? Could it be that the elders of the sect personally killed all the fiendish demons? That's impossible. If the elders were the ones to do it, why would the sect send us here to train? Isn't that just fooling us? Everyone was confused. They didn't know what was going on, but they were very clear that all the demonic devils in Huangling Desert had been killed. Not a single one of them was left alive. This indicated that their trip here was in vain. They couldn't even get a single strand of hair. The most depressed one was, of course, Hu Song. With his strength, he could sense that all the fiendish demons here had been killed, which meant that the leader of the fiendish demons was also dead. If the leader of the fiendish demons was not dead, he would definitely not have watched the disciples of the Nebula sect kill these fiendish demons. And this was definitely not the work of the sect elders, because the hundreds of Nebula sect disciples below that were covered in blood told him that they had indeed participated in such a battle. But the demons were all killed, and the Nebula sect disciples did not suffer any major losses. How was this possible? Since when did the inner disciples of the Nebula sect become so powerful? When Hu Lai saw his brother, he immediately went to greet him. Guosudong and the others followed behind him. Although they had recovered from their injuries, their bruised and swollen faces were still there. Their appearances could be said to be extremely embarrassing. What's going on? Who beat you up? Hu Song was stunned. These guys in front of him were obviously beaten up. But in the inner sect of the Nebula sect, who dared to beat his brother? They simply didn't want to live. What surprised him even more was that even Guosudong and the others were beaten up. One had to know that they were geniuses on the earth roll. Who could beat them up? Even Yu Wei, who was ranked second on the earth roll, couldn't do it. Big brother, you must help me. Xianxia, it's that Xianxia and that damned girl. Hu Lai sobbed. When he thought of the grievances and abuse he had suffered before, he almost wanted to lie on his big brother's shoulder and roll over in pain. Xianxia? Who's Xianxia? Who is that damned girl? Hu Song was like a monk scratching his head. He didn't know the two people that Hu Lai mentioned at all. There were no such people in the Nebula sect. Senior brother Hu, this is what happened. This time the sect recruited inner disciples from various regions. Many new disciples directly joined the Huangling Desert to gain experience. Jiang Qin and Zueling are two of them. However, these two people are quite tyrannical. We are not their opponents. Guosudong told him everything that had happened here without any hesitation or concealment. From how Jiang Qin beat up Wu Lai, to how they were beaten up when they sought revenge, to how Jiang Qin swept across the desert and even killed the leader of the demonic devils. Guosudong told him everything. Guosudong didn't deliberately lower his voice, so those disciples who had just arrived heard it clearly. Their eyes suddenly widened as if they were dreaming. They didn't expect that it was a new disciple who did all this and killed all the fiendish demons. But then their gazes fell on Hu Song at the same time. This situation was undoubtedly a great irony for Hu Song. It should be known that when Hu Song was in the sect, he had announced that he would kill the leader of the fiendish demons this time and obtain the imperial elixir for his younger brother. He didn't expect that when he came here excitedly, not to mention the leader of the fiendish demons, not even a hair was left. That feeling was like an old prostitute who drank aphrodisiac. After everything was ready and even took off his pants, he found that the woman was gone. How miserable. Big brother, you must not let that brat go. He dared to beat me, which is disrespectful to you. Now that he killed the leader of the fiendish demons before you, he is even more disrespectful to you. A new disciple who has just arrived is actually so arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, what will happen in the future? Hu Lai said while gnashing his teeth. He couldn't wait to eat Jiang Qin alive. Now that he had his big brother, he immediately became arrogant again. In Hu Lai's heart, his big brother was an invincible existence. Even if Jiang Qin killed the leader of the fiendish demons, he would definitely not be a match for his big brother. This was a kind of blind worship. Hu Song snorted coldly. He looked at the group of disciples of the Nebula sect and said, Lung Lung, which one is Jiang Qin? Stand out. What should come would come sooner or later. Jiang Qin smiled and flew in front of Hu Song. He said indifferently, I am. I heard that you are number 1 on the Earth list. Do you have any advice for me? Hu Song's eyes were like torches as he stared at Jiang Qin. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Qin was actually so young. He looked less than 20 years old, but he actually had such a high level of cultivation. He was extremely shocked. A new disciple dares to be so arrogant. He even dared to hit my little brother and a genius on the Earth list. How audacious, Hu Song said. His tone was extremely impolite because this young man in front of him had made him the laughingstock of the entire Nebula sect. One must know that before coming to the Huangling Desert, Husong had boasted that he would kill the leader of the fiendish demons and personally bring back the demon spirit of the leader of the fiendish demons. Not to mention the leader of the fiendish demons, there wasn't even a single fiendish demon left. A new disciple had beaten him to it. If he returned empty-handed, he would definitely be ridiculed by his fellow disciples. It would make him seem inferior to a new disciple. Even if he became a core disciple in the future, he would still be looked down upon. This was something that Husong couldn't tolerate. I don't care who you are and I don't care how powerful you are in the Nebula sect. But I advise you not to provoke me because I'm someone that you can't afford to offend. Xianxia said to Husong in an extremely serious tone. Those who knew Xianxia would know that this was a friendly reminder from Xianxia. He wasn't being arrogant or boastful. Husong burst into laughter. He felt that he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A new disciple dared to use such a tone to threaten him. If this wasn't a joke, then what was? However, the disciples of the Nebula sect didn't laugh. They didn't think that this was a joke. They felt that Xianxia's words were very sincere. No matter how one looked at it, Xianxia wasn't someone that Husong could provoke. Even if Husong had the strength to contend against Xianxia with Xianxia's talent, it wouldn't be long before Husong would be left in the dust. You're indeed arrogant. No one in the inner sect has ever dared to speak to me like this. Xianxia, if you hand over the demon spirit of the leader of the fiendish demons to me, I can let bygones be bygones. How about it? This is already my bottom line. Husong said in a condescending tone. Damn it, you're really a shameless guy. If you want the demon spirit, go kill it yourself. Who can you blame for being late? Let me tell you, I don't have a demon spirit, but I have a whole basket of bullshit. The Huang dog instantly couldn't stand it. Where did this dog come from? Are you courting death? Husong was enraged. With his status, it was fine that Xianxia was disrespectful to him, but now even a dog dared to provoke him. Senior brother, this dog isn't ordinary. Sudong reminded. Big brother, will slaughter this dog later and stew it when we get back. Hulai said viciously. Looks like there's going to be a fight today. Xianxia won't hand over the demon spirit. With his ability, he won't give Husong any face. Yeah, this Husong is too much. Senior brother Jiang has shown his prowess today. It can be said that he has made a great contribution to the sect. We have obtained great benefits by following him, but Husong wants to snatch the fruits of our labor. How can there be such a good thing? If they really fight, who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Although senior brother Jiang is only an 8th grade combat king, his strength is obvious to all of us. Husong is a 1st grade combat emperor, but he has been preparing for a long time. He might have some powerful tricks up his sleeves. If they really fight, it's hard to say who will win. However, I hope that senior brother Jiang will win. In the future, his status and future in the Nebula sect will surpass Husong. That's right. I also hope that senior brother Jiang will win. After all, senior brother Jiang has brought us so many benefits. That Hu brother has never given us any benefits other than being overbearing. Chapter 627. Xianxia, are you really not going to hand over the demon soul? Do you really think that you are qualified to fight me after killing the leader of the demonic beasts? Husong's eyes glinted with a cold light. From his point of view, this was the last chance he was giving to Xianxia. If Xianxia didn't cherish this chance, he would attack him without hesitation. Since you are so arrogant, I will challenge you now. Before I enter the Nebula sect, I will take the 1st place in the Earth ranking. That is not bad. Xianxia pointed his finger at Husong. His body emitted a strong desire to fight. He could see that there was no way to reconcile with Husong today. Why not take the initiative to challenge Husong? Husong was the 1st in the Earth ranking. As long as Xianxia defeated him, he would be the rightful 1st in the Earth ranking. Entering the Nebula sect with this identity was undoubtedly a great opportunity. This was probably the first time in the history of the Nebula sect. There were 2 rankings in the Nebula sect. One was the Sky ranking and the other was the Earth ranking. These 2 rankings had always been fought for by the core disciples and the inner sect disciples. However, There had never been a disciple who didn't even enter the Nebula sect who took the first place in the Earth ranking. If Zhou Xian entered the Nebula sect with the identity of the first place in the Earth ranking, it would be a miracle and a good story in the history of the Nebula sect. Fine, Zhou Xian, since you are so reckless, I will fulfill your wish. Before you pass the brilliant mirror test, you are not a true disciple of the Nebula sect. It is useless to only have the jade token. Even if I kill you today, it won't be considered as killing a fellow disciple. Husong pointed his finger at Zhou Xian and said arrogantly. He didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes at all. Even though Zhou Xian had killed the leader of the demonic beasts, Zhou Xian was only an 8th grade combat king. Husong came prepared this time. His goal was to kill the leader of the demonic beasts. If it wasn't because of Zhou Qian's sudden appearance, he would definitely be able to kill the leader of the demonic beasts with his trump card. Brother Zhang, be careful. Although Husong has just become a combat emperor, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. It is said that his Black Rock Tyrant body scripture has reached a certain level, making it extremely difficult to deal with him. Also, Husong has prepared a trump card to kill the leader of the demonic beasts in Huangling Desert. Yu Wei transmitted his voice to Zhou Qian to remind him. Zhou Qian nodded. He couldn't afford to be careless when fighting Husong. He was only an 8th grade combat king. Although he had killed some combat emperors, whether it was Kong Yang or the leader of the demonic beasts, they were all suppressed by him. His current strength wasn't a match for a 2nd grade combat emperor. An ordinary 1st grade combat emperor like Kong Yan could be easily killed. However, Husong, who was ranked 1st in the Earth ranking, was obviously not someone that Kong Yan could compare to. He was a genius of the Nebula sect. Husong wasn't easy to deal with, but Zhou Qian wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, fighting with an existence like Husong could stimulate his desire to fight. Come on, let me see what kind of tricks you, the new genius, have. Husong's chi fluctuated and he flew up to the sky. The sun had risen completely. Huangling Desert seemed to have become warmer because all the demonic beasts had been eliminated, but there was still a sandstorm in the sky. Zhou Qian followed closely and flew up to the sky, creating another battlefield with Husong. The disciples of the Nebula sect widened their eyes and stared at the two of them without blinking. Although this battle wasn't going to take place in the Nebula sect, it was still an extremely shocking battle. It was related to the fight for the 1st rank of the Earth ranking. Ever since Husong had become a combat emperor, the Earth ranking hadn't changed much. Very few people were competing for it. Today, whether the new genius Zhou Qian could shake Husong's position in the Earth ranking was something that everyone was looking forward to. Everyone was looking forward to Zhou Qian's victory and creating a miracle. Just last night, Zhou Qian had led them to create a miracle. Ka-ka. A wave of yuan qi rushed out from Husong's body. At the same time, Husong's bones produced a ka-ka sound. He was born with a strong physique, but he was much more handsome than Hu Lai. His sharp face was filled with a domineering aura. However, this domineering aura came from the cultivation technique that he had cultivated. From the changes in Husong's body, it could be seen that Husong cultivated an extremely powerful body refining cultivation technique. His corporeal body was extremely tyrannical. Just a moment ago, Yu Wei had already reminded him that Husong's profound rock tyrant body technique had been cultivated to a very high level. Steel opening hand. Husong bellowed and launched the first attack. He struck out a palm strike at Zhou Qian. It was the steel-breaking palm of the purest yang attribute. This steel-breaking palm was many times more powerful than the steel-breaking palm of the Shangguan family in the eastern continent. Husong's palm seemed to be covered with a layer of solid golden rock. It was emitting a dazzling radiance that was mixed with mystical runes. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhou Qian. This palm carried an aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It was enough to smash a mountain into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. Boom. Zhou Qian wasn't afraid at all. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, so he wasn't afraid of anyone with a powerful physique. Husong's powerful physique made Zhou Qian extremely excited. It was a good chance for him to clash with Husong and test his own physique. Zhou Qian struck out with his fist. His fist was covered with blood-red dragon scales and turned into a gigantic dragon claw. He clashed with Husong's steel opening hand. Bang! The fist and the palm collided, producing a metallic clanging sound. It didn't seem to be a part of the two's bodies, but two terrifying weapons colliding. Sparks flew everywhere. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong the two's bodies were. Both Jiang Qin and Hu Song were hit by a powerful force. They took 3 steps back before they could regain their balance. Hu Song's facial expression changed. He looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. He cultivated the Black Rock Tyrant body art, so he was very confident in his physique. No one at the same level as him had ever dared to fight him with their physique. He didn't expect that an 8th grade combat king like Jiang Qin could be on par with him. This made Hu Song put away his underestimation of Jiang Qin. He was shocked. He couldn't believe that an 8th grade combat king could be this powerful. When he was an 8th grade combat king compared to Jiang Qin, he was just a piece of trash. This made Hu Song feel that he was far behind Jiang Qin, and it was this thought that made him jealous. So powerful. Hu Song's cultivation of the Black Rock Tyrant body art has reached a certain level, making his physique extremely strong. No one in the inner sect dares to compete with him in terms of physique. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to be on par with him. Brother Jiang is really an abnormal monster. Not only is his combat skill powerful, but his physique is also terrifying. It's really rare to see such an abnormal monster. The Black Rock Tyrant body art is Hu Song's biggest advantage. If he can't suppress Jiang Qin with this, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for him to win. Many people were shocked. They had followed Jiang Qin for a night. Jiang Qin led them to kill the demons and devils, killing the leaders of the demons. He had used all kinds of terrifying skills. Now he was fighting Hu Song with such a terrifying physique. How could they not be surprised? I don't believe that your physique is stronger than mine. Hu Song's expression became fierce. Since he started cultivating the Black Rock Tyrant body art, he had extreme confidence in his physique. He could accept that someone's physique was stronger than his, but he couldn't accept that an 8th grade combat king's physique was stronger than his. Boom! Hu Song attacked again. It was still a physical attack. His palms danced in the air, and in a blink of an eye, dozens of palm prints were shot out. The void was about to explode, and the attacks were aimed at Jiang Qin. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Jiang Qin didn't slow down. His body moved like a graceful bird, and each step he took shattered the void. He quickly took 5 steps and crushed all the palm prints that Hu Song had shot out. Under the huge impact of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, Hu Song was greatly shaken. He took 3 steps back, but this time, Jiang Qin only took 2 steps back. Judging from the surface, it seemed like Jiang Qin had the upper hand. Jiang Qin's advantage was huge. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so he wasn't afraid of consuming his energy. However, Hu Song couldn't afford to compete with Jiang Qin. If he were to compete with Jiang Qin in terms of consuming his energy just like Kong Yang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hu Song is being pushed back. I can't believe it. This is scary. Brother Jiang is not a human. My brother hasn't shown his skills yet. That Jiang Qin is no match for him. Just wait and see. Everyone was shocked again. They didn't expect that Jiang Qin would gain the upper hand in the second move. Although Hu Lai's tone was still extremely arrogant, it was not difficult to see from his expression that his heart was beating like a drum. In his mind, his brother should be able to take down Jiang Qin in a few moves, but he didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Yu Wei sighed. As a genius on the Earth list, he couldn't help but give Jiang Qin a thumbs up again, and secretly sighed that he was inferior to him. Guosudong's face revealed a trace of self-mockery. He thought about how he had been so arrogant to teach Jiang Qin a lesson to vent his anger on Hu Lai. Now it seemed that he was really childish and laughable. De Huang Dog wagged his big tail and smiled brightly. He had never been worried about Jiang Qin. Zwillinger waved her little fist and cheered for Jiang Qin. She was very happy. If this is all you have, then you are too weak. You are no match for me at all. Jiang Qin stretched out a finger and shook it at Hu Song. However, he also knew that Hu Song definitely had more powerful skills. If this was all he had, he wouldn't have the confidence to kill the demon leader. Jiang Qin, Hu Song have never lost to anyone in terms of physical strength. Today I will let you see my Black Rock Tyrant body. Hu Song was angry and no longer hid his strength. Chapter 628. Song was extremely annoyed that his physical strength had been defeated by Zhou Xian. He had also suffered a blow in his heart. This was a blow that he couldn't bear. However, he hadn't used his Black Rock Tyrant body yet. Once he used it, he believed that Zhou Xian definitely wouldn't be a match for him. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Song's body started to change. Layers of sturdy rocks appeared on the surface of his body. These golden rocks had runes on them, and Song's body grew larger and larger. In the end, he became a 3-meter-tall golden giant. At this moment, Song was a golden giant with a layer of armor on the surface of his body. This was the Black Rock Tyrant body. Song had cultivated the Black Rock Tyrant body to the point where he could transform. After transforming, his physical body was many times stronger than before. Ah, did you see that? My big brother transformed. This is the real Black Rock Tyrant body. It's invincible and can smash a mountain. Hulai laughed loudly. In his opinion, as long as his big brother transformed, Zhou Xian would be completely finished. Under the impact of his big brother's Black Rock Tyrant body, Zhou Xian would be smashed to death. What a powerful tyrant body. Can actually transform. In this way, the strength of his physical body is many times stronger than before. If Brother Jiang were to face it head-on, I'm afraid he wouldn't be a match for him at all. Yeah, Song is really powerful. His physical body is unparalleled in the world. No one can compare to him. Look at Brother Jiang's calm face. He doesn't seem to care at all. He doesn't put Song in his eyes at all. I guess he might have an even more powerful opponent. Song's transformation caused an uproar. Everyone was shocked. They deeply felt that Song's Black Rock Tyrant body was too sharp. Many people were worried about Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, my Black Rock Tyrant body is indestructible. I wonder if you dare to continue to face me head-on? Song's voice shook like thunder as he shouted at Zhou Xian. Why wouldn't I dare? Zhou Xian said indifferently. Ah, Zhou Xian, I have to say that your physical body is also rare and terrifying. Unfortunately, compared to my mysterious rock tyrant body, there is still a huge gap. You dare to collide with me head-on. It's rare that you aren't afraid of being knocked to death by me. Song laughed heartily, looking as if he had already defeated Zhou Xian. After transforming the profound rock tyrant body, it gave him great confidence, giving him the capital to be arrogant. You can transform? Can't I? Zhou Xian chuckled before he immediately shouted, Firethorn battle armor. Boom, with a boom, a layer of reddish-gold battle armor appeared on the surface of Zhou Xian's body. This battle armor was extremely sharp. Not only was it flickering with golden light, but there were also spikes protruding from it, making it look abnormally sharp. What? Upon seeing this, Song immediately cried out in shock. He could feel the terrifying energy coming from Zhou Xian's Firethorn combat armor, and those sharp spikes were not easy to deal with. This combat armor had both offensive and defensive capabilities. It was simply flawless. Look, Senior Jiang can actually transform. His aura is not any weaker than Song's. It's really hard to imagine that Senior Jiang has so many tricks up his sleeves. It's simply endless. I didn't expect Senior Jiang to also cultivate such a tyrannical secret technique. His battle armor looks even more terrifying than Song's. Do you guys see those spikes? If he goes on a rampage, those spikes will simply be fatal. Terrifying. This Song is not arrogant anymore. He has finally met his match today with the ability he is so proud of. Everyone was shocked. The shock this time was much more intense than when Song had used the Black Rock Tyrant body. After all, everyone knew that Song had cultivated the Black Rock Tyrant body. However, it was different for Zhou Xian. He had already displayed many tyrannical skills when he was killing demons. In the eyes of the crowd, it was already the limit for a person to have so many skills. However, now that Zhou Xian had displayed the tyrannical Firethorn battle armor, his skills seemed to be endless, as if he would never be able to display them all. Hulai, who was originally abnormally excited, was also stunned at this moment. Thinking of Zhou Xian's previous strong performance, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This time, the two of them once again appeared to be evenly matched. The crowd was even more excited for the next fierce battle. Come on! Zhou Xian roared. With the Firethorn battle armor on, he charged straight at Song. His speed was extremely fast. Like a ray of light, he appeared before Song in the blink of an eye. Humph! Song snorted coldly. Zhou Xian had chosen to collide head-on with him without any fancy moves. This was exactly what he had hoped for. He could display his black rock tyrant body to the extreme. He did not believe that Zhou Qian's battle armor could be stronger than his. Rumble. The two of them collided with each other using their physical bodies. The sound that erupted was like two mountains colliding together. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. A large hole was formed in the void. An ice-cold devouring power came out from the hole, making people feel cold just by looking at it. Next, dong dong dong. Under the gaze of countless people, the two of them collided again and again. Every collision was earth-shattering. The sound produced was like a clap of thunder, making people's hearts tremble. It was hard to imagine that these two people were colliding with each other using their physical bodies. This was a fighting method that did not care about one's life. This was the most primitive fighting, extremely fierce. With the continuous collisions, Wuxia started to show signs of weakness. His indestructible black rock tyrant body was riddled with holes by the sharp spikes of the firethorn battle armor. It looked like it was going to fall apart at any time. Moreover, Wuxia started to show signs of weakness and lack of strength. However, Zhou Xian was becoming more and more ferocious. Again and again he fiercely collided with Wuxia. Although Wuxia's black rock tyrant body had been cultivated to the point where it could transform, it had not been cultivated to the great completion stage. This meant that there were certain flaws. However, Zhou Qian's firethorn battle armor was different. The firethorn battle armor was the innate ability of the firethorn beast. After being absorbed by Zhou Qian using the dragon transformation skill, it became his innate ability. Whenever he used it, it would always be the most powerful and perfect form. In addition, Zhou Qian's yuan force was endless, so he was not afraid of consumption. Wuxia using this method to fight with Zhou Qian was asking for abuse. It's over, Wuxia is finished. His black rock tyrant body is going to be destroyed by Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang is really ferocious, he is unbeatable. I thought that even if Brother Zhang could win, it would be because of some other means. I didn't expect that he would choose to use his own body to defeat Wuxia. This result is far more shocking than using other means. It's still too early to make a conclusion. Wuxia said that he was fully prepared to kill the leader of the demonic beasts. He must have a more powerful trump card. The scene was too shocking. It was a soul-stirring scene. Zhou Qian's firethorn battle armor was too terrifying. If this continued, Wuxia's black rock tyrant body would be destroyed in less than 10 minutes. Damn it, how could this happen? Wuxia felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He was cursing Zhou Qian's mother in his heart. Zhou Qian's abnormal strength was beyond his understanding. He couldn't imagine how an 8th-grade combat king could be so powerful. This freak is too powerful. Even my black rock tyrant body can't withstand it. However, if I lose to a newcomer today, where will I, Wuxia, put my face in the future? Not only will I become the laughing stock of the inner sect, even if I become a core disciple, I will still be laughed at. Seems I have to use my trump card. No matter what, I cannot lose today. Wuxia clenched his teeth and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly shouted and shattered the rocks on the surface of his body, returning to his original appearance. At this moment, Wuxia's face was a little pale and his breathing was a little uneven. He no longer had the imposing manner he had at the beginning. If one were to judge from the battle just now, Wuxia had already lost, and he had lost completely. Seeing this, Zhou Qian kept his firethorn battle armor and wore a faint smile on his face. Zhou Qian, you have really angered me. Wuxia shouted loudly. His eyes were filled with anger. What other tricks do you have? Zhou Qian didn't care. No matter what tricks Wuxia had, he would take it head-on. He wanted to establish his position before he entered the Nebula sect. He was very clear about his purpose of coming to the Nebula sect, so he couldn't keep a low profile. In such a big sect, only the true geniuses would be valued by the higher-ups. Only those who were valued by the higher-ups would have the opportunity to meet the higher-ups, get in touch with the master of the Nebula sect, and get close to the broken heavenly saint sword. This Wuxia was the first step in establishing his position. Wuxia would definitely be a stepping stone in his path. Humph. Of course I do. Wuxia let out a cold humph. He took out a blood-red pill with lightning speed and put it into his palm. The moment the pill entered his body, his chi suddenly became extremely strong. In just a few breaths' time, his chi had risen from the first-grade combat emperor to the second-grade combat emperor. His yuan force was surging, he didn't feel tired at all. Outside his body, a blood-red airflow appeared, carrying a manic chi. What? Second-grade combat emperor? So this is Husong's trump card. I don't know where he got a forbidden pill that can temporarily increase his grade to the second-grade combat emperor. This kind of forbidden pill is very precious. I don't know how he got it, but consuming this pill will cause great harm to his body. When the effect of the pill is over, he will return to the first-grade combat emperor and he will suffer the backlash of the pill. It will take at least 3 months for him to recover. This guy is going all out just to deal with Zhou Xian. This is too scary. Husong has indeed made sufficient preparations for this training in Huangling Desert. He is now a second-grade combat emperor. Brother Jiang won't be his match. Chapter 629. Husong had consumed a forbidden pill that temporarily increased his grade from a first-grade combat emperor to a second-grade combat emperor. This was something that Zhou Xian didn't expect. However, Husong had made sufficient preparations to kill the leader of the demonic devils, so it was normal for him to have such a trump card. Looking at Husong, who had suddenly become stronger, Zhou Xian couldn't help but frown. With his 8th-grade combat king cultivation, there was no way that he could defeat Husong, who was a second-grade combat emperor, because there was no elemental restriction between him and Husong, which was different from Kongyang. Furthermore, Husong, who was a second-grade combat emperor, was much stronger than Kongyang. Not good. I'm afraid that Brother Jiang is in danger. Husong has a forbidden pill that was prepared to kill the leader of the demonic devils, but he didn't hesitate to use it to deal with Brother Jiang. Yu Wei's facial expression changed. No one would have thought that Husong's trump card would be this. Forcefully increasing his grade, even if it was only for a short period of time, it was enough to defeat Zhou Xian. What should we do? I'm sure that big brother won't be able to defeat him. Zuoling Air was worried, her face was filled with unhappiness. Don't worry, this kid must have a way to deal with it. There's nothing in this world that he can't handle. De Huang Dog said. He was very confident in Zhou Xian. He had been following Zhou Xian ever since they were in Red City. No one understood Zhou Xian better than him. Along the way, Zhou Xian had encountered all kinds of dangers and powerful opponents, but compared to the current situation it was nothing. Zhou Xian, you have made me consume a forbidden pill. You are too despicable. Today I must teach you a lesson. If I accidentally kill you, it won't be considered as killing a fellow disciple, because you haven't truly entered the Nebula sect yet. Husong's voice was loud as he spoke to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, who had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique, had a very sensitive perception. He could feel a faint killing intent from Husong. This made Zhou Qian's eyes turn cold. All along, those who wanted to kill him would never have a good ending. As for Husong, Zhou Qian's strength frightened him. Today he had completely offended Zhou Qian. He only had one forbidden pill. In other words, this was his only chance to kill Zhou Qian. If he didn't take advantage of the forbidden pill to kill Zhou Qian, he would forever lose the chance to kill Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's talent terrified him. Once Zhou Qian entered the Nebula sect, he would definitely be valued by the higher-ups. At that time, the entire Nebula sect would not have a good ending for Husong. Therefore, Husong had the intention to kill Zhou Qian. He wanted to kill Zhou Qian here. Even if there were a few hundred pairs of eyes looking at him, he wouldn't be afraid. This was because everyone who wanted to enter the Nebula sect had to pass the assessment and test of the Bright Mirror. In other words, Zhou Qian wasn't a true disciple of the Nebula sect yet. Killing him wouldn't be considered as killing a fellow disciple. At most, he would be scolded by the elders when he returned. Do you really think that you can kill me? Zhou Qian Lung said. Haha, don't tell me that you still have some powerful means. Even if you do, it's useless. I am now a second-grade combat emperor. My strength is much stronger than before. Killing you is as easy as blowing off dust. Husong laughed. He was certain that he would defeat Zhou Qian because he couldn't think of any means that Zhou Qian could use to resist him. One should know that the gap between their cultivation wasn't that easy to make up for. Of course I have it. Zhou Qian said faintly. He had 2 ways to deal with Husong. The first was to use the power of the Saint Bone, which was enough to defeat Hu Song. However, the consumption of the Saint Bone was too great. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were too many people here. There were a few hundred pairs of eyes looking at them. Today's battle with Hu Song would definitely be spread to the Nebula sect and the higher-ups of the Nebula sect. The Saint Bone was his secret. He didn't want to expose it in front of too many people because it would be easy for him to be targeted by the people of the Nebula sect. Then there was only the second way, which was to refine all the demon and devil souls in his Qi Si and break through to the 9th grade Combat King. Defeating Hu Song would be as easy as blowing off dust, but this kind of advancement would have an impact on Zhang Chen's foundation. I have 2 demon souls of the devil leaders. I can exchange them for 2 Emperor Elixir when I get to the Nebula sect. I will give one to Ling Air and one to myself. This way I can break through to the 9th grade Combat King. Not only can the Emperor Elixir make up for the negative impact caused by using the demon souls, it can also help me break through to the Combat Emperor realm and absorb the medicinal power of the Emperor Elixir perfectly. Zhang Chen thought to himself. A pill like the Emperor Elixir was too precious. Even the Nebula sect wouldn't take it out so casually. If an ordinary person obtained the Emperor Elixir, they would have to wait until they reached the 9th grade Combat King before using it. If they used it before that, it would be a great waste. Zhang Chen was now an 8th grade Combat King. If he obtained the Emperor Elixir, he would only be able to break through to the 9th grade Combat King. Although it would strengthen his foundation, it would take some time before he could break through to the Combat Emperor realm. Now that he was fighting with Hu Song, Zhang Chen had no choice but to temporarily refine the demon souls to break through to the 9th grade Combat King. As long as he obtained the Emperor Elixir, everything would be solved and he would be able to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. Zhang Chen was never hesitant when he did things, he would do it immediately. He moved his Qi Si, all the devil souls and demon souls flew up. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, all the devil souls and demon souls were shattered at the same time, turning into surging energy that seeped into all of Zhang Chen's limbs and bones. Zhang Chen had stored a large amount of devil souls in his body. The souls of the 9th grade demonic devils that he killed in the desert were also stored in his body. He wanted to break through to the 9th grade Combat King, but such a large amount was enough for him. As for the 2 Devil Emperor demon souls, he couldn't refine them yet because he wanted to exchange them for the Emperor Elixir in the Nebula sect. Once he swallowed the Emperor Elixir, it would be gone. Anyway, the devil souls and demon souls were enough for him. Wang Wing under everyone's gaze, Zhang Chen's qi was the same as Hu Song's. It was rising continuously. In Zhang Chen's body, new dragon marks began to form. With such a large amount of energy, the speed of forming dragon marks was unimaginable. Soon 1,000 dragon marks were formed. Zhang Chen had 35,000 dragon marks before, and now he had 36,000 dragon marks, which was exactly the level of the 9th grade Combat King. At this critical moment, the Heaven Elixir couldn't be left out. A large amount of Heaven Elixir was absorbed by Zhang Chen as if it was free. Boom! An incomparably strong qi rushed out from Zhang Chen's body. Zhang Chen's cultivation had broken through to the 9th grade Combat King, which was many times stronger than before. This sudden change caused an uproar among the crowd. Zhang Chen had once again created a miracle for them. What? 9th grade Combat King? He has broken through to the 9th grade Combat King? How is this possible? My God, this is too ridiculous. He has broken through to the 9th grade Combat King in the blink of an eye. Since when did it become so easy? Is this what they call a true monster? Amazing! Senior brother Jiang has created another miracle. Also, did you guys notice that Hu Song used the elixir to temporarily increase his cultivation? When the elixir's effect subsides, his cultivation will also regress and he will even suffer a certain amount of backlash. However, senior brother Jiang has truly advanced a level. This is the kind that won't regress. There was no one who wasn't shocked. The scene was so exciting that it made people unable to calm down. Initially, everyone thought that Zhang Chen wouldn't be able to defeat Hu Song. Who would have thought that Zhang Chen would advance to the next level without any warning? Of course, a 9th grade Combat King and a 2nd grade Combat Emperor shouldn't be comparable. However, when the 9th grade Combat King was in Zhang Chen's body, it was a completely different story. Both of them had advanced to the next level, indicating that Hu Song wouldn't be able to defeat Zhang Chen, and would be defeated by Zhang Chen in the end. Husong was the most shocked one. He had seen Zhang Chen's advancement with his own eyes. He suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Since when did it become so easy to advance from 8th grade combat king to 9th grade combat king? Husong could clearly see that Zhang Chen wasn't the same as him. Zhang Chen didn't use the pill to temporarily increase his cultivation. Husong, do you still have the confidence to kill me? Zhang Chen looked at Husong Leng. Humph. So what if you have advanced to the next level? A 9th grade combat king is still a combat king. I am now a 2nd grade combat emperor. Killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Husong harumphed coldly. Then hurry up and attack. If you wait any longer, your medicinal power will be completely consumed. Zhang Chen said. He was now a 9th grade combat king. The feeling of being a 9th grade combat king wasn't ordinary. That kind of power gave him the urge to roar. He couldn't wait to have a battle with Husong. Boom. Before Husong could attack, Zhang Chen struck out the true dragon palm. The huge dragon claw was more than 10 meters long, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was aimed at Husong. Steel opening hand. Husong shouted and struck out the steel opening hand again. At the same time, the powerful black rock tyrant body emerged. Rumble. The steel opening hand and the true dragon palm collided and were instantly destroyed. Husong's body was pushed back 3 steps. After both of them had advanced to the next level, Husong was at a disadvantage in the first exchange. It was obvious that although both of them had advanced to the next level, Zhang Chen's enhancement was much stronger than Husong's. As a matter of fact, relying on pills to temporarily increase one's cultivation grade was extremely unstable. Husong's 2nd grade combat emperor was just flashy but not practical. It couldn't be compared to a true 2nd grade combat emperor. Zhang Chen was a true 9th grade combat king. How could he be so powerful? Husong's facial expression changed drastically. His heart began to beat like a drum. This was the first time he had lost his confidence. Azure Dragon 5 steps. Chapter 630. Boom. A thunderous sound once again resounded in the void. Zhang Chen's feet shone with indescribable runes. The void was directly shattered by his stomp. His whole body emitted a dazzling light and completely locked Husong's aura. He immediately stomped down. Husong felt the huge pressure from Zhang Chen's stomp. His expression instantly changed. The collision just now caused him to fall into a disadvantageous position once again. It was a huge blow to Husong's heart. At this moment he no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning. Facing the domineering Zhang Chen, he clearly had a trace of fear. Husong didn't dare to be careless. He immediately struck out with the steel-breaking palm again. Just like the previous time, countless palm prints were struck out by him. They covered the sky and the earth as they attacked Zhang Chen. Each palm print carried a destructive power. Everywhere it passed, the void was destroyed. Boom! Zhang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps was still very powerful. He took the 2nd step and the shadow of a dragon surged. When his foot stepped on the palm prints, there was a violent roar. The void seemed to have undergone a huge explosion. Endless flames burned. The destructive waves of the battle swept across the entire sky. Even the disciples of the Nebula sect who were standing below could still feel that kind of horrifying feeling. They could almost imagine that if they were standing in the center of the battlefield at this moment, they would be directly crushed into dregs. Husong had already done his best and unleashed his attack to the extreme. Even so, when Zhang Chen took the 3rd step, Husong already began to feel extremely strained. He felt that every step that Zhang Chen took was like a huge mountain pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated. Boom! Zhang Chen took the 4th step. Accompanied by the roar of a dragon, he descended from the sky like a god of war and stomped down on Husong's head. Black rock tyrant body. Husong shouted and finally transformed again. The black rock tyrant body was even more majestic than before. He waved his hand and punched out. It was like a diamond drill. He didn't believe that Zhang Chen's foot was really so powerful. He wanted to use all his strength to pierce through Zhang Chen's foot. Donka. Unfortunately, the power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps wasn't something Husong could imagine. Husong's 2nd grade combat emperor realm was forcefully increased. It was extremely unstable. Jiang Qin was a true ninth-grade combat king. When Hu Song took the fourth step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, cracks immediately appeared on his mystic rock tyrant body. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. My brother is invincible. It's impossible that he can't even defeat a new disciple. Hu Lai, who had been watching the battle, had his face turned ugly. Today his mood had been on a roller coaster ride. He hadn't succeeded in his revenge until the end. Now even his brother wasn't a match for Jiang Qin. How could he take revenge? Guosudong couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Hu Lai couldn't see it, but Guosudong could. According to the current situation, Hu Song wasn't a match for Jiang Qin. Even if he could use his second-grade combat emperor to resist Jiang Qin's crazy attacks, the medicinal effect in his body would dissipate very soon. When that time comes, he would be beaten like a dog by Jiang Qin. Maybe even when he was a second-grade combat emperor, he would be beaten like a dog by Jiang Qin. Hu Song, this is my last step. If your tyrant body can withstand it without breaking, I will let you go back in one piece. After saying that, Jiang Qin took the 5th step. A huge dragon shadow appeared under his feet. It was vivid and lifelike like a real dragon. Hu Song let out a roar and rushed forward with his mystic rock tyrant body. Although Jiang Qin's combat skills were powerful, his mystic rock tyrant body wasn't weak either. He didn't believe that his opponent could crush his tyrant body. It was impossible. Unfortunately, the reality was cruel. Jiang Qin's 5th step landed on Hu Song's body. His indestructible tyrant body didn't even have the slightest resistance. It shattered with a loud bang. Hu Song was sent flying away. Blood spurted out from his mouth along the way. He fell from the sky with a loud bang, creating a huge pit on the ground. Yellow sand and black smoke were swirling in the air. The scene turned silent all of a sudden. Everyone was staring at the huge pit on the ground with their mouths wide open. Hu Song was defeated. No one had thought that he would be defeated so thoroughly. The power of Jiang Qin's last step was too strong. It had reached the point where he couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, Hu Song was a second-grade combat emperor at that time. If he was a first-grade combat emperor, he was afraid that his whole body would have been crushed by Jiang Qin's foot. Brother! Hu Lai roared. He was the first one to rush to the pit. Guosudong and the rest followed him. They saw Hu Song climbing out of the pit with difficulty. His current appearance was extremely miserable. His clothes were torn and tattered. His handsome face was covered with blood mist. He was still coughing blood and his body was trembling. The destruction of his mystic rock tyrant body had caused him great harm. Zhoosh! Jiang Qin turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of Hu Song with a faint smile on his face. Hu Song's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. Apart from a trace of hatred, there were more complicated emotions in his eyes. Only God knew what he was feeling now. He had lost a lot of face today, but he had to admit that he had never seen such an abnormal genius like Jiang Qin. He had already reached the second-grade combat emperor realm, but he was still defeated by his opponent. Hu Song has lost. The first rank of the Earth ranking has changed to Jiang Qin from now on. Brother Jiang is too powerful. I can almost conclude that as long as Brother Jiang enters the sect, he will be valued by the higher-ups. His position in the future will be extraordinary. We will follow Brother Jiang from now on. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to complete the mission so quickly in Huangling Desert. Moreover, everyone has obtained great benefits. More importantly, we didn't have any casualties. This is all thanks to Brother Jiang. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. That's right, they were excited. Jiang Qin had won the battle. It felt like they had won the battle themselves. As a matter of fact, after a night of fighting against the demons, these disciples of the Nebula sect had been subdued by Jiang Qin. Most of them were on his side during the battle between him and Hu Song. Jiang Qin, you have won, but I won't let this matter go so easily. We'll settle this when we reach the Nebula sect. Hu Song left behind a harsh sentence and turned to leave. Wait. Jiang Qin immediately stopped him. I didn't say you could leave. What do you want? Hu Song snapped out of his daze and glared at Jiang Qin. Didn't you threaten to kill me just now? Since you want to kill me, there's no reason for me to let you go. I, Jiang Qin, never like to leave behind future troubles. Since you want to kill me, that makes you my enemy. What reason do I have to let my enemy live so arrogantly? Jiang Chen's face was filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed, including Hu Song's. The atmosphere became heavy and oppressive. It seemed like Jiang Chen wanted to kill Hu Song. If that happened, the nature of the battle would change completely, and the consequences would be quite serious. The Nebula sect had a clear rule that disciples were not allowed to kill each other. If there was a grudge between them, they could settle it in the arena of life and death. Of course, there were so many disciples in the Nebula sect, and it was not uncommon for disciples to kill each other. However, those were all done secretly. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill Hu Song now, he would do it in front of hundreds of inner disciples. The nature of the battle was completely different. You want to kill me? Hu Song's eyes revealed a ruthless light. Are you the only one allowed to kill me? Moreover, isn't it easy for me to kill you now? You don't seem to have any trump cards left. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Senior brother Jiang, don't be impulsive. If you kill Hu Song here, it will be very disadvantageous for you. You haven't entered the sect yet, so you are not a disciple. If you kill Hu Song, it won't be as simple as killing a fellow disciple. It will be a provocation to the entire Nebula sect. Lan Yi hurriedly walked forward, afraid that Jiang Chen would kill Hu Song impulsively. If that happened, the consequences would be really serious. Jiang Chen, did you hear that? If you dare to kill a core disciple of the Nebula sect in front of so many people, you will become the enemy of the entire Nebula sect. I'm afraid that not only will you not be able to enter the Nebula sect, you will also be chased by the Nebula sect. Hu Song burst into laughter. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen at all. He was sure that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to kill him. There were hundreds of eyes of the Nebula sect watching. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to live either. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed into slits, but he still couldn't hide the cold light that shot out from his eyes. From the moment Hu Song wanted to kill him, Jiang Chen had already sentenced him to death. However, he wouldn't kill Hu Song now. Otherwise, he would have killed him just now. How could he allow Hu Song to be so arrogant and domineering here? Killing Hu Song could indeed make him feel good for a moment, but the loss would be huge. Not only would he lose the qualification to enter the Nebula sect, the 2 Emperor Elixir pills would also be wasted. It would also be impossible for him to inquire about the broken Heavenly Saint Sword. He would also offend the entire Nebula sect. With his current cultivation, it was really unwise for him to go against the entire Nebula sect. As you wish, I won't kill you. I'll leave one of your arms behind and let you go. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked at Hu Song. What? Hu Song and Hu Lai cried out in surprise at the same time. They couldn't believe their ears. Jiang Chen actually wanted them to leave one of their arms behind. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. Although I lost to you today, I'm still a core disciple of the Nebula sect. How dare you, Chapter 631. The sword was like a cold light. Hu Song's arm fell to the ground and it was still twitching. Hu Song's eyes were bloodshot. He stared at his arm with wide eyes. Apart from the person involved, no one could understand this feeling. Hu Song probably didn't expect that Jiang Chen would have such guts. He actually dared to cut off one of his arms in front of so many inner sect disciples. Hu Song didn't have the mood to consider Jiang Chen's guts. He had lost an arm and it would definitely affect his future cultivation. Even if he was a combat emperor, he didn't have the ability to regrow an arm. His bright future might be ruined because of this. This was what Hu Song couldn't accept the most. All the others held their breaths, not daring to say a word. All of them stared at Jiang Chen and the sharp sword in his hand with wide eyes. This was an extremely ruthless man. He attacked without giving them any leeway. Offending a man like this was a really scary thing. In fact, after a night of killing, the inner sect disciples of the Nebula sect could already see that Jiang Chen was a very ruthless person. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. If Hu Song wasn't a core disciple of the Nebula sect, he would have been a dead man by now. Even so, Jiang Chen still took away one of his arms as punishment. This is too ruthless. Hu Song is finished. Not only did he lose an arm today, he will also suffer from the backlash of the forbidden pill. This will make his situation extremely bad and affect his cultivation greatly. I think he deserves it. Normally he is extremely arrogant in the Nebula sect. Today he wanted to bully Zhou Xian, but he didn't expect to kick an iron plate. Not only did he fail to bully Zhou Xian, but he also suffered a heavy loss. I dare to say that if there weren't so many people here, Husong would have died in the hands of senior brother Jiang. That goes without saying. One look and you can tell that senior brother Jiang is a decisive person. He's never hesitant when it comes to dealing with his enemies. Husong is lucky that he only lost an arm. However, senior brother Jiang hasn't even entered the sect and he's already injured a genius disciple. When he enters the sect, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Who knows? But when the time comes, I can testify for senior brother Jiang. It was Husong who threatened to kill him first, so senior brother Jiang only made a move. Only taking one of Husong's arms is already letting him off easy. Jiang Chen's strength had already been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. His ruthless methods did not even let Husong off. This was only because he was Jiang Chen. If it had been someone else, a new disciple would have chopped off the arm of the #1 genius on the Earth list. This was simply lawless. Jiang Chen, you actually dared to chop off my arm. You and I are irreconcilable. Husong gnashed his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to eat Jiang Chen alive. He had never hated a person so much. One more word and I'll take your other arm. Jiang Chen's tone was emotionless. However, his words were unquestionable. Even Husong did not doubt that if he dared to say another word, Jiang Chen would really chop off his other arm. No matter how angry Husong was, he was under the roof now. He did not dare to say another word. He turned his head and left. Some disciples followed Husong and left. Those disciples who came with Husong looked at Jiang Chen and sighed. They then took to the air and left as well. The demons had all been killed. There was no point for them to stay. However, they knew that the Nebula sect would not be peaceful in the future. Big brother, that guy wanted to kill you. He hated you so much. Why didn't you kill him? Zhuoling said angrily. Senior brother Jiang is thinking about the future. After all, you guys are not considered as real disciples of the Nebula sect. If you kill Husong now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Now that senior brother Jiang has chopped off one of Husong's arms, there will be a lot of trouble when we return to the sect. Lonnie said. He felt that Jiang Chen was too impulsive to chop off Husong's arm. Although it will be a little troublesome, it's better than killing Husong directly. With brother Jiang's talent, the sect will not make things too difficult for him. After all, compared to Husong, brother Jiang is more valuable. Yu Wei said. Alright, now that the Huangling Desert is over, let's return to the sect. Jiang Chen said. He immediately led a few hundred disciples of the Nebula sect towards the direction of the Nebula sect's mountain gate. It's rare for the inner disciples of the Nebula sect to be so orderly. Usually they would fight with each other constantly. It's impossible for them to form such a large group. But now they were all willing to follow Jiang Chen. Thinking about the fact that they would soon return to the sect, their faces bloomed with smiles. They were naturally very happy because the harvest this time was too great. Every one of them obtained a lot of demon spirits. When they return to the sect, they can exchange them for the treasures they want. Lonnie, what is the brilliant mirror? On the way, Jiang Chen curiously asked. He had heard the words brilliant mirror from Husong's mouth more than once. It seems that every disciple that enters the Nebula sect must first pass the test of the brilliant mirror. Logically speaking, he and Zhuoling were originally chosen from the same region, so there's no need for them to pass the second test. Senior brother Jiang might not know this, but the brilliant mirror is our Nebula sect's treasure. However, we have never seen what the brilliant mirror looks like. The test for new disciples is just a projection of the brilliant mirror. Every new disciple must first walk under the brilliant mirror. This mirror has a certain magical power. Its purpose is to test the disciple's loyalty. If someone comes to the Nebula sect with a special purpose, they will definitely be reflected by the brilliant mirror and suffer an attack from it, dying on the spot. Of course, most of the disciples are safe and sound. The Nebula sect is one of the 5 major forces in Xuanyu. No one would be stupid enough to come here with bad intentions unless they don't want to live anymore. To be able to enter the Nebula sect is a supreme glory. It's every youth's dream. Most of the people come here for cultivation for their future, so they have a clear conscience. Naturally, they won't be disturbed by the brilliant mirror. Blue Shirt explained and told him everything about the brilliant mirror. After listening to Lan Yi, Suling didn't have any reaction, but the faces of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog suddenly changed, becoming somewhat unsightly. Kid, it seems that entering the Nebula sect isn't an easy thing. You came here with bad intentions. If you were to be reflected by the brilliant mirror, even if you don't die on the spot, I'm afraid that you won't be able to walk out of the Nebula sect. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. There was a hint of worry in his tone. If I'm not wrong, the brilliant mirror should have been added with a method to detect the demons in people's hearts. Under the brilliant mirror, the demons in people's hearts will be exposed, and the purpose of coming to the Nebula sect will also be exposed on the spot. As long as one has a special purpose, he will be attacked by the brilliant mirror and die on the spot. However, it's not like I don't have a way to deal with it. Jiang Chen replied. What can you do? Don't tell me you can hide your inner demons? De Huang Dog said. Don't forget that I used to practice the Illusion Heart Sutra. This sutra is also related to the inner demons. It can stimulate the deepest desire in people's heart. It's much more powerful than the brilliant mirror. Although I can't hide my purpose and thoughts, I can use the Illusion Heart Sutra to interfere with the brilliant mirror, making it lose its effect. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Can it work? De Huang Dog's heart was still beating like a drum. The brilliant mirror was the treasure of the Nebula sect after all. It was at least a minor saint weapon. At that level, even if it was just a projection, it wouldn't be easy to deal with it. Jiang Chen was only a 9th grade combat king. The gap between him and a minor saint was huge. Even with the help of the Illusion Heart Sutra, he might not be able to interfere with the brilliant mirror. I'll take one step at a time. I can't retreat now. Since I'm already here, I have to go through the tiger's den and the dragon's pool. In Jiang Chen's mind there was never any fear. With his ability as the greatest saint, he could handle any unexpected situation. Since he was already here, if he retreated because of a mirror, it wouldn't be his style. I'm just worried. De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully. What are you worried about? You're just a pet beast following me. The brilliant mirror shines on me, not on you. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. This heartless guy didn't know the meaning of worry. This damned dog couldn't wait to expose himself so that he could wreak havoc in the Nebula sect. This dog was definitely capable of doing that. Soon, a few hundred people appeared outside the Nebula sect. Looking into the distance, the sky above the Nebula sect was shrouded in mist and auspicious clouds. It was like a paradise on Earth. The Nebula sect was located in a huge mountain range, the Star Cloud Mountain Range. It had a radius of 1,000 miles. Outside the entrance of the Nebula sect, there was a huge stone tablet erected. It was about 100 zhang in size. On top of it, 3 big blue words were engraved. Nebula sect. It was majestic and extraordinary. From the entrance of the Nebula sect, there were jade palaces everywhere. In the center of the sect, there was a huge palace that was suspended in mid-air. There was also a huge tower that was dazzling in gold and jade. It was suspended in between rainbows and auspicious clouds. It was extremely magnificent and beautiful. The heaven and earth yuan qi here was extremely dense, at least a few times denser than the outside world. This was a very suitable place for cultivation. Just taking a breath would make one's hair stand up. It was extremely comfortable. Is this the entrance of the Nebula sect? It's indeed a magnificent place. No wonder it's one of the top powers in Xuanyu. Just this magnificent aura alone isn't something an ordinary small power can compare with. Nebula sect, I'm here. I've finally stepped into the entrance of the Nebula sect. From now on, I'm an inner disciple of the Nebula sect. Not long after, I'll make another breakthrough and become a young combat emperor, a core disciple. I can't wait to change into the clothes of the Nebula sect. Those new disciples like Jiang Chen stood outside the entrance of the Nebula sect and sighed. Chapter 632. The newcomers were very excited. The faces of the senior disciples were filled with unconcealable arrogance. It was their honor to be able to train in such a powerful sect. They felt extremely honored and proud. Brother Jiang, let's enter the sect now. According to the previous rules, you will be given a place to stay. Tomorrow morning you will be allowed to go through the brilliant mirror. As long as you can pass through the mirror safely, you will be a true disciple of the Nebula sect. The blue-robed man said. Jiang Qin nodded and followed the blue-robed man into the Nebula sect. They were all inner sect disciples, powerful combat kings who could fly in the sky above the mountain without any hindrance, especially those who were on the earth ranking. Their status in the Nebula sect was higher than some of the elders. On normal days, even the elders would have to respect them, let alone the ordinary outer sect disciples. No matter where one went, geniuses were the most sought after. Even the elders would take the initiative to curry favor with the people on the earth ranking. They valued the potential of these geniuses. They believed that one day these geniuses' cultivation would surpass them and obtain a higher status than them. At that time they would be able to follow the geniuses and obtain some benefits. After entering the inner sect, a fat old man appeared. He was wearing an elder's robe and looked to be around 60 years old. He was a 9th grade combat king. He was in high spirits and his eyes were rolling around. One look and anyone could tell that he was a man who was calculative. His name is Chong, a managing elder of the outer sect. He will arrange a place for you to stay and take back your identity jade plates. Tomorrow, after you pass through the brilliant mirror, he will give you a new identity jade plate. The blue-robed man explained. All the new disciples nodded. They didn't put Chong in their eyes. He was just a small managing elder. His strength couldn't even be compared to them. Of course they wouldn't care. In such a big inner sect there is only one managing elder? De Huang Dog asked curiously. Of course not. According to the previous arrangement, you newcomers should be training in the Huangling Desert, so the new disciples will only start the official assessment tomorrow. The assessment will continue until the specified time, which is the 10-day deadline that we gave you. When the assessment begins tomorrow, the 3 stewards of the inner sect will appear. This time, because of your and senior sister's appearance, the mission in the Huangling Desert will be completed in advance. It will definitely cause a great uproar. I guess there will be a lot of higher-ups appearing tomorrow. Lonnie said. This old man uses the managing elder of the inner sect. The managing elder is here to serve you. Geniuses, if you have any requests in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me. Please don't be courteous with me. Chong had a smile on his face looking at Jiang Qin and the others. This old man looked like a good person. He didn't want to offend anyone. In the Nebula sect, only this kind of person could live a good life. Chong didn't dare to neglect the new disciples, because this group of people was highly valued by the sect. Each of them was an outstanding genius among the geniuses. All of them were 9th grade combat kings. He couldn't wait to curry favor with them. This time there were more than 90 new disciples. Of course, this wasn't all of them. According to Lon Yi, there were at least 100 new disciples. The rest of them didn't come because of some trivial matters. Otherwise, with their 9th grade combat king cultivation, they would be able to arrive on time no matter where they were in the mysterious domain. This was because they had received the jade plates at the same time. After Chong finished introducing himself, he started to assign Jiang Qin and the others a place to stay. There was a distinguished area in the inner sect of the Nebula sect. There were many quiet and elegant courtyards. Every courtyard was exquisite. Those who had reached 9th grade combat king could have their own courtyard. Jiang Qin and the other new disciples enjoyed the same treatment. Therefore, Jiang Qin was assigned his own courtyard, which had 2 rooms. The courtyard was full of flowers and plants. Butterflies were fluttering in the air. It made people feel relaxed and happy. The yuan qi of heaven and earth here was extremely rich. It was worthy of being a major power in Xuanyu. It was incomparable to those small powers. Little girl, didn't you get your own courtyard? De Huang Dog looked at Zhuoling Air and said, I want to be with Big Brother. Are you not satisfied with me? Zhuoling Air waved her fist at De Huang Dog. It seems that if you are not satisfied, I will beat you up. What happened in Huangling Desert spread across the entire Nebula sect at the fastest speed. From the inner sect to the outer sect, then to the core sect. Everyone knew that there was a monstrous genius named Jiang Qin. Not only did he kill all the leaders of the demons, he also defeated Hu Song, who was ranked first in the earth ranking, and cut off one of his arms. For a moment, the entire Nebula sect was in an uproar. From the geniuses and elders of the core sect to the ordinary disciples of the outer sect, everyone was discussing about this matter. That Jiang Qin is really powerful. I heard from the seniors that this Zhou Xian is simply the reincarnation of an almighty being. After he appeared, he led the seniors to kill all the demons and devils. In just one night he killed all the demons and devils. The mission that was supposed to take 10 days was completed in just one night. Many of the seniors got great benefits from the mission and kept praising Zhou Xian. What's more frightening is that this Zhou Xian defeated Hu Song, who was ranked first in the earth ranking with his cultivation of Combat King. This is simply heaven-defying. Yeah, I heard that Hu Song used a forbidden pill to increase his cultivation to second-grade Combat Emperor. That Zhou Xian also increased his cultivation at the critical moment. He defeated Hu Song with his cultivation of 9th-grade Combat King. He is really powerful. There is another person who is even more powerful. I heard that there is a senior sister named Swa. She is only 12 years old, but she has already reached the 9th-grade Combat King. Motherfucker, a 12-year-old 9th-grade Combat King. Is she still a human? There isn't such a genius in the whole of Xuanyu. If she is only a 9th-grade Combat King, it would be fine. But this grand aunt is really something else. Guo Sudong, who was ranked 3rd in the Earth ranking, and Zhang Da, who was ranked 5th in the Earth ranking, were defeated by her. They were beaten by her 18 barbaric punches until even their own mothers couldn't recognize them. Everywhere was talking about Zhou Xian and Zhuoling Air. These two legendary figures had become legendary figures. The disciples who came back from Huangling Desert were flattering Zhou Xian and Zhuoling Air. The incident that happened in Huangling Desert was getting more and more intense. That's unbelievable. A 12-year-old 9th-grade Combat King. Our Nebula sect has acquired a real genius this time. I'm afraid that the elders will go crazy and fight for the position of a true disciple. Let's wait and see. Tomorrow's exam will be very exciting. Many people will come out to see these two monstrous geniuses. But that Zhou Xian is really audacious. He hasn't even entered the Nebula sect yet, but he has already cut off the arm of the #1 disciple of the Earth ranking. Isn't he creating trouble for himself? I heard that the chief steward has a good relationship with Hu Song. He has accepted many bribes from Hu Song. Maybe he will make things difficult for Zhou Xian this time. Yeah. Although he is a genius, it's not good to be too arrogant. Countless people were talking about it. Zhou Xian and Zhuoling Air were the most important and the only topic of the day. Zhou Xian cutting off one of Hu Song's arms was domineering in the eyes of the people, but it was also an audacious thing to do. The next morning, the training field of the inner sect of the Nebula sect was crowded with people. Other than the inner sect disciples, there were also many core disciples and elders. Although the new disciples were powerful 9th-grade Combat Kings, it wouldn't have attracted so much attention. But because of the relationship between Zhou Xian and Zhuoling Air, everyone wanted to have a look. Zhou Xian was standing in front of the 90 people. Zhuoling Air was standing beside him. Their battle had attracted everyone's attention. Look, that's Zhou Xian and Zhuoling Air. They are so young. Yeah, a little girl, she is only 12 years old, but she is already a 9th-grade Combat King. I wonder which sect she is from. Did you guys see that? Many core disciples are here. It won't take long for Zhou Xian and Zhuoling Air to enter the core sect. I heard that they have the demon soul of the leader of the demonic beast. They will be able to get the Emperor Elixir. Not long after, they will be able to break through to the Combat Emperor realm and enter the core sect. Zhou Xian and Zhuoling Air attracted everyone's attention. Not far in front of them there was a huge golden mirror. The mirror was 3 meters tall. There was a dragon and phoenix engraved on it. There were also many runes rippling on it. This was the brilliant mirror, the treasure of the Nebula sect. Although it was just a projection, it looked no different from the real thing. Is this the brilliant mirror? As long as I walk through this mirror, I will be a true disciple of the Nebula sect. The faces of the new disciples were filled with excitement. They couldn't help but feel excited when they thought about changing into the uniform of the Nebula sect. Swoosh swoosh, at this time, 7 to 8 silhouettes appeared on one of the battle stages. These people were wearing gray elder robes. Their cultivation grade was very high. Each of them was a combat emperor. The one in front was a 3rd-grade combat emperor. The two beside him were at the peak of 2nd-grade combat emperors. They were very scary. After these people appeared, the scene suddenly became quiet. The inner sect disciples looked at these people, especially the 3 in front. Their eyes revealed a trace of respect. It was the respect for combat emperors. These people were the elders of the inner sect. The three in front were the three great stewards of the inner sect. The name of the great steward was Zhou Xian. He seemed to be in his 50s or 60s. His body was very sturdy. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He had a domineering face and looked very imposing. At this moment his eyes swept across Jiang Qin and the others. At last his eyes fell on Jiang Qin. This person's name is Zhou Xian, the great steward of the inner sect. He is in charge of everything in the inner sect. He has a good relationship with Husong. You have to be careful. Chapter 633. Jiang Chen's senses were very sharp. Even without Wei's reminder, Jiang Chen had already sensed a trace of hostility from Zhou Xian's eyes. He harumphed coldly in his heart. If this chief steward didn't provoke him, it would be fine. But if he did, he would be asking for trouble. Zhou Xian coughed lightly. His eyes looked around and spoke to Jiang Chen and the other new disciples. I am the chief steward of the inner sect, Zhou Xian. Welcome to all the geniuses, but before you pass the brilliant mirror, you are not considered as a true disciple of the Nebula sect. Although all of you are 1 in a million geniuses, I still have to remind you that if any of you have bad intentions, stand out now and leave the mountain gate of the Nebula sect. The Nebula sect will not make things difficult for you. Once you are found out by the brilliant mirror, the consequences will not be what you can imagine. As soon as Zhou Xian's words were out, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. His eyes fell on the huge golden brilliant mirror. It was impossible for him to retreat now. He could only use the Illusion Heart Sutra to interfere with the brilliant mirror. Good. Since no one has stood out, it means that all of you are sincere. Next is the official test. All of you walk to the front of the brilliant mirror. Zhou Xian said loudly. The test of the brilliant mirror was about to begin. At this time, a few incomparably strong silhouettes appeared. These people were also wearing elder robes, but their qi was many times stronger than Zhou Xian's. There was a total of 8 of them. They didn't even look at Zhou Xian when they arrived at the training field. They immediately appeared in front of Jiang Chen and Zuoling Air. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on these 8 people. There were 7 males and 1 female. Each of them was a terrifying 9th grade combat emperor. They had reached the peak of 9th grade combat emperor and were only a step away from the minor saint realm. Although Jiang Chen didn't know why these 8 people suddenly appeared here, he wasn't an idiot. He could imagine how honorable these 8 people were in the Nebula sect. It's the 8 great elders. They actually appeared at the same time. I never thought that the newcomer would actually alarm them. The 8 great elders of Nebula sect. Each of them is a 9th grade combat emperor. Except for those minor saint supreme elders, the 8 great elders are the noblest existences in Nebula sect. It's impossible to see any of them during normal days. I didn't expect to see all 8 of them at the same time today. The 8 elders must have come for Jiang Chen and Zuolinger. Only such geniuses would attract them. Everyone recognized who they were. Each and every one of them revealed an excited and nervous expression. Their eyes were filled with respect. They were the supreme 8 great elders, powerful 9th grade combat emperors. They were existences that they couldn't meet even if they wanted to. The assessment hadn't started yet, but all 8 great elders had shown up. On the battle platform, the outer sect elders who were led by Zhou Xian changed their facial expression. They didn't dare to show any neglect. They immediately jumped down from the platform and came to the front of the 8 great elders. They bowed deeply and said, "Greetings to the 8 great elders." The 8 great elders were the most honorable symbol of the Nebula sect. There were more than 8 9th grade combat emperors in the sect. There were a few 9th grade combat emperors in the inner sect, but compared to the 8 great elders, their status was slightly inferior. Each of the 8 great elders was infinitely close to the minor saint realm. In the Nebula sect, the patriarch and the minor saint supreme elders almost never appeared. Everything was managed by the 8 great elders. Zhou Xian was just a small steward of the inner sect. He wouldn't dare to neglect the 8 great elders. Unfortunately, the 8 great elders didn't even look at Zhou Xian. Their eyes fell on Zwillinger. Obviously they had heard about Zwillinger. This time they were here for Zwillinger and Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't recognize her at first glance, but Zwillinger was very easy to recognize. She was a 12-year-old girl. She was the only one on the scene. "Little girl, you must be Zwillinger." The female elder looked at Zwillinger with a smile on her face. She looked to be in her 30s and was extremely voluptuous. Her loose robes could not conceal her exquisite figure. She was very handsome, and apart from having the beauty of a woman, she also had a heroic spirit. Her entire person exuded a mature charm. Such a woman had a fatal attraction to men. Of course, it was hard to tell her actual age. Her name was Hua Gui. She was the only female elder among the 8 great elders. Zwillinger nodded her head vigorously. Hua Gui was very fast. She immediately grabbed Zwillinger's arm and pulled her to her chest. Her big hands rubbed Zwillinger's delicate face. She didn't forget to praise her. "What a cute little girl. You will grow up to be a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city. You will be as beautiful as me. I fell in love with you the moment I saw you." Hua Gui didn't say anything. She was a respectable elder, but her words made people's jaws drop. Xianxia suddenly felt that Hua Gui was a magnified version of Zwillinger. "Hua Gui, you can't snatch someone like this. We have already agreed that this little girl belongs to me, Feng Yun Wu." Shameless. Who said it belongs to you? It's already been agreed that it belongs to me, Feng Yun 3. Step aside. Little girl, take me as your master. Under my guidance, sooner or later, you will become the #1 genius of the profound region. What are you two panicking for? I was the first to discover this little girl. What does it have to do with you? The 8 great elders surrounded Zwillinger. Each of them was arguing with each other until their faces were red. They didn't care about their image at all. Hua Gui grabbed Zwillinger's arm tightly, fearing that she would be snatched away by the other elders. The entire martial arts practice field was immediately dumbfounded. Looking at these 8 virtuous and respected elders, their eyes were practically blinded. However, while they were shocked that the 8 great elders were so sharp, everyone's eyes were also filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even the core disciples of the combat emperor level were filled with envy. Zwillinger is so lucky. The 8 great elders are fighting over her. All of them want to take her as their true disciple. This is the first time in the history of Nebula Sect. Of course, a 12-year-old 9th grade combat king. Have any of you seen her before? She is the only one in the whole of Xuanyu. I am afraid that such a peerless genius will only appear in the big families of the Pure Land. Now that she has come to our Nebula Sect, people will fight for her. I have already said that Sister Zwillinger will be taken as a true disciple. Now even Hua Gui and the 7 brothers of Feng Yun have come out to fight for her. Who do you think will take Zwillinger as their disciple? Although Elder Hua Gui is a woman, she has always been domineering. There is an 80% chance that the 7 brothers of Feng Yun won't be able to compete with her. The assessment was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the 8 great elders. The assessment hasn't even started yet, but they couldn't wait to take Zwillinger as their disciple. This was such a happy thing. 7 brothers of Feng Yun, you dare to compete with me for my disciple? Do you believe that I won't smash your mountain to pieces? Hua Gui pointed her finger at the nose of the 7 brothers of Feng Yun and scolded them. Hua Gui, don't be too arrogant. With your character, a genius will be wasted in your hands. That's right, she will definitely be wasted. The Nebula Sect has already been in chaos because of Hua Gui. We can't allow another little Hua Gui to appear. Little girl, look at how kind I am. If you follow me, I will treat you like my own granddaughter. The 7 brothers of Feng Yun weren't easy to deal with. Zhou Xian and the others stood aside, looking at the 8 great elders who were arguing with each other. They were speechless. The 7 brothers of Feng Yun were usually the most united, but they didn't expect that they would fall out with each other today. Elders, I don't think you can get anything out of this. Why don't you let Linger choose her own master? Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore and said, Who are you? Who are you to speak here? The 6th brother of Feng Yun glared at Xianxia. I'm Xianxia. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, Whoosh. As soon as Xianxia's voice faded, another 3 elders surrounded him. So you are the monstrous genius Xianxia? Good, you seem to be very young and have great potential. Take me as your master and I will accept you as my direct disciple. You should know that there are many people who dream of becoming my disciple. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically as he looked at Jiang Chen. You should worship me as your master. Jiang Chen is handsome. I was also famous for my handsomeness. Wherever I go I can charm people. Jiang Chen naturally can't worship you ugly people as his master. Get lost, I found out first. Chaos. The scene was completely chaotic. Jiang Chen was surrounded because of one sentence. It was obvious that the 8 elders had taken a fancy to him and Zhulinger and wanted to take them as their disciples. However, Jiang Chen was the greatest saint in the world. How could he worship these people as his master? It was too embarrassing. He wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. I'm going to take the girl away now. Let's see who dares to stop me. Hua Gai said arrogantly. Hua Gai, don't be unreasonable. When have I ever been reasonable? Another commotion ensued. Zhulinger stood there, her big eyes looking around. Suddenly an idea came to her mind. She said loudly, Elders, I don't think you can get anything out of this. I have an idea. Go, hurry up and say it. Hua Gai said. For a moment, everyone looked at Zhulinger. They didn't know what idea she had. Why don't you guys fight? I will worship whoever is stronger. Zhulinger said seriously. Puffed, many people almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. They didn't expect that the little girl would actually come up with such a bad idea. She really didn't care about the matter. Didn't she see that the 8 great elders couldn't be separated? However, many people who had seen Zhulinger's methods in the Huangling desert were clear that this barbaric girl was also a little devil king. She was not a person who was easy to deal with. When she grew up, she would definitely become another Hua Gai. Chapter 634. The 8 great elders were also stunned. They stared at Zhulinger. This girl really didn't want to stir up trouble. She actually wanted to provoke them into a fight. Alright, this girl suits my taste. 7 of Feng Yun, let's fight. Let's see who dares to snatch my disciple from me. Hua Gai rolled up her sleeves and was about to start. Hua Gai, you're a girl. Can you not be so barbaric? You always want to fight. It's not polite. Don't forget your identity. There are so many disciples watching. Third brother Feng Yun said. Jiang Chen could see that Hua Gui was indeed overbearing and domineering. Even the 7 brothers Feng Yun, who were also one of the 8 great elders, were slightly afraid of her. They had already admitted defeat before the battle even started. Polite my ass. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm going to take this girl away. Hua Gai was going to be unreasonable. The inner disciples on the martial arts field were also shocked. They had long heard that Elder Hua Gai was not an ordinary person. She was called a female bandit. She was unreasonable. Many of the senior elders in the Nebula sect would stay far away from her because they were afraid of her. Today they saw that Hua Gai was indeed more unruly than the rumors. The 7 of Feng Yun and her were the 8 great elders. They must have suffered a lot from her. Elders. Song Sheng's head was full of seawater. He carefully interrupted the 8 great elders who seemed to be at each other's throats. What are you doing? You dare to stop me from accepting a disciple? Believe it or not, I'll slap you until half of your body is paralyzed. Hua Gai glared at him. Song Sheng was so scared that he shivered. He did not dare to take Hua Gai's words as a joke. If she really gave him a slap, it would not be as simple as half of his body being paralyzed. I don't dare. However, elders, the assessment has not started yet. Should we wait until the assessment is over before accepting disciples? After all, they have not passed the brilliant mirror. They are not considered as true disciples of the Nebula sect. Song Sheng spoke very cautiously. He was afraid that if he spoke too loudly he would anger these masters. The consequences were not something he could bear. So the assessment hasn't started yet, but this girl will definitely be fine. Of course, the rules of the Nebula sect cannot be broken. Every disciple who joins the Nebula sect must walk through the bright mirror. It's all your 7 old bastards' fault. I almost broke the sect's rules. Hua Gai glared at the 7 brothers of Feng Yun. Hua Gui, you're being unreasonable and pestering us endlessly. The 7 brothers of Wind and Cloud were so angry that their noses were almost crooked. You Huagai were the first to appear, but now you're making a false accusation and pushing the responsibility of breaking the rules onto us. How can there be such a person? What? You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Huagai placed one hand on her waist. You 7 old bastards, get over here. They're starting the test. We're going to decide who's going to be the disciple. Huagai and the 7 brothers of Feng Yun flew up to the sky to quarrel. They didn't want to delay the bright mirror's assessment. The 8 old bastards chattered non-stop, but they didn't really fight. Zhou Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the battle platform. If the 8 great elders continued to quarrel, there would be no need to continue today's assessment. However, at this time the way these inner sect elders looked at Xianxia and Zhuo had changed. The 8 great elders were going to fight for the 2 of them. If there were no accidents, the 2 of them would become the 8 great elders' true disciples. The status of a true disciple was even higher than a core disciple. It was not something these inner sect elders could compare with. Zhou Xian was contemplating in his heart. Initially he planned to make things difficult for Xianxia to avenge Husong, but now it seemed like it was impossible. If Xianxia was really accepted as a true disciple by one of the elders, he would only be able to curry favor with Xianxia. Okay, the assessment will start now. Let's start with Zhuo Zhou Xian looked at Zhuo and smiled at her. This little girl was someone he couldn't afford to offend. If nothing unexpected happened today, this little girl would definitely be taken away by Huagai. Who would dare to offend the disciple of Huagai? Zhuo turned her head and smiled at Xianxia. Big brother, I'm going. You can do it. Xianxia encouraged the little girl. Zhuo hopped over to the bright mirror. According to the rules, everyone had to stand under the bright mirror for 1 minute. Zhuo calmly stood under the bright mirror. The bright mirror emitted a dazzling light that shone on Zhuo's body. Zhuo looked like a fairy, extremely cute. Of course, those who had seen Zhuo's barbaric methods would absolutely not be fooled by her cute appearance. 1 minute passed very quickly. The bright mirror didn't have any change. Zhuo walked out from under the bright mirror happily. She had walked through the bright mirror safely, which meant that she had become a true disciple of Nebula sect. At the moment when Zhuo walked out from the bright mirror, a layer of golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of the 8 great elders, covering all 8 of them. No one could see what was happening inside the mirror from the outside, but Xianxia could see everything clearly. When he saw the actions of Huagai and the 7 Feng Yun brothers, Xianxia almost burst out in laughter. These 8 old men were playing rock, paper, scissors. 8 ninth grade combat emperors were playing such a stupid game in order to compete for a disciple. Fortunately, the 8 of them knew that such a method was childish, so they used the golden light to cover them. Zhou Xian was about to call the second disciple when he saw the 8 great elders flying down from the sky again. These 8 old men were really sparing no effort in recruiting a disciple. Huagai laughed loudly and came to Zhuo's side. Little girl, from now on you are my disciple. Quickly acknowledge me as your master. Huagai's face was filled with a bright smile. Her heart was filled with pride. Playing rock, paper, scissors with me? All of you are really weak. Zhuo didn't hesitate. She immediately bowed deeply to Huagai and shouted, "Greetings, master." Good girl. Let's go, master will bring you to Gui Peak. From now on you are my direct disciple. If anyone dares to bully you, I will tear him apart. Huagai said in an incomparably domineering manner. Everyone looked at Zhuo with envy. This little girl would probably be able to do whatever she wanted in Nebula sect. Who would dare to offend the disciple of Huagai? Master, Big brother hasn't finished his assessment yet. Let's leave after he finishes his assessment. Zhuo said. All right, I will listen to you. Huagai pulled Zhuo to the side and purposely stood beside the 7 brothers of Feng Yun. Looking at their flushed faces, she was incomparably proud. Huagai, let's make this clear. You have already accepted this little girl. You are not allowed to fight with us for Xianxia. The second brother of Feng Yun said furiously. In the rock, paper, scissors he was eliminated in the first round. It was an extremely embarrassing thing. When have I not spoken before? Huagai said as if she was very reasonable. Next, Liang Bo, Song Xing took out an identity jade token and called out according to the name on it. A man who looked to be in his 20s walked out. He took a deep breath and walked towards the brilliant mirror. Without any accidents, he successfully passed the brilliant mirror. Next, Song Xing called out 7 to 8 disciples in a row. They all successfully passed the brilliant mirror. The brilliant mirror was mainly used to test the loyalty of the disciples, to see if they had any ulterior motives. The relationship between the 5 factions in Xuanyu wasn't good. Nebula sect was also worried that people from other factions would sneak in. Zumao. Song Xing called out another person. This person was dressed in black and gave off an extremely gloomy feeling. He walked towards the brilliant mirror with an unnatural expression. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on this person. With his senses, he could feel that this person was not calm. It seemed like this person came with ulterior motives, just like him. 2 rays of cold light appeared in the eyes of the black-clothed person. He walked towards the brilliant mirror and retracted all of his aura. He closed his eyes and wanted to enter a state of emptiness. Unfortunately, the brilliant mirror was too powerful. The moment the black-clothed person walked under the brilliant mirror trembled violently. Then, a dazzling golden light shot out from the brilliant mirror like a sharp sword and pierced into the body of the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person let out a shrill scream. His entire body exploded on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist. He died on the spot. While the rest of the disciples who hadn't taken the test yet were in an uproar. Each of them had an ugly expression on their faces. The brilliant mirror was too scary. It was just a projection, but it had such power. A 9th grade combat king didn't even have the chance to resist. He was killed on the spot. What was even more terrifying was that the brilliant mirror could detect the evil in one's heart. Anyone who came with ill intentions would be destroyed. Humph. I've warned you before. It's impossible for those with ill intentions to enter the Nebula sect. This is the consequence. Song Xing let out a cold humph. His eyes swept across Jiang Chen and the others like a knife. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. His face turned ugly. The brilliant mirror was a special saint weapon. It was extremely scary. His heart was beating like a drum. He didn't know if the illusion heart sutra could interfere with the brilliant mirror. If it couldn't, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he didn't die under the brilliant mirror, he wouldn't be able to leave the Nebula sect. Song Xing, don't waste time. Let Jiang Chen take the test first. We don't have time to waste here. One of the 7 Fengyun brothers said. Yes, elder. Song Xing didn't dare to delay. He took out Jiang Chen's jade plate and said to Jiang Chen, the next one is you. The elders are waiting. Jiang Chen looked calm on the surface. He walked towards the brilliant mirror step by step. Chapter 635. As soon as Jiang Chen walked out of the brilliant mirror, he was once again met with envious and jealous gazes. As long as he walked past the brilliant mirror, the 7 brothers of Fengyun would swarm towards him and accept him as their true disciple. As for whether Jiang Chen could walk past the brilliant mirror or not, they didn't even consider it. The brilliant mirror was just a program to most of them. Every disciple who came to the Nebula sect was here for the reputation of the Nebula sect. They were here for the chance to cultivate in the big sections. In the history of the test, the brilliant mirror rarely showed any signs of killing. Good. Look at this kid. His forehead is full and his earth pavilion is round. One look and you can tell that he is a rare genius. That's right. Although he is older than Zhuo Heir, he doesn't look more than 20 years old. I heard that he was able to defeat Hu Song, who had used a forbidden pill to advance to the 2nd grade combat emperor with his 9th grade combat king cultivation. He took the number 1 spot in the Earth ranking even before he entered the sect. This is the first time in the history of the Nebula sect. Humph. Huagui, don't be too proud of yourself. This Jiang Chen will be mine. He won't be any weaker than the little girl. Whoever approves him, he will be yours. Are you not putting the 6 of us in your eyes? Before Jiang Chen walked into the brilliant mirror, the 7 brothers of Fengyun started to quarrel again. Zhuo Heir was 12 years old, a 9th grade combat king. She was their first choice to be their true disciple. Jiang Chen was their second choice. Now that Zhuo Air had been taken away by Hua Guyi, Jiang Chen had become their first choice. However, Jiang Chen didn't have the mood to listen to the quarrel of the 7 old men. He was very nervous. It could be said that this was the most nervous time he had been since his rebirth. Because of his strength, even if he was the greatest saint, his heart was beating like a drum in front of the brilliant mirror. This wasn't a battle, it was a battle of life and death. You can do it, big brother. Zhuo Air stood beside Hua Guyi and waved her fist at Jiang Chen. Even the little girl didn't know that her big brother came here with an ulterior motive. He had been planning this since he contacted the Zhou family in Yuanyang City and fought for the Zhou family. When he was about to sneak into the Zhou family, he was stopped by a damn mirror. Let's go all out. We can't retreat at this time. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination. He walked step by step towards the mirror of light. The moment he entered the mirror of light, he immediately activated the Dream Heart Sutra. The invisible Great Dream Realm spread out from his body and wrapped around the mirror of light. Jiang Chen's method was very subtle. If one didn't enter the illusion, they wouldn't be able to see his movements at all. Even Hua Guyi and the 7 Wind Cloud brothers didn't notice anything. Chua. The brilliant mirror was shining with golden light, completely wrapping around Jiang Chen. However, the light wasn't calm, it was trembling violently, but it didn't show any signs of attacking, as if it couldn't control it. What's going on? Why do I feel that the brilliant mirror is restless? Is there something wrong with Brother Jiang? I don't think so. If there was really a problem, the brilliant mirror would have attacked directly, just like that person just now. Although the brilliant mirror is moving, Brother Jiang is still safe and sound. However, it's strange. The brilliant mirror has been in the assessment for so long, but this has never happened before. It either stays still or attacks directly. See. As long as Brother Jiang can hold on for a minute, he'll be fine. Many people felt that it was extremely abnormal. Even the 7 Wind Cloud brothers' expression changed slightly. They looked at Jiang Chen differently. The brilliant mirror had never had this kind of situation before. If there was nothing wrong with Jiang Chen, the brilliant mirror would not move. However, if there was something wrong with Jiang Chen, the brilliant mirror should have attacked directly. Is there something wrong with this kid? Song Zhongsheng's gaze fell on Jiang Chen. Seeing this strange situation, his heart suddenly gave birth to a trace of joy. He wanted to help Husong vent his anger. Maybe there would be a turning point. At this moment, Jiang Chen was completely immersed in the Illusion Heart Sutra. He didn't dare to relax. He could feel that the brilliant mirror was attacking his heart's defense, but it was interrupted by the Great Illusion Realm. As long as he could hold on for a minute, everything would be fine. A minute was undoubtedly very fast. Just as it was about to pass, the brilliant mirror suddenly let out a loud buzzing sound and trembled extremely violently. Buzz. The huge brilliant mirror shone brightly like a dazzling sun. Countless golden rays shot out from it and landed on Jiang Chen's body. The huge mirror trembled extremely violently, and there was an ear-piercing roar. It was like a flood or a ferocious beast, causing the entire martial arena to tremble. What's going on? Why is the brilliant mirror acting so strangely? There's something wrong with Jiang Chen. There must be something wrong with him. The elders' facial expression changed. The situation in front of them made them feel helpless. The brilliant mirror was the treasure of the Nebula sect, but it had never shown such an abnormal situation before. No one knew what happened, but they were sure that there was something wrong with Jiang Chen. Otherwise, the brilliant mirror wouldn't be trembling so violently. A crisp sound was heard. The Great Illusion Realm was shattered. The brilliant mirror was a saint weapon after all. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to resist a saint weapon with his 9th grade combat king cultivation, even if it was just a projection of the saint weapon. Motherfucker, not good. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed drastically. His heart sank to the bottom. He didn't expect the brilliant mirror to be so terrifying. The Great Illusion Realm couldn't resist it and was destroyed instantly. At the moment when the Great Illusion Realm was destroyed, the light emitted from the brilliant mirror entered Jiang Chen's body. It was like a snake, drilling into the depths of Jiang Chen's soul. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the bottom of Jiang Chen's heart. It was the threat of death. Jiang Chen had experienced this kind of threat before. When the saint weapon attacked, even if Jiang Chen used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to resist it. He was now completely trapped by the brilliant mirror. It was extremely difficult for him to move, let alone resist it. Right at this extremely dangerous moment, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill started circulating on its own once again. This time the circulation speed was 100 times faster than before. The speed was so fast that it almost caused Jiang Chen's body to explode. Roar! A long dragon roar suddenly sounded from the depths of Jiang Chen's soul, or it could be said that it came from the dragon transformation skill. It was just a chant, but it could automatically produce a dragon's roar. This dragon's roar could only be heard by Jiang Chen. No one could hear it from the outside world. Ancient, hoarse, deep, and vicissitudes of life. It was like the roar of an ancient dragon that had existed for countless eras. This ancient dragon's roar shook Jiang Chen until he lost consciousness. Boom! The dragon's roar only lasted for a moment before it ended. However, the brilliant mirror shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Jiang Chen was sweating profusely. Only now did he recover from the shock of the dragon's roar. In a trance, he seemed to have seen the shadow of a dragon, drifting in the depths of his soul. That dragon's body length was immeasurable, one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Its entire body was emitting a bloody light and it was extremely intimidating. Especially that pair of eyes of the dragon, it was ancient and long, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. That was the dragon ancestor, the ancestral dragon. Jiang Chen saw this shadow when the dragon's roar resounded. After the dragon's roar disappeared, the dragon's shadow also disappeared. However, Jiang Chen would never forget that pair of ancient eyes. It made people unable to raise even the slightest bit of blasphemous thoughts. It gave Jiang Chen an extremely intimate feeling, a feeling that they were connected by blood. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt that he had already transformed into a dragon soaring through the ages. Jiang Chen looked at the fragments of the brilliant mirror that were scattered on the ground. He secretly thought that the situation was not good. In this situation, even if he wanted to explain it, he wouldn't be able to. The entire martial arts stage was deathly silent, but the next moment, it completely exploded. What's going on? What the hell happened? How could the brilliant mirror suddenly shatter? The brilliant mirror has been here for many years, and this is the first time it has been destroyed. What kind of monstrous genius is this Jiang Chen? There's a problem. There's definitely a problem with Jiang Chen. The brilliant mirror was shattered because of him. This person is absolutely not simple. However, if there's really a problem with Jiang Chen, the brilliant mirror should have attacked him. But why is nothing wrong with him? Instead, the brilliant mirror was destroyed. Could it be that Jiang Chen has a way to destroy the brilliant mirror? Impossible. Even if he has such an ability, he wouldn't be so stupid as to destroy the brilliant mirror, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Besides, the brilliant mirror is a saint weapon. Although it's just a projection, it's connected to the real body. The power it emits isn't something that a combat king like Jiang Chen can withstand. Furthermore, Jiang Chen didn't even make a move just now. In the history of the Nebula sect, such a thing had never happened before. This was the first time the brilliant mirror's projection had shattered. No one could understand why, but they were certain that there was definitely a problem with Jiang Chen. If there wasn't, the brilliant mirror wouldn't have shattered. Capture him! Song Zhongxing shouted. A group of inner sect elders immediately pounced towards Jiang Chen. However, someone was faster than them. The 7 brothers Feng Yun had already made their move. They surrounded Jiang Chen and completely surrounded him. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. They no longer had the slightest intention of accepting him as their disciple. Instead, there was a hint of hostility. Kid, tell me, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Nebula sect? Eldest brother Feng Yun said coldly. The 7 brothers Feng Yun revealed a trace of killing intent. It seemed like if Jiang Chen said something wrong, they would immediately kill Jiang Chen. Big brother! Zhuo shouted. She wanted to rush over, but she was stopped by Hua Gai. There's something wrong with this big brother of yours. You have to disassociate yourself from him. Zhuo walked past the brilliant mirror, which meant that she didn't ask anything. However, there was definitely something wrong with Jiang Chen. Chapter 636. The atmosphere in the field became very tense. Lan Yi Wei and the others did not expect such a mistake to occur. The disciples who had followed Jiang Qin to the Huangling Desert were also upset. They all thought that after Jiang Qin became a disciple of the Nebula sect, they would follow Jiang Qin in the future. Now it seemed that it was impossible. Even the 7 brothers Feng Yun, who originally planned to accept Jiang Qin as a true disciple, had surrounded Jiang Qin. It seemed that if they were not careful they would kill Jiang Qin on the spot. Jiang Qin's fate today would not be good. Jiang Qin's eyes were gloomy. The dragon roar just now could be said to have saved his life, which made him feel that the dragon transformation skill was even more mysterious. Since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, every time he transformed he would obtain a powerful true dragon combat skill. Last time, in addition to the 5 elements combat dragon seal, he also obtained a trace of dragon blood from the dragon transformation skill, which reconstructed his body. Today, at the critical moment of life and death, there was a dragon roar from the primordial era that shattered the bright mirror. How many secrets were there in the dragon transformation skill? Jiang Qin himself did not know. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the eyes of the 7 brothers Feng Yun that were like swords. It seemed that it was impossible to leave today. Boy, tell me, who are you? The 3rd brother Leng Ling said. Just when Jiang Qin was about to speak, a powerful qi swept across the entire martial field like a vast ocean. This qi carried a strong saint's might. Under the shroud of the saint's might, everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe and couldn't help but have the mentality of worshipping. A cloud appeared in the sky. It swayed and turned into a middle-aged man in a blue robe. He seemed to be in his 40s. He had sharp eyebrows and tiger-like eyes. His face was as sharp as a knife. He was tall and slender, but he had a domineering aura. The strong saint's might was overflowing from his body. He was a saint. Although he was just a minor saint, he was already an existence that countless people looked up to and admired. He was Nebula Kid, the master of the Nebula sect. He was the god in the hearts of the disciples of the Nebula sect. He represented the supreme and the rules. I'm the master. The shattering of the brilliant mirror has drawn the master out. The supreme master, the legendary minor saint. This is my 2nd time seeing the master's face. The legendary saint. Such a strong saint's might. I can't help but worship him. I have been in the Nebula sect for a long time, but this is my first time seeing the master. The master is the #1 expert of the Nebula sect. I heard that he is already a 4th grade minor saint. That level of expert is beyond our imagination. I don't even know if I will become a minor saint in this lifetime. Even the master has been alerted. Seems like Jiang Qin is finished. That's right. The brilliant mirror has been destroyed. This is unprecedented. The appearance of Nebula Kid made the atmosphere even more heated. Many disciples looked at him with burning eyes. He was the legendary figure of the Nebula sect. He was a 4th grade minor saint. That level was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Greetings, Master. Hua Gu Yi, the 7 brothers Feng Yun and Song Zhong Xing bowed to Nebula Kid at the same time. They dared not show any neglect. Then all the disciples bowed to Nebula Kid. Master, this man has destroyed the brilliant mirror during the test. The eldest brother Feng Yun said, but he was interrupted by Nebula Kid. I already know about it. Are you Jiang Qin? Nebula Kid's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. The one who triggered the heavenly tribulation in Liang province, Jiang Qin? That's right. It's me. Jiang Qin nodded. He didn't expect that Nebula Kid would know about him. It seemed like the heavenly tribulation that he triggered had caused quite a commotion in Xuanyu. Even Nebula Kid knew about it. What? Triggered the heavenly tribulation? Triggering the heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm? I've never heard of it before. No wonder he's so monstrous. Except for the Great Saint realm, only the Saint tribulation would be triggered. Under normal circumstances, only a heaven-defying item would be able to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Qin being able to trigger the heavenly tribulation is enough to prove his heaven-defying and monstrous abilities. I wonder why a genius like him would come to Nebula sect. Everyone was shocked. A genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation wasn't something they could imagine. His future wasn't something they could compare with. However, what puzzled them was why Jiang Qin came to Nebula sect. Nebula Kid didn't say anything. He waved his hand and a golden light suddenly appeared at the place where the brilliant mirror was shattered. The shattered pieces of the brilliant mirror reassembled. In just a blink of an eye, a brand new brilliant mirror appeared at the original place. Many people saw it clearly. It was Nebula Kid using the brilliant mirror to restore the shattered brilliant mirror to its original state. The assessment will continue. Xianxia, follow me. Nebula Kid grabbed the air. A huge suction force was exerted on Xianxia's body. Under this suction force, Xianxia's body couldn't help but rise into the air. Xianxia didn't resist. He knew very well how terrifying a 4th-grade minor saint was. Given his current grade, he was no different than an ant in front of Nebula Kid. Resistance was futile. Nebula Kid appeared with lightning speed. He restored the brilliant mirror and left with Xianxia. After such a commotion, many people couldn't stay calm, especially those in blue clothes who followed Xianxia to the battle yesterday. They were praying in their hearts, praying that Xianxia would be safe and sound. The 7 Fengyun brothers looked at each other and sighed. Then they turned and left. Their original intention of accepting a disciple was gone. It was impossible for them to accept Xianxia as a genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to teach him. As for Xianxia's fate, it wasn't something they could worry about. Nebula Kid was going to interrogate him personally. Master, will Big Brother be alright? Zhou Xian looked at Hua Guyi, clenching her fists tightly. Her eyes were filled with worry. This will have to depend on his luck. Ling, we have nothing to do here. Master will bring you to Guyi Peak. Hua Guyi said. She couldn't tell what would happen to Xianxia, but her mind was on Zhou Xian. She had been cultivating for so many years, but she had never seen a genius like Zhou Xian. A 12-year-old girl had reached the 9th-grade Combat King realm. This situation couldn't explain how hard Zhou Xian had been practicing. Even if a person put in 100 times more effort, it was impossible to reach the 9th-grade Combat King realm at the age of 12. The only explanation was innate talent. As a 9th-grade combat emperor, it was impossible for Hua Guyi to not see that Zhou Xian had an extraordinary physique. No, I have to wait for Big Brother here. He will be all right. Zhou Xian shook her head firmly. She didn't know if Xianxia was dead or alive, so she didn't have the mood to go to Guyi Peak. Even if she reached Guyi Peak, it wouldn't be safe. She would stand here and wait for Xianxia to come back safely. She believed that her big brother was invincible. There was nothing in this world that could stop him. Hua Guyi sighed. Zhou Xian didn't want to leave, so she decided to stay here and accompany her. There had been a lot of accidents in today's exam. The 7 Fengyun brothers had left, so she decided to stay here to hold the line. Xianxia followed Nebula Kid and left. In a flash, he appeared in a big palace. This was an independent spatial zone that was personally built by Nebula Kid. A spatial zone built by a 4th-grade minor saint was considered very sturdy. This palace was just a building built in the minor saint's spatial zone. Nebula Kid was sitting on a rattan chair that was made of a strange crystal. His pair of cold eyes stared at Xianxia, who was standing in front of him. Xianxia was standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was relaxed and there wasn't a hint of nervousness on his face. Nebula Kid was surprised that an 18 or 19-year-old youth could have such a strong heart. It was rare to see someone so calm when facing him. Moreover, Xianxia's calmness wasn't an act. It was a calmness that came from his heart. It was as if nothing in this world could disturb his state of mind. This strong state of mind alone was enough to make him look down upon the young generation. Naturally, Xianxia wasn't afraid. As the greatest saint, he never knew what fear was. Firstly, he hadn't sensed any killing intent from Nebula sect. Secondly, if Nebula Kid wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have brought him here alone. Of course, Nebula Kid was still on his guard against Xianxia. He probably wanted to find out Xianxia's identity first before dealing with him. Moreover, Xianxia didn't have anything to be afraid of. If Nebula Kid really wanted to harm him and forced him to use the source of combat strength talisman that was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng, Nebula Kid wouldn't be able to resist it. At that time, both of them would have a life and death struggle. Aren't you afraid of me? Nebula Kid said. Why should I be afraid of you? Xianxia met Nebula Kid's gaze. Nebula Kid suddenly felt that this gaze didn't belong to a young man at all. The wisdom in those deep eyes was like that of an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. Moreover, there was a trace of majesty in Xianxia's eyes. Even Nebula Kid felt that the majesty was superior. It was an extremely absurd feeling, but it really appeared on Jiang Chen's body. Humph. The fact that you dare to speak to me like this is enough to give you a reason to die. Fig, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to my Nebula sect? Also, what method did you use to destroy it? The Mirror of Light? Nebula sect asked. He absolutely didn't believe that a 9th grade combat king had the ability to destroy the projection of the brilliant mirror. This Jiang Chen must have some secrets on him. Besides, the battle that happened not long ago had made Nebula Kid's heart heavy. Therefore, he wanted to show himself and find out Jiang Chen's identity and background. He also wanted to know if his purpose of coming here was related to that mysterious man. Chapter 637. Jiang Chen didn't answer Nebula Kid's question. Instead, he was sizing up Nebula Kid's body with his eyes. After a while, Jiang Chen retracted his gaze and said, "You are injured, a very serious internal injury." As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, a wave of qi burst out from Nebula Kid's body. It hit Jiang Chen's body and sent Jiang Chen flying, crashing heavily on the sturdy wall of the palace. Jiang Chen coughed lightly. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The wave attack of a 4th grade minor saint wasn't something that a combat king could withstand. Jiang Chen didn't really care about his injury. It was a small injury that could be healed by the automatic circulation of the dragon transformation skill. What surprised him was Nebula Kid's reaction. Even if Jiang Chen could see through his injury as a minor saint master, his mind shouldn't be this unstable. Nebula Kid's reaction seemed to have been touched by Jiang Chen's words. "How could you see through my injury?" Nebula Kid's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He locked onto Jiang Chen's qi. No one knew that he was injured, not even his opponent knew that he was injured. That battle had indeed left him with great pain, but with his ability he could disguise it very well. Even Hua Guyi and the others couldn't see through it, but Jiang Chen, a 9th grade combat king, could. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that Jiang Chen was too mystical and had the ability to see through everything. The other was that Jiang Chen knew that Nebula Kid was injured. You were injured by a great demon. There's a strand of demon qi left in your body that you can't expel. You are using your power to suppress it, but this isn't a long-term solution. Your injury will only get worse. Jiang Chen ignored Nebula Kid's shock and continued. With his eyesight he could see through Nebula Kid's injury. It reminded Jiang Chen of the bright sword light that he saw in the Heavenly Devil Palace. Judging from the severity of his injury, it should be from that time. From this, he could confirm that the one who attacked him that day was Nebula Kid. The broken part of his Heavenly Saint sword was also in his hand. Jiang Chen was calm and intelligent. Nebula Kid was injured. From his reaction, Jiang Chen could tell that Nebula Kid was afraid of something. This gave Jiang Chen a great opportunity. Since his identity had been exposed, he might be able to find another way to get what he wanted. It wasn't necessary to be an enemy of the Nebula sect. With his current strength, it wasn't a good idea to be an enemy of the Nebula sect. What did you say? Nebula Kid was completely shocked. Even though he was a minor saint, he couldn't remain calm at this moment. A cold, murderous intent suddenly overflowed from his body and wrapped around Jiang Chen. He was shocked not only because Jiang Chen could see through his injury, but also because Jiang Chen could see through his injury. The strand of demon qi in his body was extremely hard to deal with. Even he couldn't expel it. It was a huge hidden danger in his body, making it hard for him to recover. Jiang Chen, what's the relationship between you and the White Tiger and the mysterious young man? What's your purpose in coming to the Nebula sect? Nebula Kid asked. The White Tiger? The mysterious young man? Jiang Chen was stunned. He didn't know what Nebula Kid was talking about. However, with his intelligence he could guess that Nebula Kid's injury was related to the White Tiger and the mysterious young man. You aren't with them? Nebula Kid's murderous intent had obviously decreased. A person's eyes wouldn't lie. When he mentioned the White Tiger and the mysterious young man, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. This was enough to prove that Jiang Chen, the White Tiger and the mysterious young man weren't on the same side. In other words, Jiang Chen wouldn't know that he was injured before this. It was only after seeing him that he was injured. This made Nebula Kid have a whole new level of respect for Zhou Xian. Moreover, this young man in front of him was too calm. He didn't panic in the face of his murderous intent. There was no fluctuation in his eyes. In other words, Zhou Xian wasn't afraid of him at all. I don't know who you are talking about, but I know that I'm the only one who can cure your injury. Zhou Xian said. What? You said that you can cure my injury? Why should I believe you? Also, the projection of the brilliant mirror has been destroyed. This means that there must be something wrong with you. You better tell me where you came from and why you came to the Nebula sect. Otherwise, I will still kill you. Nebula Kid said coldly. However, after knowing that Zhou Xian had nothing to do with the white tiger and the mysterious young man, his murderous intent towards Zhou Xian had obviously decreased. There's no harm in telling you. My purpose of coming here is for you. To be exact, it's for the sword in your hand. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. His eyes revealed a threatening aura. It was an aura that came from the soul. That kind of invisible pressure shocked Nebula Kid once again. Who is this young man? How could he have such sharp eyes? Nebula sword. Nebula Kid's tone became cold again. No one dared to have any thoughts about his Nebula sword. In order to forge the Nebula sword, he had paid a great price and put in a lot of effort. Now, the broken part of the Heavenly Saint sword had completely fused with the Nebula sword. Your Nebula sword has a broken piece of my Heavenly Saint sword. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to me. I want it back. Zhou Qian's eyes suddenly emitted endless golden light. A wave of aura that came from the soul suddenly rose. He walked towards Nebula Kid step by step. Nebula Kid couldn't help but take a step back. What did you say? Who are you? Nebula Kid was shocked. Many people knew that he had the broken piece of the Heavenly Saint sword. It was not a secret. It was not surprising that this young man knew about it. However, Zhou Qian's words had really frightened him. Who am I? I'm Zhou Xian. I'm the greatest saint who had slashed the heavens 100 years ago. I'm the reincarnation of the greatest saint. What right do you have to possess the Heavenly Saint sword? Zhou Xian shouted. The saint aura that was hidden deep in his soul was released. At this moment, Nebula Kid had the feeling that he was facing a peerless great saint. His opponent was obviously very weak, but he felt very powerful. This feeling was absurd, but it was very real. What? Nebula Kid screamed. It must be a shocking news that could make a 4th-grade minor saint scream. He widened his eyes and stared at Zhou Xian in front of him. The shock in his heart had reached its peak. No, this was absolutely impossible. The greatest saint was already dead. This kid was talking nonsense. He was trying to fool him. However, how could he have the soul aura that pressured him? He was so calm in front of him. His eyes were so profound. This wasn't something that an 18 or 19-year-old young man should have. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of the greatest saint? Alright, the name of the greatest saint was also Zhou Xian. Many people only knew the title of the greatest saint, but not many knew the real name of the greatest saint. However, Nebula Kid had heard it from someone before. The greatest saint had the strength to break the heavens. It wasn't surprising that he had the ability to reincarnate. However, Nebula Kid still didn't believe it. Why should I believe you? Nebula Kid couldn't see through this young man's cultivation level. Take out your Nebula sword. Zhou Xian said indifferently. In order to confirm the identity of Zhou Xian, Nebula Kid took out the Nebula sword. He wasn't afraid that Zhou Xian would rob it. Even if what Zhou Xian said was true, that he was the reincarnation of the greatest saint, the current Zhou Xian was only a 9th-grade combat king. Nebula Kid could easily crush him to death. It was an incomparably bright long sword. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was glowing with a pale blue light. It was a treasured sword. This was the Nebula sword, Nebula Kid's natal weapon. Zhou Qian's eyes fell on the Nebula sword. Weng, the quiet Nebula sword suddenly became agitated. It trembled violently and emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound. It felt like it had met its true master. How could this be? Nebula Kid was shocked. This had never happened to the Nebula sword before. He had completely fused with the broken sword of the Heavenly Saint sword. The Nebula sword was connected to his life. But now it was emitting a sense of intimacy to an outsider. Nebula Kid looked carefully. You think you can fuse with the Heavenly Saint sword completely? You must be dreaming. Under the heavens, only I can control the Heavenly Saint sword. With just a thought, the Nebula sword will change its owner. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. His words were like a sharp sword stabbing into Nebula Kid's heart. Nebula Kid's face revealed a trace of bitterness. It turned out that the Nebula sword didn't belong to him. Are you really the reincarnation of the greatest saint? Nebula Kid already had the answer in his heart. His eyes that looked at Jiang Chen were filled with respect. That's right, respect. He had believed that Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. The Nebula sword was the best proof. A sword with a soul wouldn't lie. Don't worry. I won't take away your Nebula sword now. Jiang Chen waved his hand and cut off the connection between him and the Heavenly Saint sword. The Nebula sword immediately returned to its original state. I'll make a deal with you, Jiang Chen said. This was the first time he revealed his true identity. It was also the first time he revealed this secret. However, Jiang Chen had his own reasons. Moreover, he wouldn't take the Nebula sword by force. After all, his cultivation was still weak. The Nebula Kid had spent a lot of effort to create the Nebula sword. If Nebula Kid killed him on the spot, it would be too much of a waste. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't need the broken sword of the Heavenly Saint sword in the Nebula sword urgently. He only needed to know the whereabouts of the broken sword. Next, he could start looking for the other broken sword. Instead of being Nebula Kid's enemy, it would be better to be friends with him. If he could use the Nebula sect as a foundation to build his own power, it would be a good thing. Chapter 638. What kind of deal? Nebula Kid asked. After knowing the true identity of Jiang Chen, the way he spoke to Jiang Chen had changed a lot. The reincarnation of the greatest saint was destined to be a heaven-defying figure. He knew very well about Jiang Chen's innate talent. He was able to trigger the heavenly tribulation when he was just a combat king. It was better to be friends than enemies with such a person. I will still take the Heavenly Saint sword, but not now. Wait until I find the other parts of the Heavenly Saint sword, then I will take yours. At that time I will help you forge a perfect Nebula sword that won't be any worse than the one you have now. I will also help you get rid of the demon qi in your body, and even help the Nebula sect dominate Xuanyu. Jiang Chen said. If such words were said by an ordinary person, Nebula Kid would have treated it as bullshit. A 9th-grade combat king who said such words was self-deprecating, but when it was said by Jiang Chen, Nebula Kid didn't doubt it at all. The reincarnation of the greatest saint, what couldn't he do? A mere Xuanyu was nothing in his eyes. Even if Jiang Chen said that he could help him get rid of the demon qi in his body, Nebula Kid wouldn't be surprised. What others couldn't do, the greatest saint could do. Nebula Kid put away his guard, but his heart was wild with joy. He wasn't a fool, he knew what was good for him. Jiang Chen had offered so many conditions in exchange for the broken Heavenly Saint sword. To Nebula Kid it was a great deal. Furthermore, the Heavenly Saint sword originally belonged to Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen said that he would help him forge a saint weapon that wouldn't be any weaker than the current Nebula sword, he would definitely do it. More importantly, Jiang Chen could help him get rid of the demon qi in his body. This demon qi had been tormenting him for so long, it was unbearable. Furthermore, having a good relationship with Jiang Chen was definitely beneficial to the Nebula sect. Even if Jiang Chen was not the greatest saint with his current talent, it would be a great thing for the Nebula sect to become a disciple of the Nebula sect. Alright, I promise you. Nebula Kid immediately agreed. In his heart, this was not a deal but a choice. He was willing to follow and even support Jiang Chen. In his heart, to be able to help the reincarnated body of the greatest saint to conquer the world was an incomparable honor. I hope that what happened today can be a secret between you and me. My secret can never be known by a second person. Jiang Chen said solemnly to Nebula Kid. He believed that as long as Nebula Kid was not a fool, he would know the severity of the situation. Don't worry. Only you and I know what happened today. Even if I die, I will let it rot in my stomach. Nebula Kid solemnly promised. The reincarnation of the greatest saint, this was an earth-shattering secret. If it was spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Saint Origin world. At that time, Jiang Chen would be placed in the center of the storm. Jiang Chen had too many enemies in his previous life, and all of them were extremely powerful. If this news were to spread to the ears of those big families in the Pure Land, there would be no way for Jiang Chen to survive. Come, I will first remove the demon qi from your body. Jiang Chen said. For him, Revealing his secret and making such a bold decision today was after careful consideration. First of all, he was a good judge of character. His impression of Nebula Kid was not bad. Coupled with the fact that Nebula Kid was seriously injured, he became Jiang Chen's biggest bargaining chip. Furthermore, he had broken the brilliant mirror, so Jiang Chen had to use other means. Now it seemed that the effect was good. The huge Nebula sect could directly become his foundation. Now, Nebula Kid was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would immediately remove the demon chi from his body. This demon chi had been tormenting him for days. He had used all kinds of methods but still couldn't get rid of it. At first he thought that even if Jiang Chen wanted to help him remove the demon chi, he would need to prepare for a period of time. After all, the demon chi was too strong. Although Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint, his cultivation was too weak. He was only a 9th grade combat king. That's right. Now is the time. Release all of your defenses. You don't have to worry about me harming you. With your 4th grade minor saint cultivation, I won't be able to hurt you even if you don't have any defenses. Jiang Chen said. All right. Nebula Kid's expression changed. Without delay, he released all of his defenses. He could feel that Jiang Chen didn't mean any harm to him. If something really happened to him, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to walk out of the Nebula sect. He wasn't the only minor saint in the Nebula sect. Plus, what Jiang Chen said was right. With Jiang Chen's strength, even if he released all of his defenses, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to hurt him. Jiang Chen came to the back of Nebula Kid and placed one of his hands on his back. He circulated the dragon transformation art. A strand of Yuan force and divine sense merged together and drilled into Nebula Kid's body. Nebula Kid, use your Yuan force to attack the demon chi and force it towards my Yuan force. Jiang Chen said. Nebula Kid completely believed in the means of the greatest saint. Immediately, he circulated his Yuan force and forced it towards the demon chi in his body. Under his pressure, the demon chi began to move towards Jiang Chen's Yuan force. Jiang Chen's Yuan force didn't move. It was like a dormant beast. The moment the demon chi touched Jiang Chen's Yuan force, Jiang Chen's Yuan force turned into a ferocious beast. It opened its mouth and swallowed the demon chi. The demon chi struggled violently, but the dragon transformation art was too strong. A huge suction force pulled the demon chi out of Nebula Kid's body and into Jiang Chen's body. A great demon that could hurt Nebula Kid was at least a 4th grade minor saint. Although the demon chi was harmful to Nebula Kid, it was beneficial to Jiang Chen. Barf! The moment the demonic aura left his body, Nebula Kid spat out a mouthful of blood. That was caused by his internal injuries. Now that the demonic aura was gone, Nebula Kid felt relieved. He would need at most 2 days to fully recover from the remaining injuries on his body. Nebula Kid quickly turned around and saw Jiang Chen sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. His body was covered by a layer of golden light. It was extremely mystical. As expected of the reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world. Good technique indeed to be able to get rid of the demonic chi so easily. However, the demonic chi has entered his body. Will it cause any harm to him? Definitely not. He is the greatest saint in the world. What can stop him? Nebula Kid thought to himself. He looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of gratitude. The demon chi was removed. It was equivalent to removing a huge hidden danger for him. This was a great kindness. At this moment, Jiang Chen was wild with joy. He was so happy that he was about to jump up and down. This was because he was shocked to find that the demon chi was not an ordinary demon chi. It was the demon chi left by a divine beast. Jiang Chen had once refined the De Huang dog's dragon horse blood. He knew how terrifying a divine beast was. And this demon chi was the same as the dragon horse. His body was actually an extremely rare divine beast. Moreover, it was the demon chi left by one of the 5 legendary divine beasts, the white tiger. It was just a demon chi, so it was not a big deal. However, this demon chi could not be removed from Nebula Kid's body. It was enough to show that this demon chi was extraordinary. It contained a trace of the white tiger's essence. More importantly, it was left by a minor saint great demon. For Jiang Chen it was a supreme treasure. I never thought that there would be such an unexpected gain. After refining this demon chi, I can condense at least 3,000 dragon marks. However, this is not the only benefit. When I was breaking through to the 9th grade Combat King realm, my foundation was a little unstable. This demon chi is enough to make up for it and completely stabilize my foundation. This is really a surprise. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. He immediately ignored Nebula Kid and started to circulate the dragon transformation art to refine the demon chi. Although this demon chi was very stubborn, the dragon transformation art could refine it. Under the impact of the dragon transformation art, it only took a few minutes for the demon chi to be completely refined. 3,000 new dragon marks were condensed, but Xianxia did not directly break through to the Combat Emperor realm. He had 36,000 dragon marks before, but now he had 39,000 dragon marks. It was twice as difficult to break through to the Combat Emperor realm from the 9th grade Combat King realm compared to the Combat King realm. It required 40,000 dragon marks to break through. In other words, if Xianxia wanted to break through to the Combat Emperor realm, he would need 40,000 dragon marks. Currently he had 39,000 dragon marks, so he still needed 1,000 dragon marks. Although he had not broken through to the Combat Emperor realm, his foundation was very strong now. 3,000 dragon marks had pushed his cultivation to the peak of the 9th grade Combat King realm. His combat strength was much stronger than before. He could easily kill a 2nd grade Combat Emperor. Even if he encountered a 3rd grade Combat Emperor, he would not be outdone. Wang at this moment, the golden dragon seal in Xianxia's body started to circulate automatically. Xianxia recited the incantation and an illusory golden dragon seal suddenly appeared in his palm. Of course, this was just an illusion. It could not be compared to the completed fire dragon seal and water dragon seal. This situation made Xianxia stunned for a moment, but soon after, Xianxia understood. Among the 5 divine beasts, the white tiger represents metal. I cultivate the 5 elements combat dragon seal in order to find the root of the 5 elements. If I can obtain the demon soul of the white tiger, the golden dragon seal can also be completed. Furthermore, with the terrifying power of the dragon transformation art, I can also obtain the innate ability of the white tiger. The harvest this time was too great. Xianxia was very interested in the white tiger that injured Nebula Kid. Xianxia opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. How do you feel? Nebula Kid asked. He could clearly feel that the current Xianxia was much more powerful than before. He was only a step away from the Combat Emperor realm. He couldn't help but admire the means of the greatest saint in the world. His ability to increase his cultivation was also extremely terrifying. It was not something that ordinary people could compare with. Never before. Sect Master, you said that you were injured by the white tiger and a mysterious young man. Do you know the origin of that mysterious young man? Xianxia asked. I don't know. That white tiger was incomparably brave. If I'm not wrong, it should be the legendary white tiger. It was only a 3rd grade minor demon saint, but it was already able to injure me. It was extremely terrifying. However, this white tiger obeyed that mysterious young man. I still remember that young man's appearance. He wore a golden robe and had a head of dazzling golden hair. His whole body was emitting the aura of an emperor. He was a real dragon among men. Nebula Kid recalled. Northern and Southern Dynasties. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.